Chapter 41-48. Although Lu Wuyo did not know who the extraterrestrial visitor in front of him was, he was sure of one thing. The Yu Wenfeng in front of him was no longer her pet. He had been possessed by someone else, and this person had the strength of a high-level divine emperor after possessing Yu Wenfeng. He has only possessed Yu Wenfeng for a few days, and he already has such strength. How strong was he at his peak? Lu Wuyo was shocked. An ultimate god? Or was he one of the best among the ultimate gods? At the same time, Lu Wuyo did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's inquiry and told him everything that Duan Lingtian wanted to know. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally understood a lot about this world. There were many divine kingdoms in this world. He was now in a place called the Tiannan continent. There were a total of 9 divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent. The divine kingdom where Wuyo City was located was only one of them. Wuyo City was under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. There were a total of 28 cities like Wuyo City under the Heaven Spirit Mansion, and each city lord was an emperor god. Most of them were lower-level emperor gods. There were only a few middle-level emperor gods. The people in this world knew that killing could be rewarded. This was the rule of this world, and they were born with it. However, if the strong killed the weak, there would either be no reward or very little reward. Under such circumstances, the strong would not kill the weak. Moreover, there were many things in this world that required the weak to do. Otherwise, how boring would it be if there were only a group of strong people left in this world? When that time came, where would they find servants to serve them? Where would they find servants? Where would they find servants to do all kinds of manual labor? The existence of a divine kingdom was to maintain order in the divine kingdom. The prefectures were administrative units placed in various places by the divine kingdom and were responsible for governing the various cities in the prefectures. The city lords were lower-level emperor gods and a few middle-level emperor gods. The prefectures were about the same. The prefectures were lower-level emperor gods and were the best among them. The divine nation's monarch was an ultimate god. Lu Wuyo did not know how strong an ultimate god was. In her eyes, no matter how strong an ultimate god was, he was an existence she could only look up to but could not reach. Because of the rules and rewards other than the relatively safe cities, the wild is very dangerous. The weak and the strong are disdained to kill, but they can capture and sell them for money. For example, if I'm a lower god emperor, I won't get any rewards for killing a high-level god emperor. However, I can capture them, imprison them, and then sell them to high-level god emperors, middle-level god emperors, lower-level god emperors, or even weaker existences to kill. They can obtain rewards for doing so. As long as you kill them with your own hands, you will more or less get the rewards of the rules. It's just that you won't get as many as you normally kill. After listening to Lu Wuyo's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood the situation in this world. It was truly the law of the jungle. Due to the existence of the rule-chosen reward, anyone would want to kill someone of the same cultivation level as them, or kill someone of a higher cultivation level than them. As for what the rule-chosen reward was, Duan Lingtian did not ask Lu Wuyo because he already knew. The rule-chosen reward could be some comprehension of the laws, some energy that could help increase one's cultivation level, or a drop of divine power from an omnipotent expert. The divine power of an omnipotent expert. Once the divine power of an omnipotent expert was used, it could increase one's divine power by 1 level in a short period of time. Although the duration was not long, the sudden increase in divine power by 1 level could definitely play a role in turning the situation around in an evenly matched battle. Even if one used the divine power of an omnipotent expert, one could kill someone who was slightly stronger than one. Even a high-level god could increase one's divine power by 1 level in a short period of time after using the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Although it would not reach the level of an omnipotent expert's own divine power, it was still not comparable to an ordinary high-level god's divine power. It was at another level. Because of this, it was most cost-effective for a high-level god to use the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Of course, the divine power of an omnipotent expert could only increase one's divine power. It could not increase one's profundity of laws, for Tao of heaven and earth or other means. This world is truly a cruel one where the strong prey on the weak. Although the outside world was also a place where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not as cruel as here. Here, one did not even need to seek opportunities. One only needed to kill to be rewarded. Of course, one had to kill those of the same level of cultivation or those stronger than oneself. But in the outside world, even if one knew that a person had opportunities or treasures, killing them would cause their storage ring to self-destruct and one would not be able to obtain anything. As for the rule-chosen reward? Sorry, there was no such thing. The rule-chosen reward is most likely similar to the heaven-chosen reward I received from the ruins of an omnipotent expert of the inner palace that I entered earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "My lord, do you have any other questions?" Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian warily. At the same time, there was a complicated look in the depths of her eyes. In the past, the person in front of her did not even dare to look her in the eye. Now, it was her turn to not dare to look him in the eye. Every dog had its day. Are there many secret zones and treasure grounds in the southern sky divine nation? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lu Wuyo shook her head. I'm not too sure about that. Anyone who comes across such a thing will basically keep it for themselves. Once a faction obtains it, they will definitely not publicize it. However, it is said that even the strongest ultimate god in the divine nation cannot keep these secret zones and treasure grounds. It is suspected that they are born from heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was speechless at Lu Wuyo's words. Born from heaven and earth? Were they all so naive? Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that these people most likely did not know about the existence of omnipotent experts. It was impossible for them to know that everything here, including them, was just an illusion created by an omnipotent expert. Such a realistic environment, and the people inside all have their own intelligence. Are the methods of omnipotent experts so powerful? No wonder third senior brother said that no matter how much divine power a higher ultimate god obtains, after activating and increasing his divine power, even the weakest ultimate god can be crushed to death with a single finger. Omnipotent experts have completely surpassed the category of god. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In order to confirm, Duan Lingtian asked again, then, do you know about supreme powerhouses? Omnipotent experts? Lu Wuyo shook his head. What's that? Never heard of it? Do you know what's the realm above ultimate god? Duan Lingtian asked again. Above ultimate god? Lu Wuyo was stunned for a moment when she heard that. Then, she said with a burning gaze, legend has it that the realm above ultimate god is the god of creation. Those secret zones and treasure grounds that are born from heaven and earth are left behind by the god of creation. The God of creation is the supreme existence of our world. He may not necessarily be a living being. Perhaps he is just the natural order of our world. The natural order rewards are also bestowed by the God of creation. I don't know about others, but I believe in this legend. After listening to Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was silent for a while. All right, you guys are amazing. Anyone would be able to guess most of it. Seems almost there? This world was indeed created by an omnipotent expert, but it was not just one omnipotent expert. As for the natural order rewards, they were indeed left behind by an omnipotent expert. It was the same for the secret zones and treasure grounds. Omnipotent expert? The god of creation. It's just a change of name. Of course, according to Lu Wuyo, the people in this world were not sure if the god of creation really existed. Everything was just a legend, and no one had heard of anyone who had seen the god of creation. This was different from the outside world. The outside world knew and was certain that omnipotent experts existed. After getting the information he wanted from Lu Wuyo, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay here for long. He had an impulse to kill Lu Wuyo and obtain the natural order rewards. He wanted to see if the natural order rewards were the same as the ones he obtained from the ruins of the omnipotent expert in the inner palace. However, he resisted the urge in the end. No matter what, she had cooperated. It would not be good to kill her. The people in this world were all transformed by omnipotent experts. Even if there was no grudge between them, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure to kill them. There was no moral problem. City Master Wuyo, goodbye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Wuyo, then teleported and disappeared in front of Lu Wuyo. From the beginning to the end, he ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. In fact, there was a formation in the City Master's mansion that was set up by the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion experts. It was not difficult to trap a lower God Emperor. It could even make it difficult for a middle God Emperor to escape if it was activated. Even if it was not activated, it would be difficult for a lower God Emperor to escape if it was not closed. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. His true strength is comparable to a middle God Emperor. Now, this was the only possibility. Lu Wuyo's heart trembled, and her face changed color. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she had cooperated with the other party. Otherwise, she would have been gone. A guest from another world? He doesn't understand the situation in the divine nations. Is he not from the heavenly South Continent? Legend has it that the heavenly South Continent is not the only continent in this world. Duan Lingtian did not know what Lu Wuyo was thinking, but he did not care. Even if his identity was exposed, he would not feel any pressure. In this world, his biggest competitors were not the people of this world, but the geniuses from other forces like him. In this world, even if there was a place of opportunity, it was limited. Whoever was lucky and strong would get it. Once a place of opportunity was taken away, it meant that there was one less opportunity to get more opportunities. Wuyo City. Duan Lingtian immediately teleported out of the city. After leaving the city, he turned around to look at Wuyu City. It was neither too big nor too small, and the strongest person in the city was only a lesser divine emperor. It was meaningless for him to stay in such a place. Chapter 41-49. Now that I'm out of the city, won't I be targeted? However, I'm a high-level celestial emperor. Even if people see me, I'm afraid they won't target me or even attack me. According to Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, there are very few lesser divine emperors around Wuyo City. Most of them are divine emperors. However, there aren't many high-level divine emperors either. After all, the people in this area aren't very strong. The strongest is Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City. There are no experts around, only weaklings. There's no point in killing people who are stronger than them. Even for those high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors who stayed in this area, the reason they stayed here was more to intercept people who passed by, capture them alive, and then sell them for divine crystals. Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Wuyo that the currency of this world was divine crystals. Divine crystals were also used for cultivation, but the effect of cultivating with divine crystals was far inferior to the rewards of the laws. Even so, divine crystals were still the main currency. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill people of the same cultivation level or even stronger. Most of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy used divine crystals to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's destination was the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion was the administrative unit above Wuyo City in the divine kingdom he was in. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion's prefecture master was a high-level divine emperor. There are quite a few people. However, after discovering that I'm a high-level divine emperor, they all retreated. After leaving secluded city, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's mansion city. He noticed many people were staring at him, but they quickly left. On the afternoon of the second day, a figure appeared on Duan Lingtian's path like a ghost. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. In fact, he had indeed appeared out of thin air. Teleportation. Even if the other party wasn't skilled in the law of space, he must have comprehended the law of space to a certain extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teleport. High-level godly emperor? The person who came was an old man in a gray robe. His face was thin and his eyes were like lightning. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, "You are also a high-level godly emperor, right? Are you sure you can defeat me?" "You think I'm the only one?" The old man sneered. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two swift sounds of wind whistling were transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, a middle-aged man and another old man arrived. One of them seemed to have transformed into fire, while the other flew over with wind. Clearly, one of them was proficient in fire laws, while the other was proficient in wind laws. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had formed a triangle with Duan Lingtian in the middle. Divine power wreaked havoc on the three of them, and the laws of space manifested. Their cultivation bases were clear, and they were all high-level god emperors. 3 high-level god emperors surrounded Duan Lingtian, intending to capture him alive. Just the 3 of you? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Is there anyone else? If there is, call them over together. I'm afraid 3 people aren't enough. Duan Lingtian said casually, but in fact, this was what he was thinking. He couldn't wait for the 3 of them to call a few more high-level god emperors over. That way, the rewards would be greater, right? The only middle-aged man among the 3 of them sneered. Boy, we've killed many high-level god emperors over the years. Some of them were smart like you. They were deliberately mystifying. In the end, they only had 2 endings. Either they died or we captured them and sold them. So, this little trick of yours is useless against us. As he spoke, the sneer on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. At this moment, the other 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of mockery. Don't waste words with him, just capture him. If he wants to die, we'll send him on his way, the old man who came later said in an indifferent tone. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved and attacked Duan Lingtian. The other old man and the middle-aged man also attacked at the same time. The 3 of them didn't hold back at all when they attacked, and they even took out their high-quality god artifacts. 3 attacks of different colors swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian like they were covering the sky and the earth. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they saw that Duan Lingtian was only floating around his body with divine power, and he didn't show any signs of attacking. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed, so they quickly withdrew most of their power. Boom! Rumble! The 3 attacks landed on Duan Lingtian, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, the 3 people who launched the attacks frowned slightly. Was he dead? However, when their attacks dissipated, their expressions changed again. The purple-clad young man in front of them was unharmed. Their attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Whoosh! When the 3 people's expressions changed drastically, they saw Duan Lingtian's body gradually turning illusory. Oh no! The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian appeared behind the old man who had teleported. He didn't use his god artifact, but he casually struck out with his palm. Bang! The seemingly casual strike was infused with the profundity of the law of space and the Tao of control. He didn't use his god artifact, but the old man exploded with a single strike. He really did explode. He exploded into a bloody mist, leaving only his god artifact and spatial ring behind. He didn't destroy his own spatial ring? While Duan Lingtian was still in shock, the other 2 people finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in 2 different directions. Run! This was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. Why did they have such thoughts about the purple-clad young man? Were they not digging their own graves? Of course, they also knew that the reason they were interested in the purple-clothed young man was entirely because the purple-clothed young man was only one person while they had 3 people. In their opinion, the 3 of them were high-level godly emperors. Whether it was capturing or killing a high-level godly emperor, it wasn't difficult at all. However, what they didn't expect was that they would end up kicking a steel plate. A high-level divine emperor who was much stronger than them without using his god artifact. For such an existence, even if there were a few people who were as strong as them, they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they joined forces, let alone the 3 of them. He's no weaker than a lesser god emperor. The 2 people fled madly, and at the same time various terrifying thoughts appeared in their minds. Without using his god artifact, his strength is comparable to a lesser god emperor who uses his god artifact. I don't think there's a high-level divine emperor like this in the entire Heaven Spirit Mansion. Why would he appear in such a small place? Who can tell me what's going on? How can a high-level divine emperor who hasn't completely consolidated his cultivation have such terrifying strength? Too slow. In the next moment, just when the two of them thought that they had escaped, they heard an indifferent voice with a hint of mockery in it. Then, they realized that the purple-clad young man had caught up with them, and every time he teleported, he would seamlessly connect them. Second teleportation? This time they were in complete despair. Second teleportation in the entire divine nation. They had never heard of a middle god emperor who had mastered it, right? Not to mention a lesser god emperor. This high-level divine emperor, who hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation, had mastered the space law technique that only high-level god emperors in the divine nation could master. Moreover, this high-level god emperor was the ruler of their divine nation. Bang! Bang! 2 more palms fell. Duan Lingtian's original body and the space law doppelganger caught up with the 2 people at the same time and killed them at almost the same time. After killing the 2 people, Duan Lingtian also took their god artifacts and storage rings. 3 high-grade divine artifacts were now in his possession. In addition, 3 storage rings. However, the current Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to look at their storage rings. Instead, he was bathed in the pillars of light that fell from the sky, and it was 2 pillars of light. As for the person who killed the first 2 people, the reward of the rules had already fallen from the sky to Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was chasing after the 2 people behind him. More accurately, it was given to Duan Lingtian's original body. That reward of the rules seemed to be able to distinguish between Duan Lingtian's original body and his doppelganger. 3 rewards of the rules at this rate. I'm afraid it'll take half a day to completely digest them. Duan Lingtian secretly said in his heart when he saw the situation inside his body. However, it won't affect my journey. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. During this process, as time passed, the shock on his face grew stronger and stronger. My understanding of the space law seems to have improved a lot. I feel like my attainments in the space law have improved a little. That's not the main point. The main point is, my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor is actually stabilizing at such a fast speed. If this continues, the rewards of the rules given to me by the 3 high-level divine emperors will probably be more effective in stabilizing my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor than before. After half a day, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the 3 rewards of the rules this time. His cultivation had also further stabilized, and his comprehension of the space law had improved significantly. It wasn't just the space law. The other laws had also improved correspondingly. It seems like the supreme powerhouses who left behind this place are proficient in different types of laws. However, I'm certain that at least one of them is proficient in the space law. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to benefit so much from the space law. As for my cultivation, any supreme powerhouse should have the means to help me improve. However, this kind of improvement has its drawbacks. The consolidation of my cultivation feels like it's on the verge of collapsing. I need to calm down and digest it for a while. However, this is a small matter. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian casually took out a divine pill from his spatial ring and tossed it into his mouth. In the next instant, the process of stabilizing his cultivation that was on the verge of collapsing calmed down. An ultimate royal grade divine pill that specialized in stabilizing one's cultivation was no joke. If all the high-level divine emperors can give me such a reward, I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor after killing another 10 or 20 high-level divine emperors. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. End of chapter. Chapter 4150. The 3 high-level celestial emperors had given Duan Lingtian 3 rules as a reward. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the rewards, suddenly had a crazy idea. If they don't come looking for me, Can I take the initiative to look for them? Now, there are many people who have been spying on me along the way. Although these people's cultivation levels are low and there's no reward for killing them, there might be high-level celestial emperors behind them. These people are spying on others in the wild. They have evil intentions. There's no psychological burden if I kill them. Moreover, everything here is caused by the strongest experts. There's no need for me to bear any moral burden. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Then, he teleported and disappeared from where he was standing. At this time, the low-level celestial emperor who was spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that Duan Lingtian was a high-level celestial emperor. He did not continue spying on Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the low-level celestial emperor who had been spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that the purple figure had disappeared from his sight. When he instinctively regained his senses, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. There was another person. Was this not the purple-clad young man whom he had been spying on earlier? Swoosh! Instantly, the low-level celestial emperor's expression changed completely. This low-level celestial emperor was a middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he was old enough to be Duan Lingtian's senior. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with fear and panic. My lord, I'm only a low-level celestial emperor. There's no reward for killing me. It's useless to you. His expression changed. This was because there were many experts in the wild who had killed people like them. They did not do it for the reward of the rules. They only wanted to get rid of the evil. In their eyes, they were the evil. Of course, it was rare to encounter such people. Not everyone was so free. Experts had their own things to do. Even if they were being spied on, as long as they did not take any further action, they would not be too calculative. Killing you is useless. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a mocking smile and said, "However, if I capture you, I should be able to sell you for a good price, right?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression changed again. In their line of work, the last thing they wanted to meet was this kind of person. Not only was he strong, he was also bored. "My lord!" The middle-aged man wanted to cry. "I'm just a low-level god emperor. Even if you sell me, you won't be able to get many divine crystals. To a high-level god emperor like you, those divine crystals are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They're not even worth mentioning." Duan Lingtian nodded. That makes sense. The middle-aged man subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, what Duan Lingtian said next caused his expression to change again. "But, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right?" When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man no longer had any hope of escaping. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly burst out, and a scorching flame ignited on his body. In the next instant, the middle-aged man turned into a ball of fire and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, as soon as he moved, he hit the side of the void, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. Following this, a series of faintly discernible spatial ripples fluctuated in the void. With the middle-aged man as the center, it formed a spatial cage, a spatial prison. The middle-aged man had a look of despair on his face. He took out a divine artifact from his spatial ring and launched his strongest attack. Boom! However, even though the middle-aged man's strongest attack landed on the cage, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was as firm as before. Only the middle-aged man in the cage was left. His expression became more and more unsightly. In the end, his face was filled with despair. "It's over! It's over!" At this moment, apart from despair, the middle-aged man's heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he had rushed out to patrol this area today. Otherwise, he would not have come across such a powerhouse. One should know that he was not supposed to be on duty today. It was because he wanted to cultivate after a period of time. Therefore, he had discussed with the people in his team to change the time on duty. "Do you want to live?" Just when the middle-aged man thought that there was no way for him to survive, a voice entered his ears, causing his entire body to tremble violently. "My lord, I want to live. I want to live." The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He wanted to live. This time, if he could survive this, he would definitely quit this line of work. It was too dangerous. Although sometimes, if he was lucky, he would be rewarded handsomely. However, if he was unlucky, he would fall into a situation where he had no chance of survival. His life was completely in the hands of his opponent. If I can survive this tribulation, I'd better cultivate honestly and dutifully in the future. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Do you have a high-level divine emperor and divine emperor behind you? Duan Lingtian stared at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, Think carefully before you answer me. I will only give you one chance. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, My lord, the strongest people in my team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. The rest are low-level divine emperors like me. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, In that case, you have no value. Originally, I thought that if you have any clues about a high-level divine emperor or divine emperor, as long as you lead me to them, I will spare your life. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand. His killing intent instantly spread out, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly said, My lord, our team does not have a high-level divine emperor or above. However, I know of a few other teams that have high-level divine emperors. There are a total of 12 high-level divine emperors in those teams. My lord, I can lead you to them. Really, I can lead you to them. At this moment, the middle-aged man was completely terrified. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him when he saw that he had no value. Now, he vaguely realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian should be an anti-hunter. These people killed or captured people in the wild. They called themselves hunters. As long as they set their eyes on their prey, as long as they were confident, they would not be able to escape. However, there were also some people who specifically targeted hunters like them. Some of them even liked to get to the bottom of things. They would dig out the information of the hunters' teams and destroy them one by one. In his opinion, this purple-clothed high-level godly emperor should be a member of the anti-hunter team. The reason why he asked about the high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors should be because he wanted to lead his team to do something big. Not bad. You are very tactful. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfactorily. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had leaked the information in advance, he was not worried at all. This was because in the trial grounds left behind by the ultimate experts, communication was not allowed. Whether it was through ordinary communication or through soul orbs, it was not allowed. This was also to prevent the geniuses who had entered the trial grounds from grouping up as soon as they entered. That would be unfair to those who did not have many friends. Under such circumstances, the people in the trial grounds of the divine realm were naturally unable to communicate with each other. Even if they communicated with each other at close range, there would be some traces left behind. Of course, unless one was a realm higher, it would be very difficult to hear the contents of the communication. For example, Duan Lingtian was now a high-level divine emperor. In order to hear the communication between him and others in the trial grounds, one had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. This kind of ability depended on the strength of one's soul power. Lead the way, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Take me there. If you kill a high-level divine emperor, I will not kill you. If you kill 2 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with a medium divine emperor. If you kill 3 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with 2 medium divine emperors, and so on. If you kill a low-level divine emperor, I will reward you with 10 medium divine emperors. When Duan Lingtian first spoke, the middle-aged man did not think much of it. However, halfway through, his eyes lit up. There was such a good thing? Was it true? He naturally understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Giving him a medium divine emperor meant that he would severely injure the medium divine emperor and leave him for him to kill. At that time, he would be rewarded according to the rules. It should be known that under normal circumstances, when their small team killed a medium divine emperor, he would not get a share. he would only be given a low-level divine emperor. After all, he was only a low-level divine emperor. As if sensing the suspicion in the middle-aged man's eyes, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "If you doubt what I said, why don't you take me on a mission or two? It would be best if it was a team that could kill 2 high-level divine emperors at once. After you kill them, I will give you a medium divine emperor." Duan Lingtian said casually, but the middle-aged man's blood boiled when he heard it. "My lord, I know of a team with 2 high-level divine emperors. I will take you there now." The middle-aged man was looking forward to it because he did not look like he was joking when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Moreover, with his strength, there was no need for him to joke with him, right? "My lord, my name is Du Huan." On the way, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart gradually disappeared. Soon, he found the courage to speak to Duan Lingtian again. "My lord, the team I will take you to next has 2 high-level divine emperors and a medium divine emperor. That medium divine emperor is the 3rd person in the team, and he is usually in charge of negotiating with other teams." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he continued. He might know the location of some teams with low-level divine emperors. When Du Huan said the first part, Duan Lingtian did not react. But when he heard Du Huan's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Low-level divine emperor. That's right. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan with satisfaction and praised, "You were very good. Now follow me. If you can kill a low-level divine emperor, I will give you a high-level divine emperor." Chapter 41-51. In the trial ground of God, even if Duan Lingtian did not personally kill a high-level divine emperor, as long as he was seriously injured, he would get the biggest reward. Of course, the person who killed the high-level divine emperor would also get the corresponding reward. It was just that it would not be as much. However, to a low-level divine emperor, it was still a very shocking reward. Even if he killed 10 low-level divine emperors with his own strength, he would not get such a reward. Low-level divine emperor. Du Huan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, she became even more enthusiastic. Not long after, Du Huan brought Duan Lingtian along as they flew across the mountains and finally arrived outside a huge canyon. Du Huan only came to a halt when she looked at the canyon from afar. "My lord, the team with 2 high-level divine emperors I mentioned earlier has a stronghold in the big canyon in front. I don't dare to go near now. Once I do, I'll be discovered. My lord, you should ask your team's helpers to come over and go in together. I'll follow behind you," Du Huan said to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the person in front of him was also a high-level divine emperor. It would be difficult for him to kill 2 high-level divine emperors, as well as many mid-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors by himself, unless his teammates from the anti-hunter team came over together. If it was just him alone, he would not dare to follow him. Helpers? When Duan Lingtian heard Du Huan's words, he was stunned and did not react for a moment. "What helpers?" "The helpers of your anti-hunter team," Du Huan said matter-of-factly. "Anti-hunter team?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "What's that?" This time, it was Du Huan's turn to be stunned. "This lord, do you know what the anti-hunter team is? Are you kidding me? Am I not a member of the anti-hunter team?" In the next moment, something that made Du Huan even more stunned and shocked happened. He saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand and bring him along to directly charge into the gorge ahead. This caused him to be filled with terror, and he even suspected that this lord wanted him to come here and give his life away. In this way, could he renege on his promise and not help him kill the mid-level divine emperors? "Who is it?" "Enemy attack!" Just as Duan Lingtian brought Du Huan in, a few more exclamations came from within the Great Canyon. A moment later, Duan Lingtian and Du Huan were surrounded by a group of people. The 2 people at the front, an old man and a middle-aged man, were obviously the leaders of this group. Du Huan. At this time, someone recognized Du Huan. It was a low-level godly emperor from the hunter team. He had dealt with Du Huan before, so he recognized him. "Du Huan?" The old man in the lead frowned and looked at the person who shouted, "Second leader." The person who spoke hurriedly said, This Du Huan is also a member of the hunter team. However, the strongest members of his hunter team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. Moreover, they have never cooperated with us before. It's normal that you don't know them, second leader. At this moment, Du Huan was standing beside Duan Lingtian. Her face was pale and she felt powerless. It was over. It was really over. Why did he bring this madman here? This guy was simply a madman. She had believed that he would help her kill a mid-level godly emperor to repay her for leading the way. Naive. He was too naive. Du Huan, who is he? What are you doing here? The low-level godly emperor who recognized Du Huan asked coldly. At this time, everyone realized that the person in front of them did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party was obviously a high-level godly emperor, not a member of Du Huan's team. Now, Du Huan really did not know what to say because he was scared out of his wits. He also regretted bringing this madman here. We're here to kill you. Du Huan did not answer, so Duan Lingtian answered for him. Not bad. 2 high-level godly emperors, 5 mid-level godly emperors. As for the low-level godly emperors, I'll leave them for you to kill. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people who surrounded him thought that this high-level godly emperor in front of them was arrogant. Could it be that he wanted to kill all of them with his own strength? Of course, there were also people who looked out of the canyon cautiously. Did this mean that the other party had other helpers? However, they quickly realized that the other party did not have any helpers and did not need any helpers. Space law. The way of control. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's divine power vibrated and a spatial storm swept out in all directions. It directly locked the space in the canyon, making it impossible for the other party to teleport. Moreover, the space was completely confined by him. Not only could they not teleport, but it was also difficult to leave. Whoosh! An ordinary high-level godly sword flashed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It bloomed with a cold sword light that was dazzling and dazzling. One of the 2 high-level godly emperors, had just opened his mouth to speak when the divine power that rose from his body was completely annihilated. Whoosh! When the high-level godly emperor fell with a pair of lifeless eyes, the sound of a sword whistling rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Before they could react, another sword whistling sound rang in everyone's ears. When the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Du Huan, came to their senses, they found that the 2 high-level godly emperors who had been confronting Duan Lingtian were dead. In the next instant, 2 rewards fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It made Duan Lingtian look like a high and mighty emperor. No one dared to look at him directly. Great leader. Second leader. Other than Du Huan, who was in a daze, the other people's faces changed drastically. The 2 most powerful people in their team had been killed in the blink of an eye by this high-level godly emperor in front of them. Who exactly was he? How could he be so strong? Run! Seeing that the 2 high-level godly emperor leaders had died, the other people, who were at most mid-level godly emperors, were terrified. They did not have any intention to fight with Duan Lingtian. However, they soon found that they could not get out of here. A powerful space energy had confined the surrounding space and formed a space cage. They were locked inside and there was no way out. The person you mentioned earlier, is he among them? At this time, Duan Lingtian asked Du Huan. My lord, it's him. As for Du Huan, she immediately pointed at a young man who was standing in the distance with an ugly expression. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had a handsome appearance. However, at this moment, there was panic between his brows. Okay. When Du Huan pointed at him, the young man in the blue robe's face changed. When Du Huan's voice sounded, his face changed drastically. In the next moment, he looked desperate. He subconsciously thought that the person in front of him was going to get even with him. However, he did not know why Duan Lingtian was targeting him. After a while, he knew that he was wrong. Swoosh! The sword whistled and cut through the air. Except for the young man Du Huan was pointing at, the other mid-level godly emperors were seriously injured. Then, when they all turned pale, another sword attack killed most of them. Only 1 mid-level godly emperor was left. He was seriously injured but not killed. However, although he was not killed, he looked desperate at this time. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and the mediocre divine emperor was brought to Du Huan like a puppet at Duan Ling Tian's mercy. Du Huan's eyes lit up as he killed the severely injured mid-level godly emperor. At the same time, he received a rule reward. Before this, Duan Ling Tian had killed several mid-level godly emperors. Although he also received a rule reward, it was very weak. For him, it was almost the same as nothing. Du Huan felt that it was a pity. If all the mid-level godly emperors had killed him, he would have been really happy. However, he could only think about it. He could not say it out loud. Whoosh! With another sword attack, Duan Ling Tian killed a group of low-level godly emperors present. Of course, Du Huan, who was on his side, was excluded. This scene made Du Huan's head hurt. If this lord could injure these people and let him kill them, how good would that be? Of course, he also knew that he did not have the right to ask this lord to do so. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did this on purpose. Even if he could seriously injure these people, it would be easy for him. However, he did not want to let Du Huan off so easily. Previously, he had said that for killing 2 high-level godly emperors, he would give him a mid-level godly emperor. If he wanted him to give him another reward, he would have to continue to show his sincerity. Why didn't you kill me? The blue-robed young man who survived saw that Duan Ling Tian had not killed him after killing the other members of his team. His expression changed and he could not help but ask. However, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at him indifferently. I heard that you often represent your team and cooperate with other hunter teams. You know the locations of many hunter teams. My request is not high. As long as you bring me to kill a low-level godly emperor, I will spare your life and let you go. If you can help me kill 2 low-level godly emperors, not only will I spare your life, I will also give you a high-level godly emperor. Duan Ling Tian promised the blue-robed young man generous conditions. The conditions were much better than what he had promised Du Huan. Du Huan's eyes turned red when he heard this. However, he also knew that this lord made such a promise because he wanted the other party to bring him to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. No, this lord. Don't tell me that you also want to kill a lower god lord realm hunter by yourself. Suddenly, Du Huan thought of this problem and felt his scalp go numb. A high-level godly emperor killing a low-level godly emperor. Could he succeed? I promise you. The blue-robed young man who survived heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and his eyes lit up. He immediately agreed to bring Duan Ling Tian to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. As a mid-level godly emperor, his vision was higher than Du Huan's. Naturally, he could see that this purple-robed high-level godly emperor in front of him was not an ordinary high-level godly emperor. He was not weaker than a low-level godly emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 41-52. You can continue to follow. Duan Ling Tian looked at Du Huan and said, Next, as long as you lead the way to kill a high-level divine emperor, I will give you a corresponding reward. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Du Huan smiled bitterly and said, My lord, how about I lead you to the high-level divine emperors I know first? Lower god emperors, can you bring Lord Chun Hu to find them later? Du Huan said. Although the young man in front of him had shown great strength, killing high-level divine emperors like killing chickens. But god emperors were not comparable to god emperors. To put it bluntly, even the weakest lower god emperor could do what the young man in front of him had done. At first, he thought that the young man was from the anti-hunter team and had teammates. But now, he knew that the young man had no teammates. Without teammates, he wanted to kill a lower god emperor alone. Moreover, that lower god emperor had a group of high-level divine emperors under him. Sorry, I won't keep you company. Are you worried that I will be killed by a lower god emperor? Duan Ling Tian could see through Du Huan's thoughts. After smiling faintly, he said, Let's do as you say. Let's find the high-level divine emperors you know first. After dealing with them, I will go with Chun Hu. Chun Hu was the only person in the anti-hunter team that Duan Ling Tian did not kill. The reason why he did not kill Chun Hu was because of Du Huan. Du Huan told him that Chun Hu was mainly in charge of the cooperation between the anti-hunter team and the other anti-hunter teams. He knew the locations of many anti-hunter teams. Then, Duan Lingtian took Chun Hu and followed Du Huan to the various anti-hunter teams that Du Huan knew. Then, he killed all the anti-hunter teams. He killed all the high-level divine emperors with his own hands. The mid-level divine emperors were only seriously injured and killed by Chun Hu. As for Du Huan, he killed a few high-level divine emperors and gave him a few mid-level divine emperors. He did not even get as many benefits as Chun Hu. Although he could see that Du Huan was resentful, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he did not care. However, at the same time that Chun Hu was dealing with the low-level god emperors, Chun Hu also couldn't bear to watch. He seriously injured the low-level god emperors one by one and then handed them over to Du Huan to deal with. At this time, Du Huan's mood rose a lot. "Sir, that's all I know." Du Huan's eyes were shining, and his divine power aura was vibrating. It was obvious that he was about to make a breakthrough. He was all smiles. "All right, you can go now," Duan Lingtian said. "Thank you, my lord." Du Huan thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. At the same time, he thanked Chun Hu, who was behind Duan Lingtian. "Lord Chun Hu, thank you for injuring so many lower god lords for me. If there's a chance in the future, Du Huan, will definitely repay you." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Huan left without looking back. At the same time, he thought to himself, "The premise is that you, Chun Hu, can still live until then." From his point of view, if Chun Hu were to follow Duan Lingtian to find a lower god emperor, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would fall along with Duan Lingtian. In the east of Wuyu City, which was also the direction from Wuyu City to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Recently, many hunter teams discovered that most of the hunter teams that were originally active in the vicinity had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Not long after, another hunter stood up and said that the hunter team he was in had all been killed except for him, who had been investigating outside. Moreover, they were killed in their base camp. Most importantly, their leader was a lower god emperor. A lower god emperor was an overlord in the surrounding area. How could such an existence be gone? In the beginning, many people did not believe it. After all, how could a lower god emperor be killed so easily? What a joke! Even if Wuyu City Master of Wuyu City were to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill a lower god emperor. Maybe he's not a match for Lu Yu, but can't he escape? Most people did not believe it. However, as time passed and the hunters who were lower god emperors died one by one, the hunters in the surrounding area realized that it was not a false rumor. It was true. There was really someone who was counter-hunting them. Up until now, the ones that have fallen are all hunter squads that didn't keep their headquarters a secret. Hunter squads that kept their headquarters a secret, including our own hunter squads, are all fine. Someone is specifically counter-hunting us hunters. It seems that the anti-hunter team has made a move. This anti-hunter team must be very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many lower god emperors to die in their hands. A group of hunters thought that those lower god emperor hunters had died in the hands of an anti-hunter team. They did not know that it was only one person who had made a move. "My lord." In a mountain range, Chun Hu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. "Next, I know where a hunter team with a lower god emperor is. Shall we go now?" "Let's go." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian's face was glowing. After this period of hunting, he had killed many lower god emperors and dozens of upper god emperors. His cultivation base as an upper god emperor had been completely consolidated. In fact, his cultivation base was continuously advancing toward the emperor god realm. In this place I have 3 years. And now it has only been less than 2 months. If this continues, I will definitely be able to enter the emperor god realm in a few months at most. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. His eyes lit up even more. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to killing another lower god emperor. However, when he followed Chun Hu to a remote place, he realized that the place was empty. Not only was there no one, but even when Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, he could not find anyone other than himself and Chun Hu. "My lord." Chun Hu's expression did not look too good. I am certain that I did not lead you to the wrong place. This hunter squad should have left this place and gone somewhere else to build a base camp, Chun Hu said. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's continue to the next stop. There are no lower god emperors, but a upper god emperor is fine too. However, although Chun Hu was leading the way for the next few stops, the two of them did not find anything. After a few times, Chun Hu's expression became uglier and uglier. My lord. Chun Hu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him anxiously. He wondered if this lord would vent his anger on him and kill him in a fit of rage. After all, he was already a upper god emperor. If this lord killed him, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was right. Chun Hu, who was close to becoming a upper god emperor, had successfully broken through half a month ago. This was because after killing a lower god emperor, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Other than the upper god emperors that were assigned to Chun Hu, Duan Lingtian did not kill the rest of the middle god emperors. Instead, he severely injured them and handed them over to Chun Hu to be killed. As a result, in less than 2 months, Chun Hu had benefited greatly. He had even broken through to the upper god emperor realm. Currently, Chun Hu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level. However, although Chun Hu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level, he still treated Duan Lingtian with respect. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only a upper god emperor, he had seen him kill a lower god emperor before. He thought that even though Duan Lingtian could kill an ordinary upper god emperor as easily as killing a dog, it would not be easy for him to defeat a lower god emperor. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian could kill a lower god emperor as easily. Not a single lower god emperor could withstand a single strike from him. An upper god emperor can kill a lower god emperor as easily as cutting grass. Even the most outstanding upper god emperor in the divine nation's imperial family does not have such ability, right? Chun Hu's heart trembled. Who exactly is this lord? The hunter teams that we are looking for now are empty. It should not be a coincidence. He must have heard the news and felt that someone else knew the location of his base camp, so he changed the location in advance. Chun Hu was relieved when he thought of this. It seems that everyone has heard the news. If Chun Hu could think of this, so could Duan Lingtian. He glanced at Chun Hu and said, "Since that is the case, we will part ways here." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he teleported and disappeared before Chun Hu's eyes without waiting for his reply. Lord, Chun Hu was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to leave just like that. At this moment, even he did not expect that he would be reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian. It was not relief. This 1 month is undoubtedly a great opportunity for me. I'm afraid I won't be able to find such an opportunity in the future. Chun Hu sighed. After parting ways with Chun Hu, Duan Lingtian teleported all the way to the Heaven Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Of course, while he was on his way, he did not forget to extend his divine consciousness to check if there were any hunters who were worth his time. This divine training ground is really a good place. Killing can increase one's strength, and this place was created by a supreme expert. The power of a supreme expert is simply inconceivable. When Duan Lingtian was getting closer to the Heaven Spirit Mansion Prefecture City, Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, received the news from the outside world. There's an anti-hunter team that specializes in hunting down high-level divine emperors and above. Now, all the hunter teams that exposed their whereabouts previously have changed their nest. Lu Wuyo was surprised. He did not expect there to be a hunter team that could kill a low-level divine emperor near Wuyo City. No. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lu Wuyo's mind. Could it be him? He's a high-level divine emperor now, and he can only obtain the reward from killing high-level divine emperors and above. Chapter 4153. In half a year, he had gone from a high-level divine emperor to a god emperor without fully stabilizing his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian wouldn't have dared to imagine it in the past. But now, in the trial grounds of God, he saw a glimmer of hope. I only have 3 years here. It's too short. Duan Lingtian was on his way to the prefecture city of the Heaven's spiritual mansion. On the way, he didn't forget to capture the hunters who were hiding in the dark. Then, under their lead, he overturned their nest. Of course, he would capture anyone who had information about a low-level Divine Emperor Hunter team. Not only would he spare their lives, but he would also give them corresponding benefits. In this process, the one who benefited the most was naturally Duan Lingtian. It seems, there's no need to go to the prefecture city so early? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and muttered to himself. Now, they were already far away from the surrounding area of Wuxia City. Some of the hunter teams in the vicinity had exposed their whereabouts to the outside world. The entire team hadn't left their nest. In just a few days, he had killed 2 low-level Divine Emperors and 7 high-level Divine Emperors. I'm getting closer to the God Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian realized that he really liked this place. He didn't want to leave after coming here. At least, he didn't want to leave before he reached the ultimate God realm. My lord, Duan Lingtian once again caught a hunter who was secretly investigating him. It was a high-level Divine Emperor. Duan Lingtian rarely encountered any high-level Divine Emperors who came out to scout. When the other party saw Duan Lingtian appear, he didn't panic because Duan Lingtian was only a high-level Divine Emperor. However, after he was casually suppressed by Duan Lingtian, he became well-behaved. Our team has 2 low-level Divine Emperors and 1 mid-level Divine Emperor. This person also saw Duan Lingtian as a member of the anti-hunter team. When Duan Lingtian asked him to lead the way to the headquarters, he was also waiting for Duan Lingtian's team to arrive. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian barging into their headquarters alone, he was completely stunned. Is he courting death? However, when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the 2 low-level Divine Emperor vice leaders with just a swing of his sword, he was dumbfounded. A high-level Divine Emperor instantly killing a low-level Divine Emperor? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. You're courting death. When an angry roar rang out, a burly figure appeared. It was a 2-meter-tall, middle-aged man. He had a strong back and a strong waist, and a murderous aura. As soon as he appeared, he revealed a strength that was much stronger than the 2 people Duan Lingtian had killed earlier. Mid-level Divine Emperor? As for Duan Lingtian, when faced with the strong attack of the middle-aged man, not only was he not afraid, he was even excited. He finally met a mid-level Divine Emperor. Duan Lingtian knew that in this area, the mid-level Divine Emperors in the anti-hunter team were basically ordinary mid-level Divine Emperors. However, no matter how ordinary they were still mid-level Divine Emperors. Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he hadn't used since entering the trial grounds of God. He realized that the high-level divine weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was a half-soul high-level divine weapon. If he didn't exchange it for a divine weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. A full-soul high-level divine weapon. When Duan Lingtian revealed the divine weapon in his hand, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, after a while, his eyes were filled with greed. This magical card. I want it. The middle-aged man's attack grew even stronger. Like a raging wave, it swept towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to drown Duan Lingtian. This middle-aged man was an expert in water laws. A full-soul, high-level divine weapon? As for the high-level divine emperor who led Duan Lingtian here, his face was filled with shock. Although he didn't have such a divine weapon, not even a half-soul high-level divine weapon, he knew what such a divine weapon meant. A full-soul high-level divine weapon, even for a high-level divine emperor, not everyone had one. As for existences below a high-level divine emperor, some of them were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But today, he actually saw a person who had not even entered the realm of Upper God Emperor yet, but already possessed a high-quality divine artifact with a complete soul. No, it should be said that he had a full-soul high-level divine weapon before entering the high-level divine emperor realm. Sword Principle, the way of control. Facing the middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian used all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless, even if his opponent was just an ordinary mid-level divine emperor. Whoosh! With one strike, Duan Lingtian frowned. Poochie! In the distance, one of the middle-aged man's arms flew out, and he had strangely dodged to the side just a moment ago. It was because he had dodged in that instant that he had escaped a calamity. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. How is this possible? At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock after escaping a calamity. How can a high-level divine emperor have such strength? He could see that his opponent was powerful not only because of the full-soul high-level divine weapon in his hand, but also because of the spatial laws that he had mastered and sword principle. Run! The middle-aged man who had suffered a loss not only lost his anger, but he didn't even have the courage to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian. Even if he was a mid-level divine emperor, he had no choice but to run when facing a high-level divine emperor. Too strong. This high-level divine emperor was too strong. He believed that it would be difficult to find a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him in the entire divine nation, let alone the heavenly spirit mansion. No, perhaps, in the entire heavenly south continent, there might not be a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him. Second teleportation. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and then he teleported twice in a row, blocking the middle-aged man's path first. At the same time, his sword whistled through the air and slashed toward his opponent. This strike not only carried a swift and fierce sword intent, it also carried a devastating spatial storm. The middle-aged man now only wanted to escape, and he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to appear in his path first. Even if the spatial laws that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier were extraordinary, he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have mastered the spatial law's second teleportation. This was because he subconsciously felt that a technique like the second teleportation could only be mastered by powerful high-level divine emperors who were proficient in the spatial laws. No! The middle-aged man didn't have time to block at all. Before he died, the divine power in his body was annihilated, leaving behind only a despairing and helpless cry. An intermediate divine emperor had fallen. In the next instant, an incomparably huge pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to surge. Even his mind became much clearer in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian didn't move, but with a thought in his mind, numerous sword lights flashed out with a whistle, and they killed all the hunters that had just reacted and wanted to flee the base camp. In the end, Duan Lingtian looked at the high-level divine emperor who had led him here. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. "My lord, I have been very cooperative with you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Duan Lingtian only looked at the middle-aged man deeply, but he didn't kill him. Although the middle-aged man had betrayed all his teammates, which could be considered as an ungrateful act, if they were in the outside world, Duan Lingtian would most likely not be able to hold himself back and kill him. However, in this place, he wasn't so obsessed with enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. After all, everything here was an illusion created by the supreme expert. In addition, it was thanks to the middle-aged man that he was able to obtain such a great harvest this time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man who had teleported away. Only then did the high-level divine emperor who had led him here heave a sigh of relief. When he looked at the bloodstains again, his expression changed drastically. High-level divine emperor. Is he really just a high-level divine emperor? A high-level divine emperor killed an intermediate divine emperor so easily? They were both high-level divine emperors, but at this moment, he felt that all his years of cultivation had been a waste. An intermediate divine emperor who could kill him with a flick of a finger was actually killed by a high-level divine emperor who was of the same cultivation level as him. Moreover, the entire process was very easy, without any pressure. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the high-level divine emperor was thinking after he left. Now, he found a secluded place and began to digest the reward that fell from the sky after killing the intermediate divine emperor. This reward is too generous, isn't it? It's even more than the reward of the lower divine emperors I killed before combined. Could it be? The reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher than the reward of killing someone who is 1 cultivation level higher than the reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. I feel the reward this time might even help me enter the Emperor God realm. Let's try to break through. While Duan Lingtian was trying to break through to the Emperor God realm, in another place of the trial grounds, the sky was filled with blood and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Massacre. Only massacre was left. Third senior brother said that everything here is an illusion. I don't need to restrain myself here. It's best if I can break through to the ultimate God realm here. Once I break through to the ultimate God realm, I'll be able to protect junior brother better. A young lady broke through the bloody mist like an azura. The vast city behind her was almost dyed in blood. She's finally gone. I was worried that she would kill me. She's too strong. The monarch is definitely in seclusion, and almost all the upper divine emperors in the capital were killed by her. She's also an upper divine emperor. How can she be so strong? Everyone looked at the back of the figure that was disappearing into the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. More people's faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Luckily, she didn't attack us. Other than the upper divine emperors, she didn't even kill the intermediate divine emperors who didn't attack her first. It's obvious that she's here for the reward. She's so unruly. I'm afraid she'll die soon. It's said that someone will awaken the monarch who is in seclusion soon. When the monarch wakes up, he'll definitely not let her off. Chapter 4154. In the Tianan continent there were many holy kingdoms. In any holy kingdom, the monarch was recognized as the strongest person. Only the strongest person could lead a holy kingdom. In this world, due to the existence of the rules and rewards, there were killings everywhere. As long as one was outside the city, no matter who it was, they could be killed. In the city, it was relatively peaceful, but it was not 100% peaceful. For example, this time, in the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation, which was recognized as the safest place in Feiyang Divine Nation, there was a bloodbath. A young girl entered the capital and killed upper-rank god emperors like an azura. She came and went like the wind. If the monarch is here, he will definitely kill her. In the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation, not long after the young girl left, some middle-rank god emperors and lower-rank god emperors gathered together. They stood in the air and looked in the direction the young girl had left in. However, they did not know that the young girl had left. Although the young girl had left, she did not stop there. The direction she was heading in indicated her destination. Previously, one of the upper-rank god emperors she killed told her where the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was cultivating in seclusion. The monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was a lower-rank ultimate god. Lower-rank ultimate god. As long as he is not ridiculously strong, even if I can't defeat him, I can still survive. If I can kill him, the rules and rewards will be very generous. The young girl was Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. It was a coincidence. Perhaps it was not a coincidence. After Lang Chunwan entered the trial ground, the person she possessed was also a young girl. However, the young girl looked completely different from her. She was originally a nameless young girl from a small village near the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation. After being possessed by Lang Chunwan, she became an upper-rank god emperor. Moreover, after entering the capital, she killed more than 10 upper-rank god emperors. At the same time, the geniuses of various forces who entered the trial ground with Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan were like fish in water. All of them were reluctant to leave this world and felt that 3 years was too short. As for the weaker ones, they would either be hunted down or die. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It wasn't a metaphor that was casually made up by the outside world. It was a true world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weak and I killed you, you would be gone. I had rules to reward you. There is no enmity between us, but I have the ability to kill you. There is a reward for killing you. That is the reason why I want to kill you. In this world, there was an irresistible reason to kill. Rule reward. Increase strength in all aspects. I really don't want to go out. Unfortunately, when the time is up, we will be automatically teleported out. What a great place. Now, I'm about to break through. In this world, opportunities aren't just rewards obtained from killing people. It's said that there are also various mystic realms and opportunities left behind by powerful beings. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the others. Right now, Duan Lingtian only knew that he was about to break through. Before entering the trial grounds of God, he was only a high-level celestial emperor who had not completely consolidated his cultivation. Now, in just half a year, not only did he consolidate his cultivation, but he also had the ability to break through to the Emperor God realm. Lower Emperor God. Within reach. I hope I can break through in one go this time. When he realized that he was getting closer and closer to the lower Emperor God realm, Duan Lingtian's emotions calmed down instead. He was unusually calm. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian randomly found a secluded place to cultivate. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura gushed out and spread rapidly, causing the weaker people and demonic beasts in the vicinity to move away. At the same time, figures left the vicinity quickly. That's the aura of someone breaking through to the Emperor God realm. The aura of the Emperor God realm, a lower Emperor God who has just broken through and his cultivation hasn't stabilized yet. Although some of the people nearby were only celestial emperors, they could tell from the aura that the owner of the aura had just broken through to the Emperor God realm. Since someone has entered the Emperor God realm, it means that an Emperor God secret realm is about to open. Let's hurry back and get the sect leader to come over. Emperor God's secret realm. If we bring this news back to the prefecture city and bring it to the prefecture master, we should be able to get a good reward, right? The Emperor God's secret realm is about to open. We must think of a way to inform the Emperor God experts. As long as we send the news over and get their confirmation, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. In this world, people who broke through to the Emperor God realm would be rewarded by the heavens and earth, the Emperor God's secret realm. Duan Lingtian did not know about this before, nor had he heard of it. The moment he broke through to the Emperor God realm, a portion of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, the cave in front of him was instantly shattered by a sudden force. Along with it, a large mountain range where the cave was located was also shattered. Boom! Rumble! As Duan Lingtian stepped into the air, there was a lingering fear on his face. This power that appeared out of nowhere gave him a feeling of powerlessness. At the moment it erupted, he even felt that he would die without a doubt. However, what surprised him was that the force did not cause any damage to him. It only destroyed the mountain range around him. However, when the mountain range was destroyed, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that many lives had withered. It was obvious that the force was not directed at living beings, but it was not directed at him. It was just that it was not directed at him. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere: Emperor God's secret realm. When a high-level godly emperor broke through to the Emperor God realm, he would be rewarded by the heavens and earth in the Emperor God's secret realm. The Emperor God's secret realm required 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time before one could enter it successfully. Moreover, one had to enter through teleportation. There was no requirement for the Emperor God's cultivation level as long as one was an Emperor God. This information, Duan Lingtian was certain that he did not know about the information in his mind in the past, nor had he come into contact with it. It was as though it had appeared out of nowhere. Apart from being surprised, he was also pleasantly surprised. Emperor God's secret realm. It was a secret realm that held great opportunities for Emperor Gods. Only Emperor Gods could enter it. It requires 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time? However, when he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was a little depressed. Doesn't that mean, even if the Emperor God's secret realm appears, I have to wait for the other 19 Emperor Gods to arrive before I can open it? 19 Emperor Gods. Where can I find them? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling depressed, The space in front of him vibrated. Following that, a huge door appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The door in the void was incomparably huge. On top of it, there were 20 palm prints arranged neatly. Moreover, they were all right-handed palm prints. 20 Emperor Gods pressed their hands on it and inject their Emperor God power into it to open the Emperor God's secret realm. This was the information that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, this information came from an expert. The Emperor God's secret realm will appear when a divine emperor enters the Emperor God realm. Will there be a divine emperor secret realm when a divine emperor breaks through to the ultimate God realm? Moreover, will there be a divine emperor secret realm when a divine king breaks through to the divine emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was pondering, a figure flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was as though it had turned into a stream of water and flowed all the way to Duan Lingtian. After a while, the water-like figure revealed itself. It was a middle-aged man in a blue long robe. After the middle-aged man appeared, he frowned slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian. Then, he asked in a condescending tone, "Young man, is this Emperor God's secret realm a reward from heaven and earth after you break through to the Emperor God realm?" Duan Lingtian was originally sizing up the middle-aged man in front of him. When the middle-aged man came over, he could tell that he was a medium God emperor from his divine power aura. Now, seeing that the middle-aged man was speaking to him so rudely, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Should he kill him? Or should he wait until he had gathered 20 God emperors and opened the Emperor God's secret realm before killing him? In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to wait for a while. It was not that easy to gather 20 God emperors. Even if he could, it would take a long time. A medium God emperor. Is he from the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's prefecture city? Duan Lingtian guessed. This place was not far from the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. If he's from the prefecture city, as long as the news of my breakthrough spreads far enough, he should be able to gather 20 God emperors very quickly. Now, Duan Lingtian also knew that the prefecture city had the most God emperors within the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's territory. Every big city under the Heavenly Spirit Mansion only had one God emperor each, and most of them were lower God emperors. In the wilderness outside the city, there were many God emperor realm hunters. However, these people were very scattered, and it was difficult to gather them together. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" The middle-aged man saw that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him and instantly felt that he was being humiliated. He was a medium God emperor, and a boy who had just broken through to the lower God emperor realm dared to ignore him. Was he courting death? If you don't want to die, shut up. However, facing the middle-aged man's anger, although Duan Lingtian was ignoring him, the moment he opened his mouth, the middle-aged man was stunned. Then, his face was filled with disbelief. Obviously, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would speak to him in such a manner. Ha ha! Just as the middle-aged man had not completely recovered from his shock, a loud laughter was heard. Then, a golden light flashed, and a medium God emperor who was skilled in the law of gold arrived. This medium God emperor looked like a young man. After he arrived, he looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man with a mocking expression. "Tan Wu, you're a medium God emperor. I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be threatened by a lower God emperor. To be precise, I was threatened by a lower God emperor who had just broken through today." As he spoke, the smile on the young man's face became brighter and brighter. In the brighter smile, there was a strong sense of mockery. End of chapter. Chapter 41-55. The middle-aged man, Tan Wu, had an ugly expression. When he heard the words of the young man who had just appeared, a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. "Boy, according to the rules, this is the Emperor God Mystery Realm that was triggered when you broke through to the Emperor God Realm. You should have a share. But now, since you're looking for death, I can only fulfill your wish." Tan Wu was already infuriated by Duan Lingtian. with the young man who came later fanning the flames. He finally couldn't hold it in and attacked Duan Lingtian. The moment he attacked, the void shook and a vast ocean pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Tan Wu, a medium emperor god, was good at water law. Humph! In the face of Tan Wu's attack, Duan Lingtian merely snorted coldly in disdain. He did not even move from his original spot. After that, he casually waved his hand, and a 7-colored sword ray shot out from his palm. Swoosh! The short-lived sword whistle contained the divine power of a god emperor. It was infused with the profound laws of space, as well as the sword Tao and the Tao of control. The sword left a white mark in the void. It was as if it could tear the space apart. Whoosh! When the 7-colored sword glow came into contact with the vast ocean formed by Tan Wu's attack, it seemed to give rise to an extremely terrifying temperature. In the blink of an eye, it caused the vast ocean to evaporate into water vapor before disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Tan Wu's expression changed and his pupils contracted rapidly. At that moment, he clearly felt that his powerful attack was dissolved by the lower emperor god in front of him. One should know that although it wasn't his full power, it wasn't a weak attack. At least it wasn't too difficult to kill a lower emperor god. He even used the power of a divine weapon for that attack. His divine weapon was a glove on his hand. Moreover, it was a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. *T. At the same time, Tan Wu's expression changed. Before he could finish his thought, he saw the rainbow light spot that was coming at him, and it kept growing bigger in front of his eyes. As the rainbow sword light was aimed at Tan Wu, in Tan Wu's eyes, the tip of the rainbow sword light and the sword body merged into one. It was a rainbow light spot. Whoosh! Tan Wu had just subconsciously raised his hand. Before he could even launch an attack, that flash of 7-colored sword light had already entered his body. It did not pass through his body. Instead, it rapidly swam and revolved around his body, causing blood to spurt out from all over his body. In the end, his body and his clothes turned into a bloody mist and fragments that filled the sky. A moment ago, he was still incomparably tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, he had already died. Whoosh! At this moment, a gigantic beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was bathed in white light. In the next instant, the white light entered Duan Lingtian's body. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. This was the second god emperor he had killed. The previous god emperor was killed by him before he had broken through to the god emperor realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the rule reward for killing a god emperor this time was slightly lesser than the rule reward for killing a god emperor before. Obviously, the rule reward for killing someone 1 level higher than him was far less than killing someone 2 levels higher than him. Duan Lingtian was still feeling the power that the rule reward in his body had given him. In the next instant, he was suddenly awakened by a sudden voice. "Brother! Good kill!" At this very moment, the second young god emperor who had arrived was looking at Duan Lingtian and cheering. "That Tan Wu! I have long disliked him. He is a person who deserves to die. Brother, you have killed him. In the future, you will be my friend. In the future, if you have any problems, you can look for me at the Wu family in the prefecture city. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely not decline." When the god emperor, Wu Xiangqian, looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a big smile on his face, appearing very friendly and enthusiastic. However, the fear and terror in the depths of his eyes betrayed his inner heart. Obviously, he was frightened by Duan Lingtian's method of killing Tan Wu. A lower god emperor who had just broken through to the realm of lower god emperor was actually killed instantly by Tan Wu, whose cultivation level was 1 level higher than his. Just now, even if it were me, I would not be able to escape death. Why do I feel that this lower god emperor is even scarier than an upper god emperor? Even an ordinary upper god emperor would have to put in a lot of effort to kill Tan Wu and me. It is impossible to do such an instant kill. Wu Xiangqian's strength was on par with Tan Wu. It was also because of this that he was really frightened. If the other party could kill Tan Wu like that, it meant that he could also kill him like that. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and glanced at Wu Xiangqian indifferently. In the depths of his eyes, there was a glimmer of light subconsciously. Should he kill this person as well? There were many rules and rewards. However, if he killed him, wouldn't he have to wait for another 19 god emperors to arrive? In the end, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move on the person in front of him. The most important reason was naturally because he needed the other party to open the God Emperor Mystic Realm together. The second reason was that the other party did not provoke him like the previous person. Have you entered the God Emperor Mystic Realm before? Although he did not kill the other party, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let the other party stay idle. He glanced at the other party indifferently and asked, "Yes, yes." At the same time that Wu Xiangqian hurriedly answered, the huge rock in his heart also slowly put down. At least for now, the other party did not plan to kill him. Now that the other party asked him, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. Tell me about the situation inside the God Emperor Mystic Realm. Duan Lingtian said. Every God Emperor Mystic Realm is different. Wu Xiangqian shook his head and said, including the God Emperor Mystic Realm that appeared when I broke through to the God Emperor Realm, I have entered a total of 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms. Everything in the God Emperor Mystic Realm is completely different every time. Entering any God Emperor Mystic Realm does not have any reference value. However, I can still talk about the situation of the 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms that I have entered. Now Wu Xiangqian had to be more cooperative and cooperative. It was also because there was no one present who knew him, otherwise their jaws would definitely drop. The usually arrogant God Emperor of the Wu family actually had such an obedient side? And while Wu Xiangqian was explaining the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian, the 3rd God Emperor also arrived. It was an old man wearing a long gray robe. He was a lower God Emperor. After the old man appeared, he saw Wu Xiangqian and immediately greeted him warmly with a smile. Young Master Wu, I didn't expect you to come as well. The old man's seniority was higher than Wu Xiangqian. When Wu Xiangqian was young, he respectfully called Wu Xiangqian Young Master. Although he had become a God Emperor now, he was only a lower God Emperor. Facing Wu Xiangqian, who was already a middle God Emperor, he did not dare to be disrespectful. However, what he did not expect was that Wu Xiangqian did not pay attention to him and was still explaining the situation of the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian. At this time, the old man's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian. This lower God Emperor, although he did not personally witness Duan Lingtian's attack, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. After he had just broken through and had not stabilized his cultivation, he inadvertently released his divine power. This allowed the old man to see that he was a lower God Emperor. He broke through to the lower God Emperor realm and opened the God Emperor Mystic Realms. The old man thought to himself, I feel that Wu Xiangqian is very careful in front of him. Could this young man have some shocking background? That should be it. If he did not have a shocking background, would Wu Xiangqian be like this? When the old man thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in his eyes. Although he wanted to greet the young man in front of him, he did not dare to interrupt because Wu Xiangqian was still talking to him. He was afraid of offending both the young man and Wu Xiangqian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Wu Xiangqian told Duan Lingtian about the 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms that he had been to, 3 rapid sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the scene. The 3 of them were led by a middle-aged man wearing a long golden robe with silver edges. The middle-aged man was tall and had a dignified aura between his eyebrows. Every movement of his seemed to carry a noble aura. Behind him, there were 2 ordinary-looking old men. Upper God Emperor? When the 3 of them arrived, Duan Lingtian could see their cultivation levels. The 2 old men behind them were only middle God Emperors, however. The middle-aged man in the lead was an upper God Emperor. Young man from Wu family, you are really well informed. You have arrived so quickly. After the middle-aged man in the lead appeared, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian before landing on Wu Xiangqian. He smiled slightly. Obviously, he knew Wu Xiangqian and was quite familiar with him. Mansion Master. At this time, Wu Xiangqian bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The lower god emperor, who was the second to arrive, also followed behind Wu Xiangqian and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Mansion Master." "Mansion Master?" Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. This person was the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The best among the upper god emperors? Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he could fight with an ordinary upper god emperor after entering the god emperor realm. However, he was only an ordinary upper god emperor. Moreover, he might not be able to win. If the person in front of him was really the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he would not be able to deal with him now. Congratulations on entering the God Emperor realm. After the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion nodded at Wu Xiangqian and completely ignored the lower God Emperor old man, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian thanked him. However, he was not as respectful as Wu Xiangqian and the old man in front of him. He had seen many ultimate gods before, so he did not feel anything strange when facing a upper god emperor. In fact, his fourth senior sister was a high god emperor. Moreover, she was a top existence among the upper god emperors. The Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion might be strong, but if he were to face his fourth senior sister, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. Chapter 4156. Duan Lingtian was calm as he faced the Spirit God Mansion Master. The person in question didn't seem to have any reaction. However, the two old men behind him who were intermediate god emperors were glaring at Duan Lingtian with hostility in their eyes. The patriarch of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion was calm, not because he had learned of what had happened from Wu Xiangqian, but because he was adept at hiding his emotions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was calm. It was impossible for him to not care. He was just a lower god emperor, and he had just made a breakthrough. The reason why I'm so warm towards you and congratulate you is because the God Emperor Mystic Realm with its tightly shut door appeared because of your breakthrough. I'm giving you some face. After all, your God Emperor Mystic Realm is also my opportunity. As the strongest God Emperor in the Spirit God Mansion, the Spirit God Mansion Master was sure that if he entered the God Emperor Mystic Realm, as long as it was based on strength, he would definitely get more benefits than the other God Emperors who entered with him. Wu Xiangqian stood there, his eyes flashing. He was considering whether to tell the Spirit God Mansion Master that the purple-clothed young man had killed the middle God Emperor Tan Wu. Tan Wu wasn't a nobody in the Heavenly Spirit Mansion. He was also related to the Spirit God Mansion Master in front of him. Forget it, I won't say it. In the end, Wu Xiangqian decided not to say it. Once he said it, the Spirit God Mansion Master would probably kill Duan Lingtian personally. Even if he didn't do it directly, he would definitely try to rope him in. However, the chances of that were not high. The Arch-Mystic Realm was opened by such a person. If one were to take too many of the opportunities inside, they might harbor a grudge. They might not be a match for you now, but they might attack you on a whim in the future. As for why the Spirit God Mansion Master might kill Duan Lingtian, he was also clear. Once I say it, he might not be able to kill this person. If he can't and I sell him, he might find trouble with me in the future. Because of this, Wu Xiangqian didn't say anything. Otherwise, with his cultivation, Duan Lingtian, a lower god emperor, wouldn't have been able to discover anything when he communicated with the Palace Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion, who was a higher god emperor. Whoosh! After the three of them, more people arrived. Most of them recognized the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master and took the initiative to greet him. Hum! A ray of blade light illuminated the heavens and the earth as it whizzed down from the distance, heading straight for the Mansion Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Mansion. At that instant, the dazzling saber glow caused the entire place to lose its color. How dare you! How dare you! The Patriarch of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion didn't react, but the two old men behind him were alarmed. They both tried to stop the blade light from falling from the sky. However, their attacks were not worth mentioning at all in front of this saber light. They were destroyed in an instant. The saber light continued to envelop the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Wu Ping, I didn't expect you to come as well. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch raised his head. He casually reached out and extinguished the saber light. Then he looked towards the horizon, where the saber light had come from. A tall and burly figure stepped through the air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a jade-green long robe. His face was full of beard and his eyes were like copper bells. He looked extremely rough. Manor Head Mo, your strength is indeed tyrannical. I have completely consolidated my cultivation as a high god emperor, but I was still easily crushed by you when I used my full strength. The middle-aged man with curly hair sighed. It was obvious that he was quite familiar with the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch. Mo1, the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch, smiled faintly. You didn't use a divine weapon just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block your attack so easily. Wu Ping, think about it again. Why don't you come under me? Mo1 said, trying to rope him in. Forget it. I'm used to being free. Wu Ping shook his head. If I wanted to, I would have done so back then. I wouldn't have waited until today. That's true. Mo1 nodded slightly. Judging from his expression, he was not surprised that Wu Ping would say such a thing. At this moment, Wu Ping looked at the two people behind Mo1. He grinned and said, the two of you, after so many years, you still haven't improved. I remember that back then, any one of you could have easily defeated me. But now, although Wu Ping did not continue speaking, the expressions of the two people behind Mo1 had turned slightly gloomy. Wu Ping had indeed lost to them in the past. They had even questioned why the palace master valued Wu Ping, an ordinary medium god emperor. But today, it seemed that the palace master had long seen through Wu Ping's extraordinary abilities. The ability that Wu Ping had displayed today was already beyond their reach. Even if the two of them joined forces against Wu Ping, they would only be killed. That's enough. Mo1 could not take it anymore. He said lightly, Wu Ping, although I love talents, it doesn't mean that I can watch my people be humiliated by you. Some words are enough to be said once. Why don't I look for you to spar with next time? When Mo1 said this, the two people behind him looked grateful. Wu Ping smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Palace Master, I was just joking with the two seniors. It was just a joke. Seniors. Wu Ping's words caused the expressions of the two people behind Mo1 to change. Their gazes also became particularly complicated. Perhaps they were really old. Who broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and opened the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Soon, Wu Ping's attention began to wander around the others. In the end, it landed on Duan Lingtian. Is it this little brother? Congratulations, congratulations. This time, if I, Wu Ping, gain anything in this Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, I will definitely owe you a favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Wu Ping promised as he congratulated Duan Lingtian. Senior, you are too kind. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Wu Ping. Although this Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was opened because of me, if the other 19 Divine Emperors were not present, it would not have been opened. As for the opportunities inside, it all depends on one's luck. Senior, you don't have to feel that you owe me a favor. Duan Lingtian said frankly. When Duan Lingtian said this, not only did Wu Ping look surprised, but even the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Palace Master, Mo1, the two people behind him, and the old man in the lower-level Divine Emperor realm were shocked. Obviously, they had not expected Duan Lingtian to reject a favor from a higher-level Divine Emperor. Moreover, it was a higher-level Divine Emperor who had completely consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, although Wu Shangqian was also looking at Duan Lingtian, he did not show too much surprise. This was because in his eyes, this youth in purple had a shocking background. Perhaps the faction behind him had a godly, venerable, strong practitioner? Someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, or even surpass him. Haha, good, very good. Wu Ping regained his senses and laughed. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with friendliness. Little brother, I feel that you're becoming more and more to my liking. Next, if we meet in the Divine Emperor's secret realm, I'll definitely protect you. This is also my way of repaying your favor. Don't reject me. I, Wu Ping, am also a reputable person in the Heaven's spiritual mansion. My words are as good as nails. Since Wu Ping had said so, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to reject him, it was difficult for him to open his mouth. However, deep in his heart, his impression of Wu Ping had grown even better. Although Duan Lingtian had changed into a purple robe, his appearance had not changed. He still looked like Yu Wenfeng, the male pet of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyo City. The city governor of Wuyo City probably won't come, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This time, the opening of the Divine Emperor's secret realm required 20 Divine Emperors to open it together. Moreover, only the 20 Divine Emperors who participated in the opening could enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm. However, even so, it was not easy to gather 20 people. Now, apart from him, there were a total of 6 people present. Including him, there were only 7 people. They were still short of 13 people. 13 Divine Emperors. Naturally, the Heaven's spiritual mansion did not lack them. However, these Divine Emperors would only come when they received news. If they don't continue to send messages to their friends, I'm afraid it will be difficult for another 13 Divine Emperors to come. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the few Divine Emperors before him. Of course, he was just thinking about it because he knew that these people would definitely call their friends to enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm when they saw that no one else was coming. As expected, after waiting for about 2 hours and no one came, Mo1, the Heaven's spiritual mansion lord, spoke up. Everyone, how about we call our friends over for the remaining 13 Divine Emperors? 13 spots. As the host, this little brother will take 3 spots. Everyone should have no objections, right? After Mo1 glanced at Duan Lingtian, he looked at the others. When they heard this, they naturally shook their heads to show that they had no objections. Little brother, what about you? Mo1 looked at Duan Lingtian again and asked with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he shrugged and said, I don't have any friends. Forget about the 3 spots. I only want one. I'll have to trouble Mansion Lord Mo to ask the City Lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, to come over. Duan Lingtian said to Mo1. The City Lord of Wuyo City? Lu Wuyo? When Duan Lingtian said this, Mo1 was first stunned. Then, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, you know the City Lord of Wuyo City? Meanwhile, Wu Xiangqian and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. Sensing their gazes, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Why are they looking at me like that? I really don't know anyone. When I came to this world, before all of you, I only came into contact with one Divine Emperor, Lu Wuyo, well, other than those who have died at my hands. Call for help, Mo1 said. Although there were no soul pearls to transmit messages in this world, there were still things that could be used to transmit messages. However, the security was far less reliable than soul pearls. It required a special jade called a communication jade. It was similar to the messenger pigeon and had the risk of being intercepted halfway. Chapter 4157. Since little brother has said so, I'll leave 6 of the remaining 12 spots open. Wu Ping will take 3, Wu Xiangqian will take 2, and I'll leave the last one for you. Do you have any objections? Mo1, the governor of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, looked at the elder in the lower God Emperor realm and asked calmly. I'll listen to the governor's arrangements. The elder hurriedly shook his head, indicating that he had no objections. What objections could he have? Or rather, how would he dare to have any objections? Among the God Emperors present, he was the weakest so far. Perhaps he was more powerful than the purple-robed youth who had just become a God Emperor, but the latter had a powerful background. Didn't he see that even Wu Xiangqian, a middle God Emperor, was respectful to him? Anyway, he could not afford to offend him. He did not want to offend him either. As for what the other party had said about him not having any God Emperor friends, perhaps he really did not have any. The people behind him might all be godly venerables and above. If they are all godly venerables, then the faction they belong to must be a faction above the divine nations. The elder thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Taking a deep breath, the elder saw that the governor of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, MO1, and the people behind him had sent out many messaging jades. He did not stay idle and immediately took out a messaging jade and threw it out. However, the speed of the elder's messaging jade was obviously not as fast as MO1 and the others. The speed of the messaging jade was also dependent on one's cultivation. However, the elder's messaging jade was different from MO1's. His messaging jade was similar to the messaging jades of the two people behind MO1, flying behind the clouds. The messaging jades flew behind the clouds, so the chances of them being intercepted were lower. After all, no one would squat there for no reason. If they were really squatted, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wu Xiangqian sent out the last two messaging jades, also flying behind the clouds. He and the two people behind MO1 were both medium god emperors. In theory, their messaging jades could be easily intercepted by any medium god emperor and above. Swoosh! 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 Wu Ping also threw out three messaging jades. Like MO1's, he did not fly above the clouds. MO1's and Wu Ping's communication jades were within the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's territory, so they didn't really need to be intercepted. This was because there weren't many high-level god emperors in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. Moreover, even if there really was a high-level god emperor who saw their communication jade, they wouldn't easily intercept it because it was a taboo. When the communication jade was intercepted, the person who sent the communication jade would have sensed it. At that time, if they delayed the important matter, they would become enemies. Any high-level god emperor, if they could choose, would not easily become enemies with another high-level god emperor. Little brother, I've sent a communication jade to City Governor Wu Yu. I'm sure she'll be here soon. After everyone sent out their communication jades, MO1, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Speaking of which, last time when City Lord Wu Yu broke through, she opened the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. I also entered it. That time my luck was pretty good. I got some things. This time around, little brother, I hope that you will be able to gain something from your Emperor God's secret realm. MO1 was the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wu Yu City, had not been MO1's subordinate before she broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. She had only become MO1's subordinate after she had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and had invited MO1 over. Furthermore, she had given MO1 more than 10 slots to enter the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. MO1 was also generous. After Lu Wuyo had consolidated her cultivation as a lower-level god emperor, he had appointed her as the city governor. One look and I can tell that the mansion lord is someone with great luck. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wu Yu City. That city governor of Wu Yu City probably didn't expect to see me again so soon, right? Wu Yu City, the city lord's manor. Lu Wuyo was originally cultivating when suddenly, a communication jade came from afar. It directly passed through the main door of the city lord's manor and entered the city lord's manor. However, it was blocked outside by a stratagem. Someone sent me a message through the communication jade? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Wuyo raised her eyebrows. Who could it be? The communication jade couldn't accurately fly to a person. It could only reach an approximate location and could only be transmitted through the location. For example, if you weren't at home and the communication jade was sent to you, the communication jade would go to your home. However, if you weren't at home, you wouldn't be able to receive the communication jade and see the content inside. This limited many things. At the very least, outsiders like Duan Lingtian couldn't communicate with other outsiders who came in together. If they wanted to be together, they could only rely on luck. Very quickly, the communication jade was sent to Lu Wuyo's hands. When Lu Wuyo's deified soul entered it, immediately, a hearty laugh reverberated in her ears. Wuyo, the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened. Come over immediately. The location is... Lord Mansion Lord. Lu Wuyo could tell that this was the voice of the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, Mo1. Also, the voice could be faked, but when the voice came, the familiar aura mixed with it couldn't be faked. This aura came from the fusion of deified soul and divine power. Couldn't be faked. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened, and the Lord Mansion Lord is inviting me over? What's the situation? Lu Wuyo knew her place. She was just a small city lord. Moreover, she had become a city lord by playing petty tricks. Even if the Mansion Lord owed her a favor and allowed her to become the city lord of Wuyo City, this favor could be considered repaid. Could it be that the Lord Mansion Lord wants to set me up with his son? Thinking of this, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but frown. If the Mansion Lord didn't know that the Mansion Lord's son was pursuing her, it would definitely be a lie. However, hadn't the Mansion Lord's son already given up? Or did he plant someone in my city lord mansion and know that my boy toy has already left? No, he can't be so bored. If he really doesn't mind that I have a boy toy, he can just kill him directly. Lu Wuyo thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. However, she knew that she definitely had to go. She couldn't refuse and she didn't want to refuse. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was a good place. Back then, when the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm opened, although she had also entered, she didn't obtain anything good because she was the weakest. The good things were all taken away by the Mansion Lord and the people he brought. This time, her strength was no longer the same as before. Now that she had consolidated her cultivation base as a lower god emperor, she was confident she could obtain some good things in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Whoosh! Lu Wuyo walked out of the mansion and rose into the air. Then, she flew directly to the place the Mansion Lord had mentioned. It was also the place where the entrance to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was located. Along the way, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but think of her boy toy Yu Wenfeng. Of course, it was just a fake boy toy. She, Lu Wuyo, was still a virgin and had never come into contact with any man. The so-called boy toy was just a way to avoid the pursuit of the Mansion Lord's son. He was possessed in the City Lord Mansion. In other words, if I didn't make him my fake boy toy, he wouldn't have suffered such a calamity? Lu Wuyo sighed when she thought of this. Even if she had made him her fake boy toy, she did not feel she had mistreated him. After he entered the City Lord Mansion, he lived a life of luxury and was much better than before. However, now that he had been possessed and his soul had been destroyed, she could not help but feel a little guilty. However, the expert who possessed him had the cultivation base of a high-level divine emperor when he first possessed him. Moreover, he displayed such combat strength when he was only a high-level divine emperor. He was most likely a godly venerable expert in the past. Although she pitied Yu Wenfeng for being possessed, she did not hate the expert. This was because the world was ruled by the strong. Even she, Lu Wuyo, was not confident she could control her own fate. In this world, only the truly strong could control their own fate. Of course, this was only relative control. If the legendary god of creation really existed, if the god of creation wanted someone dead, even a godly venerable would not be able to escape death. After all, legend had it that this world was created by the god of creation. Mansion Lord. Mansion Lord. Outside the God Emperor Mystery Dimension opened by Duanling Tian, the first batch of God Emperors to arrive were all God Emperors under the Mansion Lord Mo1. There were medium God Emperors and lower God Emperors. Of course, most of them were medium God Emperors. This time, all the medium God Emperors under Mo1, except for a few city lords, were present. As for the lower God Emperors, they were either directly related to Mo1 or had elders who were strong practitioners by his side. As for the upper God Emperors, they did not appear again. Of course, this was also because there were no upper God Emperors by Mo1's side. In the Heaven Spirit Mansion, he was the only upper God Emperor. In fact, in the entire Heaven Spirit Mansion, there were only a handful of upper God Emperors. Wu Ping. Soon, another upper God Emperor, Wu Ping, also arrived. Two medium God Emperors came together, and then another medium God Emperor also arrived. He had only called medium God Emperors. It was not that he did not want to call upper God Emperors, but he did not have any upper god emperor friends. In the Heaven Spirit Mansion, upper god emperors were not common. As for Wu Xiangxian, he had called a upper god emperor, but he was not from the Wu clan. The Wu clan's representative was an old man, his elder. Like him, he was also a medium god emperor. In the current generation of the Wu clan, the strongest were only a few medium god emperors. Originally, Wu Xiangxian had wanted the Wu clan to send 2 medium god emperors. However, the Wu clan's intention was to give a slot to a upper god emperor as a favor. This was also the reason why one of the 2 people Wu Xiangxian had called was a upper god emperor. The mansion lord is here too. On Wu Xiangxian's side, the upper god emperor that the Wu clan had called was a skinny old man. He looked weak, but when he appeared, even the mansion lord of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, Mo1, had a slightly serious expression. Elder Zhong. Mo1 cupped his hands slightly and bowed to the old man. Chapter 4158. Zhong Bainan was one of the more famous upper god emperors in the Heaven Spiritual Mansion. He usually lived in seclusion, but because of his glorious past, many people knew about him. Of course, some people had already spread the rumor that he had died under the 1,000-year tribulation. That was right. In this world, the 1,000-year tribulation existed too. In addition, Zhong Bainan was already very old, so many people believed that he had died. However, his appearance now had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of most of the people present that thought that he had died. It turned out that this old man was still alive. Elder Zhong. Greetings, Elder Zhong. I didn't expect the Wu clan to be so influential that they even invited Elder Zhong. In the eyes of everyone present, the old man in front of them was a living fossil. At the same time, they could guess that he was still alive, so his strength must be much stronger than before. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live until now. Even if he had not broken through to the ultimate god realm, he was definitely close. Everyone who has broken through in the opening of the Emperor God's secret realm this time. Zhong Bainan glanced at everyone and asked with a smile. In the next moment, Wu Xiangxian looked at Duan Ling Tian and said respectfully to Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, this brother has broken through and opened the Emperor God's secret realm. Hearing that, Zhong Bainan glanced at Duan Ling Tian and nodded with a smile, but did not say anything. His eyes did not linger on Duan Ling Tian for long. However, the moment he looked away, he saw disdain deep in his eyes. Obviously, this old man was not as kind and open-minded as he looked. At least until now, among the 3 upper god emperors present, Duan Ling Tian had the worst impression of him. This old man, I hope he doesn't provoke me. If he really provokes me, even if I can't defeat him directly, it's not impossible for me to kill him with a sneak attack. He should be a quasi-ultimate god among the upper god emperors. If I really kill him, the rewards will be great. It will definitely be more than what I get for killing a middle god emperor when I'm a upper god emperor. As Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, a slightly oppressive light flashed in the depths of his eyes at the same time. This world was truly too crazy. Even if he was not a crazy person, he could not help but have crazy thoughts from time to time. Of course, in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's heart, he constantly warned himself, in this world, don't trust anyone. Anyone could take his life, not for anything else but for the rewards of the rules. Even if the 3 high-level god emperors in front of him, even if they killed him, there wouldn't be any rewards. But who knew if they wouldn't act against him, capture him, heavily injure him, and let those people kill him for the sake of their own juniors, the lower-level god emperors under their command, or even the existences with weaker cultivations. After the arrival of the people who had been notified through their communication jades, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. She was one of the only 2 women present. There was also a woman, an old woman. She was found by the old man who had appeared after Wu Xiangxian. She was a middle god emperor. Manor Lord. Although the city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, immediately bowed to the Manor Lord of Heaven's spiritual manor, Mo1, after arriving, there was a mixture of shock and disbelief in the depths of her eyes. What did she see just now? She saw her male pet, No, it should be said that he was a shell of her former puppet male pet who had been controlled by someone else. The other party was actually present. He had broken through to the Emperor God realm. Or, this time the God Emperor mystic realm was opened because of his breakthrough. City Lord Wuyo. Mo Wen looked at Lu Wuyo and laughed. This time you can come because of this little brother. It was him who said that he would give you a spot. As Mo Wen spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on Lu Wuyo's face again. At the same time, he further confirmed that this divine Emperor Mystery Realm was opened after the person in front of him had broken through. Otherwise, the Manor Lord of Heaven's spiritual manor would not be so polite to him. Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian. Just as he opened his mouth, he almost subconsciously called out the name of the previous owner of the body that Duan Lingtian was currently occupying. However, at the critical moment he changed his words. You have entered the Emperor God realm? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I just entered the Emperor God realm today. The Manor Lord originally said that he would give me 3 spots, but after thinking about it, I don't have any friends nearby, so I only gave 1 spot to you. Duan Lingtian said it casually, but Lu Wuyo's heart could not help but palpitate. He did not expect that this big shot, who meant a godly venerable strong practitioner, would actually still remember him. Moreover, he had even given him this opportunity. Thank you, my lord. Lu Wuyo transmitted his thanks to Duan Lingtian. Although the others had the ability to eavesdrop, they were not prepared at this moment. In addition, they were not interested, so no one eavesdropped on Lu Wuyo's transmission to Duan Lingtian. Now that everyone is here, this divine Emperor Mystery Realm should also begin. After Lu Wuyo and the last person arrived, one of the 3 upper god emperors, Wu Ping, spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian and the others naturally had no objections. After a while, under the situation where the 20 of them channeled their divine power into the entrance of the divine Emperor Mystery Realm, the entrance of the divine Emperor Mystery Realm finally turned into a ray of light and swept everyone away. In the next moment, the light dissipated, and the tightly shut entrance of the divine Emperor Mystery Realm was still there, but the handprint on it had disappeared. Duan Lingtian and the other 20 Emperor gods also disappeared together. During this process, Duan Lingtian only saw darkness and light in front of his eyes. When his eyes regained light, he also realized that there were another 19 people beside him. Everyone was arranged in one place. Wu Xiangqian, the old man who came after Wu Xiangqian, and many others who had discovered this, had ugly expressions on their faces. In the Arch-Mystic realm, it was best for those with weak cultivations to be separated immediately after entering. That way, they would not become targets for the experts. Now that everyone was gathered together, the weaker ones would undoubtedly become the targets of the stronger ones. Perhaps the stronger ones would not make a move at the start, but when there was a conflict of interest, the stronger ones would definitely not hold back. Everyone is gathered together? Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at this time. Previously, Wu Xiangqian had told him about the situation of the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms, and they were all Divine Emperor Mystery Realms that Wu Xiangqian had entered personally. However, according to Wu Xiangqian, after everyone was sent in, they would be separated. The few times he entered the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, it was the same. Generally speaking, at this time Wu Ping spoke. At this time he frowned slightly. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm where everyone is gathered is also one of the better ones among the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms. Only a genius who has broken through to the Divine Emperor Realm can open such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. After saying this, Wu Ping took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian, as though he wanted to remember this genius completely. There are many resources in such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, and some of them are even extremely rare. After saying this, Wu Ping paused for a moment. Then, he looked at the Heaven Spirit Mansion's Mansion Lord Mo1 and the other high-level Divine Emperor, Zhong Bainan, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Although he was a high-level Divine Emperor, he hoped that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm he entered would be separated from everyone at the beginning. This way, as long as he did not meet Mo1 or Zhong Bainan, no one would be able to snatch it from him. However, now the worst-case scenario had occurred. Everyone was grouped together. At this moment, while Wu Ping was filled with wariness towards Mo1 and Zhong Bainan, Mo1 and Zhong Bainan looked at each other and saw the wariness in each other's eyes. The three high-level divine emperors were not afraid of the others. However, right now, they were not the only high-level divine emperors here. Of course, regardless of whether it was Mo1 or Zhong Bainan, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. At least, before both of them were injured, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. It was also because of this that once they fought, they had to consider Wu Ping as an unstable factor. Wu Ping might become the Oriole and they would be the Mantis and Cicada. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian could sense the tension between the three high-level divine emperors. However, he did not take this opportunity to be idle. He looked around for a while and extended his deified soul at the right time. Before Duan Ling Tian extended his deified soul, everything was calm and peaceful. However, when his deified soul extended out, the originally calm void shook and swayed. Then, the void shattered and terrifying spatial storms howled out from behind the shattered void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Other than Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyo, all the low-level divine emperors present who were not ready were instantly engulfed by the spatial storms. Although the group of medium-level divine emperors had escaped this calamity, they were all in a somewhat pathetic state. The ones who had it the easiest were naturally the three high-level divine emperors. There was also Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was dragging Lu Wuyo and performing a teleportation. Otherwise, just now, even if he did not die, he would definitely be severely injured. As for Lu Wuyo, if he did not make a move, he would definitely die. "What are you doing?" Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "You want to kill us?" When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he naturally could not help but feel a little awkward. This was because he did not expect that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm did not allow the use of deified soul. Previously, he had not heard anyone mention this. That was not right. Previously, Wu Xiangqin had told him that after entering the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, one could freely use deified soul to explore the surroundings. Could it be that Wu Xiangqin had lied to him? Or perhaps the rules were different because the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that Wu Xiangqin had entered was not a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that was filled with many people? His reaction is faster than a medium-level Divine Emperor. At this moment, the gaze of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Master Mo1 changed quite a bit when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Chapter 4159. Everyone present was blind. Under such circumstances, the purple-robed young man in front of them was still alive. He even managed to survive with another lower-level God Emperor. This was enough to show how strong he was. He was not as simple as he seemed. Even if he had just stepped into the Emperor God realm, his strength would not be weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. If there was anyone present who was not surprised, it would be Lu Wuyo, who had been saved by Duan Ling Tian, and Wu Xiangqin, the middle-level God Emperor from the Wu family of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. Lu Wuyo had seen Duan Ling Tian's strength. Back then, Duan Ling Tian was only a upper-level God Emperor and he could easily suppress her, who was already a lower-level God Emperor. Now, Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the Emperor God realm. Naturally, he was stronger. Lu Wuyo was not surprised by this. As for Wu Xiangqin, in everyone's eyes, Wu Xiangqin was the first to arrive after the Emperor God's secret realm opened. However, only Wu Xiangqin knew that he was not the first to arrive. The first to arrive was another middle-level God Emperor. However, he had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. He had provoked Duan Ling Tian and offended Duan Ling Tian. He had been killed. Humph! The other of the two women present, the old lady, was staring at Duan Ling Tian with hostility. She snorted coldly and said, "You, a lower-level God Emperor, are not weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. However, my friend was indirectly killed by you. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" The old lady was a friend of the old lower-level God Emperor who had arrived first after Wu Xiangqin. The old lower-level God Emperor had been killed just like the other lower-level God Emperors. Of course, Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary. Otherwise, the old lady would have attacked Duan Lingtian directly. She was very clear that in this situation, other than Lu Wuyo who had been saved by Duan Lingtian, everyone present was eager for someone to attack Duan Lingtian. Facing the old lady's aggression, Duan Lingtian only glanced at her indifferently. This is my first time entering the Emperor God's secret realm. I don't know the rules. Also, I am the one who opened the Emperor God's secret realm. I did not force your friend to come in, right? Since he came in, he naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. When I activated the attack mechanism, it did not avoid me. I am one of the victims, right? Don't tell me that I'll seek my own death? The old woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Ling. Zhong Bainan warned Duan Lingtian after he glanced at Duan Lingtian with an unfriendly gaze. As far as he was concerned, he was just a little frightened. He did not suffer any substantial loss. At this moment, the two people behind Mo1, the governor of Heaven's spiritual mansion, had a bigger reaction. The two of them looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Just now, the group of inferior god emperors who were indirectly killed by Duan Lingtian were mostly from Heaven's spiritual mansion. They were the ones who had called them over. Mo1, the governor of Heaven's spiritual mansion, was actually unhappy. However, as the governor of a mansion, and this was the Emperor God's secret realm opened by Duan Lingtian, he did not fall out with him. Of course. In fact, in his opinion, it did not matter whether they fell out or not. Since this person who opened the Emperor God's secret realm appeared here with everyone, he would definitely not be able to escape death in the end. Even if his strength was not weaker than an ordinary medium god emperor. In the arch-mystic realm, as long as the people who entered gathered together, the ones who survived were usually the strongest people, as well as those who the strongest people did not intend to kill. In his eyes, this purple-robed young man was already a dead man. Hence, there was no need to be calculative with him. I plan to separate from them. Are you coming? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Wuyo, then sent a voice transmission. Because one could not use their deified consciousness here, and the others did not release their deified consciousness, he was not worried that someone would eavesdrop on his voice transmission. Even Lu Wuyo did not know why, but after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, she subconsciously agreed. Now, she still felt that it was a little unrealistic. Just now, she had almost died. It was the person in front of her who saved her life. Whoosh! Almost at the same time that Lu Wuyo agreed, Duan Lingtian had already teleported away with her. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. In fact, even if it was just one teleportation, he had already left the sight of others. However, after the first teleportation, his aura was still locked on by the three upper-level god emperors. This was also the reason why the three upper-level god emperors were still calm when they realized that Duan Lingtian had left. However, when they realized that Duan Lingtian had teleported a second time, along with Lu Wuyo, and their auras had disappeared together, their expressions changed. Wu Ping's face was filled with shock. Second teleportation? At this moment, even Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen's faces were more or less filled with shock. Clearly, they had not expected that the lower-level god emperor had mastered the spatial laws to teleport a second time. No wonder he has such speed and ability. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian had managed to survive with Lu Wuyo, becoming the only two lower-level god emperors present, they suddenly understood. If he wants to die, we don't have to stop him. Now, you guys follow me. Zhong Bainan looked at the two Wu clan members, including Wu Xiangqian, and said. The two of them naturally nodded in agreement. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with helplessness. They never thought that it would be a divine the arch-mystic realm that was a gathering place. This also meant that once something good appeared, there would be no share for them. However, they didn't dare to run around, because they all knew that in this kind of god the arch-mystic realm, it was the easiest to die alone. Only when a group of people gathered together and faced the upcoming dangers together would they have a chance to survive. This was also the reason why Zhong Bainan said that Duan Lingtian was seeking death. On the other side, Wu Ping also spoke. He asked the 3 god emperors he had called over to follow him closely and not leave the vicinity. As for Heaven's Spirit Mansion Manor Head Mo1, there was no need for him to say anything. The middle-level god emperors that he had called over had never left his side. Otherwise, with the sudden turn of events and the few lower-level god emperors who were further away from him with his strength, he could have easily protected them. For a moment, only the middle-level god emperor old woman that the old man had found didn't look too good. She felt like she had been abandoned. Following this, if she really encountered danger, would those 3 high god emperors help her? The answer was no. Taking a deep breath, the old woman's gaze changed. Then, she looked at Mo1 and said, "Manor Lord, I will also go and look for my own opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, she fled into the distance. However, halfway through, before she could leave the sight of Mo1 and the others, she was suddenly engulfed by a surge of power that appeared in the void. Her aura also disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, even the expressions of the 3 high-level god emperors present became much more serious. Maybe, now, that purple-robed youth and Lu Wuyo have already died. A few middle-level god emperors whispered to the people beside them. But had Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo really died? Not far away, 2 figures were hiding, looking at the place where the old woman had died. Duan Lingtian was the first to send a voice transmission to the person beside him. "We seem to be quite lucky." When Lu Wuyo heard this, she rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Don't you know that this kind of gathering mystery realm will only be safe if the person who opens it travels alone? That's why you asked me to leave with you?" Lu Wuyo had once obtained an ancient book by chance. In it, there was a record of such a mystery realm. It also recorded some information that many people didn't know about. Among them, there was such a situation. "I really didn't know." Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly. He had thought that Lu Wuyo had left with him because she trusted him. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. She had left with him because she knew that it was safe to follow him. What he didn't know was, although Lu Wuyo knew this was important, she hadn't considered this when she agreed to his request. She had just subconsciously trusted him. Then, after being led away by him, she remembered this. At this moment, when Lu Wuyo heard Duan Lingtian's words, she only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately teasing her. In her eyes, although the person in front of her was the shell of her former male pet, the soul inside definitely belonged to a former godly venerable expert. She thought it was normal for a godly venerable expert to know this. It would be strange if he didn't know. As for coincidence, she didn't believe it. "You want to follow them?" Just when Lu Wuyo thought that Duan Lingtian would take her away from the others and search for opportunities alone after watching the show, she realized that Duan Lingtian had followed Mo1 and the others of Heaven's spiritual mansion. At this moment, the 3 upper-level god emperors were leading the people around them forward. "Let's see the situation first. I'm not familiar with this place," Duan Lingtian said. "Moreover, if we follow behind them, we might be able to get some benefits." Lu Wuyo was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She couldn't help but advise Duan Lingtian, "It's meaningless to do this. Even if they really find something good, we won't get a share. Don't tell me you're thinking of snatching food from the tiger's mouth from the 3 upper-level god emperors." In her opinion, this was a very unrealistic thing. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he quietly followed the people in front of him. Because the people didn't dare to use their divine consciousness, they didn't notice him and Lu Wuyo, who was following behind him. Lu Wuyo followed behind Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness. She didn't want to follow the young man in front of her, but she had no other choice. If she left the young man alone, she would end up like the old woman earlier. "Let's follow him first. When he sees that those people have obtained something good and he can't interfere, he won't follow them anymore." Lu Wuyo comforted herself in her heart. Chapter 4160. How much do you know about this kind of Emperor God secret realm? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Wuyo, who was beside him. When Lu Wuyo heard this, she thought Duan Lingtian was testing her, so she did not think too much about it. She said in a clear voice, "My lord, I obtained an ancient book by accident and have a certain understanding of the divine emperor's secret zones. I just don't know if what is recorded in the ancient book is the same as what my lord knows." "What is recorded in the ancient book?" Lu Wuyo said loudly and said what she knew about this kind of emperor god's secret realm in the ancient book. During this process, Duan Lingtian also nodded. This kind of emperor god's secret realm where all the people who entered gathered together was also the best kind of emperor god's secret realm. The so-called output referred to the various kinds of resources and treasures produced in this emperor god's secret realm, which were more than ordinary emperor god's secret realms. Among them, there was no lack of items that even upper-level god emperors dreamed of. It was extremely difficult for upper-level god emperors to enter the ultimate god realm, unless they had some natural treasures to help them. Some rare natural treasures could even help upper-level god emperors who had no chance of entering the ultimate god realm to enter the ultimate god realm in one go. And these rare natural treasures were all things that upper-level god emperors dreamed of. For these natural treasures, upper-level god emperors did not hesitate to fight with people of the same cultivation level. Of course, although these natural treasures have a chance of appearing in this kind of emperor god secret realm, they do not appear every time. It all depends on luck. After hearing this from Lu Wuyo, although Duan Lingtian did not have much hope, it would be a lie to say that there was no ripple in his heart. To him, this kind of thing was also a treasure that he dreamed of. But if such a treasure really appears, it will be difficult to get it. Looking at the three upper-level god emperors in the distance, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly. He was not afraid of the middle-level god emperors present if he went all out. But the upper-level god emperors, other than Wu Ping, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating the other two. Even if it was Wu Ping, he did not have the confidence to defeat him. At most, he had the confidence to fight him to a draw. "My strength is still a little weak," Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed with his own eyes that the group of people in front of him encountered some natural treasures and resources one after another. They even obtained some treasures after passing some tests. However, these treasures were mainly split between Mo1 and Zhong Bainan. Although Wu Ping also received some, his share was the least. In fact, he didn't even have half of the former two. Even so, Wu Ping did not seem to be dissatisfied. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that perhaps there was dissatisfaction in his heart, but it was not good for him to show it, and he did not dare to show it. However, Wu Ping was usually the one to make a move. Wu Ping was very aware of this. Mo1 and Zhong Bainan would only make a move when they encountered some tricky challenges. When the two of them made a move, they would usually be able to easily resolve the problem in a short amount of time. He is indeed powerful. Especially this Zhong Bainan. I feel that his ability is even stronger than Mo1's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Mo1 was the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. Zhong Bainan was a hidden strong practitioner in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. His ability was obviously above Mo1's. It was no wonder that Mo1 was so polite and respectful in front of him. The two people from the Wu clan, including Wu Xiangqian, followed Zhong Bainan and received many benefits. At the very least, the two of them had bright smiles on their faces. Unlike the three people beside Wu Ping, their expressions were not very good. However, since Wu Ping did not say anything, they naturally did not dare to say anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the seeds of conflict had already been planted among these three groups of people. They were just waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Duan Lingtian had originally only thought about this opportunity. Who would have thought that it would really come a few days later? Heavenly Path Fruit. As the void in front of them shook, a medium-sized fruit tree appeared before the three groups of people. Everyone's eyes turned red, including Mo1, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. The branches of the fruit tree were lush and strong. The leaves were blood-red and vein-like patterns could be vaguely seen on them. It looked very strange. On the top of this ancient tree hung three fruits that were shining with blood-red light. They were the size of apples, and the aura they emitted was refreshing even from a distance. Heavenly path fruit? Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations in front of him. At the same time, he also sensed the aura of the two fruits on the fruit tree. Just by feeling the aura, he felt the meridians in his body instantly open up, and the divine power in his body seemed to be boiling. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. Duan Lingtian was sure of this. Heavenly path fruit. At this moment, Lu Wuyo, who was beside Duan Lingtian, was in a daze. This thing actually appeared. This thing is a supreme treasure to become a venerable god. Among all the treasures of heaven and earth that can help an upper divine emperor become a venerable god, it can be ranked in the top 3 supreme treasures. Who would have thought that we would be so lucky to see this heavenly path fruit? It is said that the more talented a person is, the better the treasures inside the divine, the arch-mystic realm will be. Heavenly path fruit and 2 other treasures that can help an upper divine emperor become a venerable god can only appear in the divine, the arch-mystic realm after a super genius has broken through. Moreover, I have only heard of one heavenly path fruit appearing in a divine, the arch-mystic realm. I have never heard of a divine, the arch-mystic realm that has 2 supreme treasures like heavenly path fruits. 3. Lu Wuyo muttered to himself and looked at Duan Lingtian again. Other than shock, there was more disbelief in his eyes. How monstrous was this person in front of him to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine, the arch-mystic realm. At this time, heavy breathing sounds could be heard from afar. At the same time, a person beside Wu Ping exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! How monstrous is that young man to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine, the arch-mystic realm." These are heavenly path fruits, not ordinary divine fruits. In a divine, the arch-mystic realm, these are considered the most supreme treasures. Only the other 2 divine fruits with similar effects can be compared to them. However, no matter if it is the heavenly path fruit or the other 2 divine fruits, I have only heard of one of the 3 appearing in a divine, the arch-mystic realm. Moreover, it has to be a super genius who has broken through to be able to make such a divine, the arch-mystic realm appear. At the same time, the others regained their senses and were also shocked. Monstrous! Monster! When they thought of the purple-robed young man who had already left, all of them were shocked. 3 heavenly path fruits. If news of this divine, the arch-mystic realm were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire southern heaven continent, including many divine kingdoms, right? Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian could still hear the shocked voices of the crowd clearly. It seems that the appearance of 3 heavenly path fruits here is due to me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a flickering flame. He thought to himself, 3 heavenly path fruits, will they share one equally? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to share with others, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking this, Mo1, the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, communicated with Wu Ping through sound transmission. Wu Ping, let's work together to kill Zhong Bainan. Then, of the 3 heavenly path fruits, I will take 2 and you will take 1. Don't worry, I don't need the 3rd heavenly path fruit to enter the divine venerable realm. If you don't work with me, I'm afraid Zhong Bainan will attack us in order to take the heavenly path fruit for himself. Mo1 said to Wu Ping through sound transmission. However, Wu Ping was not stupid. Mansion Lord Mo, who knows if you will kill me after we work together to kill Zhong Bainan and take the 3 heavenly path fruits for yourself. I won't get involved in this matter. For Wu Ping to be able to cultivate to his current level, he was naturally not a fool. The next moment, he looked at Zhong Bainan. Elder Zhong, although the heavenly path fruit is good, I have no intention of taking it. So, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, in order to prove his words, Wu Ping raised his hand and led his 3 friends away to watch from afar. As for Mo1, he was naturally dissatisfied with Wu Ping's rejection. Especially after seeing Wu Ping's attitude, his face turned even gloomier. This Wu Ping deserves to die. Mo Wen's expression was ugly. Taking a deep breath, Mo Wen looked at Zhong Bainan, who was also looking at him, and smiled. Elder Zhong, with your current cultivation, I'm afraid one heavenly path fruit is enough for you to break through. How about this? Let's kill Wu Ping first and then decide who gets the 3 heavenly path fruits. Otherwise, Wu Ping will be the Oriole behind us and take advantage of us. As soon as Mo Wen said this, Wu Ping's expression changed. Mo Wen, stop trying to drive a wedge between us. However, as soon as his expression changed, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan attacked at almost the same time, charging towards him. Wu Ping was a newly promoted high-level divine emperor. Against 2 veteran high-level divine emperors, he was naturally powerless. Even if he used all his strength, he could not last more than 3 breaths. He was killed directly. As for Wu Ping's other 3 friends, the 3 medium god emperors, before they could even react, they were also killed by Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. 1 high-level divine emperor. 3 medium-level divine emperors. They died in the blink of an eye. Zhong Bainan had cooperated with Mo Wen because he was worried that Mo Wen and Wu Ping would team up to deal with him. Hence, Mo Wen's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Seeing 4 divine emperors die in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the 2 Wu clan members beside Zhong Bainan and those beside Mo Wen changed drastically. It was as though the fox mourned the death of the hare. At the same time, a few people glanced at the heavenly path fruits not far away and then looked at Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. Their hearts trembled. It would be good if these 2 could reach an agreement. If they could not reach an agreement in the end, would they kill them before the battle to prevent these medium-level divine emperors from being the Oriole behind them? End of chapter. Chapter 41-61. I want 2 of the 3 heavenly Tao fruits. After killing Wu Ping, Zhong Bainan looked at Mo Wen and said in a low voice. His tone left no room for doubt. Sure. What Zhong Bainan had not expected was that upon hearing his words, Mo Wen smiled and nodded his head, agreeing immediately. This caused Zhong Bainan to be stunned involuntarily. The few god emperors beside Mo Wen also had puzzled looks on their faces at this moment. Lord Manor Lord only wanted 1 heavenly Tao fruit? Even though Zhong Bainan had made a name for himself early on, he was not weak now. However, the Manor Lord of the Heaven's spiritual mansion might not be afraid of him, right? Elder Zhong is an elder. Mo Wen smiled and said, also, I know that I am no match for Elder Zhong. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a single one. Rather than that, I might as well just ask for 1. Speaking of this, Mo Wen paused and said, I only hope that Elder Zhong is willing to give me 1. After all, with Elder Zhong's ability, I can't do anything if you want to take it all for yourself. Speaking of this, Mo Wen sighed. Giving you 1 is not a problem. Zhong Bainan said straightforwardly, looking very straightforward. Thank you, Elder Zhong. Hearing this, Mo Wen thanked him profusely. After thanking him, he smiled and said to Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, shall we kill the demon spirit guarding the heavenly Tao fruit tree and then pluck the heavenly Tao fruit together? Sure. Zhong Bainan responded. Then, he and Mo Wen flew into the air and approached the heavenly Tao fruit tree. Just as the 2 of them approached, the space in front of the heavenly Tao fruit tree shook. Then a huge python appeared. This python was blood red, no different from the color of the heavenly Tao fruit. Most importantly, its body was huge. When its head and tail straightened, it was at least 100 meters long. At this moment, it was glaring at Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan with a pair of cold eyes. Its forked tongue kept flicking in and out of its mouth. Moreover, every time it flicked its tongue, the force it contained would cause the empty space to tremble. Obviously, it was threatening Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. There's a demon spirit guarding it? In the distance, Duan Lingtian watched from afar. Although he didn't extend his divine sense, the aura emitted by the demon spirit still made him feel threatened. This was at least a demon spirit at the upper-level God-Emperor realm. Demon spirits were creatures that were similar to the demon beasts in the outside world within the trial of divine grounds. Furthermore, There were many demon spirits within the trial of divine grounds. Killing a demon spirit would allow one to obtain a corresponding reward. Just as Duanling Tian had this thought in his mind, Zhong Bainan and Mo1 had already made their moves on the demon spirits. The demon spirit let out a low roar and charged towards Zhong Bainan and Mo1. Zhong Bainan and Mo1 both had cold smiles on their faces, thinking that the demon spirit was seeking death. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the void trembled. Beside Zhong Bainan and Mo1, two silhouettes appeared at the same time, as though they had appeared out of thin air. Teleport. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He could tell. The two pythons that had suddenly appeared were of a different color from the previous python. They had used the teleportation technique of the space laws, and they had appeared very suddenly. Before this, Zhong Bainan and Mo1 had not even been on guard. This was because they had not expected a second and third demon spirit to suddenly appear. Oh no! However, although this had happened suddenly, the two of them hurriedly changed directions in mid-air. One of them, charged towards the demon spirit pythons that had teleported and appeared beside them. The previous python seemed to have been completely forgotten by the two of them. However, it did not forget the two of them. It continued to charge towards the two of them, joining forces with the other two demon spirit pythons. The three great pythons fought against Zhong Bainan and Mo1 together. Three high god emperor demon spirits. At this moment, the remaining medium-level god emperors, including the two from the Wu clan, could all see how powerful the three great pythons were. They were all upper-level god emperors. Even when the three great pythons had joined forces, even if Zhong Bainan and Mo1 had joined forces, they still could not gain any advantage. They were on par with each other. Wang Wei, how dare you? Suddenly, Mo1, a medium-level god emperor beside the heaven's spiritual mansion lord, suddenly shouted. At the same time, the other medium-level god emperor that Mo1 had found flew towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree while Mo1 and Zhong Bainan were fighting against the three great pythons. This was a middle-aged man. Right now, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. To be more precise, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. His eyes were red with excitement. Heavenly Dao fruit. 3 of them. Even if it was only one, it was a priceless treasure. Roar! When the 3 great pythons discovered that someone was taking advantage of the situation to steal the heavenly Dao fruit, they were enraged. However, because they could not leave, they could only be angry and not do anything. Humph! Right at this moment, Zhong Bainan let out a cold snort. Mansion Lord Mo, the person you found is really an idiot. He is indeed an idiot. Not only was Mo1 not angry, but he even agreed with Zhong Bainan's words. At the same time, he sighed. Elder Zhong, since he wants to die, why don't we grant him his wish? Retreat! Zhong Bainan directly used his actions to agree with Mo1's words. As for Mo1, he also retreated at almost the same time. In an instant, the 3 great pythons no longer had an opponent. After that, they did not continue to pursue Zhong Bainan and Mo1. Instead, they all charged towards the god emperor called Wang Wei. In the blink of an eye, they killed and devoured him. A god emperor did not even have time to react before he was killed directly. Everyone attack together and kill them. Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. If anyone does not attack, they will die. These words were not only said to the people that Mo1 had brought with him, but also to the 2 people from the Wu clan. Even if they were from the Wu clan, he did not want them to sit back and reap the benefits. Everyone, attack. Mo1 also spoke. Clearly, he had reached an agreement with Zhong Bainan. Under such circumstances, the remaining god emperors naturally did not dare to be negligent. When Zhong Bainan and Mo1 attacked the 3 great pythons again, they hurriedly attacked as well. Although their abilities were far inferior to those of the upper-level god emperors, after all, they had the advantage in numbers. With their addition, Zhong Bainan and Mo1, who were originally in a deadlock with the 3 great pythons, had a slight advantage. This advantage was constantly increasing. There was an intense battle here. On the other side, Duanling Tian and Lu Wuyo were hiding their figures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was transmitting his voice to Lu Wuyo. This divine emperor mystery realm was opened by me. If I take advantage of the fact that they are not paying attention and attack directly to snatch the 3 heavenly Tao fruits, can the 3 pythons catch up to me? Yes, Lu Wuyo said. Some of the treasures in the divine emperor mystery realm, such as the heavenly Tao fruits, can only be obtained after killing the guardian demon spirits. If you don't kill the guardian demon spirits and use tricks to obtain the divine fruits they are guarding, they will continue to pester you until they kill you and take back the divine fruits. Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian completely dispelled the idea of going out to snatch the heavenly Tao fruits now. It was better to wait for the best opportunity. Suddenly, he stared at Duan Lingtian, who was fighting in the distance, and seemed to have noticed something. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. These 2 people are really ruthless. What's wrong? Although they were all lesser god emperors, Duan Lingtian could notice it, but it did not mean that Lu Wuyo could. You'll know when you continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm afraid that there will only be 2 people left in front of us in a moment. A few breaths after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Bainan, who was originally attacking in the same direction as Wu Xiangqian, suddenly withdrew. In the next instant, Wu Xiangqian was all alone. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Wu Xiangqian was now facing a demon spirit python alone. Zhong Bainan, you are so ruthless. This was the last roar Wu Xiangqian let out before he died. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. But more than that, it was filled with the fear of death. Buzz! When Wu Xiangqian was killed, Zhong Bainan swung his saber and killed the demon spirit python in one fell swoop. The first python was injured. The others had just recovered from Wu Xiangqian's death, and their expressions changed drastically. This time it was not just Zhong Bainan. Even Mo Wen quickly retreated. He and Zhong Bainan had a tacit understanding. Anyone with eyes could see that they had discussed this beforehand. In the next instant, the remaining medium god emperors were killed one after another. They also took advantage of the time when the medium god emperors had fallen to injure the other 2 demon spirit pythons. From now on, all 3 demon spirit pythons were injured. Hiss! Beside Duan Lingtian, Lu Wuyo inhaled a breath of cold air. She was glad that she had followed Duan Lingtian out. Otherwise, she would not have had a good ending. One had to know that among the people who had fallen, 2 of them were the right-hand men of Heaven's spiritual mansion's mansion Lord Mo Wen. However, just now, Mo Wen had given up on them. Just to injure them and snatch the heavenly path fruit? It was not difficult for Lu Wuyo to guess this. It was also because of this that she felt a chill in her heart. However, she was more glad. However, in the field, even if the 3 demon spirit pythons were seriously injured, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan would not be able to kill them in a short period of time. They continued to be in a stalemate. However, right now they had the upper hand. Of course, although they had the upper hand, they still suffered some injuries in succession. However, their injuries were not serious. After dozens of breaths, the 3 demon spirit pythons were finally killed. There are no rules and rewards? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly and muttered. He had discovered this after Wu Ping and the other 2 had fallen. There were actually no rules and rewards in this divine emperor mystery realm. Beside him, Lu Wuyo was speechless and mentally tired. Was this person really muddle-headed, or was he faking it? However, she could not help but patiently explain. The divine emperor mystery realm is different from the outside world. In the outside world, the rules and rewards will come at any time. However, in the divine emperor mystery realm, the rules and rewards are accumulated and given to the last person who survives. One person goes out and takes it all. 2 people go out and split it equally. After saying this, Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian again, and her gaze became a little wary. Chapter 4162. Would this expert, who was suspected to be an ultimate god in the past, kill her in order to get more rewards? Lu Wuyo could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she thought of this. This was also her subconscious thought. From the other party's previous confusion, it was obvious that he did not know about the rules. It did not seem like he was pretending. Would he attack her now that he knew? Although Duan Lingtian did not look at Lu Wuyo, he could still feel the change in her aura. It was normal at the beginning, but now it was vigilant. He could not help but shake his head and smile. "Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't kill you." Lu Wuyo was relieved when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She knew very well that, with the strength of the person in front of her, he could easily kill her. Since he said so, he would not attack her. At the same time, her eyes lit up when she thought of the fact that so many people had died this time, and that the two upper god emperors would definitely not care about the rewards. It should be known that in a place like the Emperor God Mystic Realm, the rewards would be distributed equally to the people who had left the Mystic Realm alive. There was no need to distinguish who killed and who assisted in the killing like the outside world. Previously, she had entered the Emperor God Mystic Realm that she had opened herself. As there were too many people who entered and there were very few people who killed each other, the strongest demon spirit she had encountered was only a middle god emperor. As a result, there were not many rules rewards given after leaving the Mystic Realm. In addition, with so many people sharing, she basically did not get much. However, it was different this time. If the Mansion Master and Zhong Bainan can kill the 3 upper god emperor pythons, then the rewards after leaving this time will definitely be huge. Even if I only get a quarter of it, it will be enough for me to improve. Although he was still a distance away from breaking through to the middle god emperor realm, Lu Wuyo was satisfied that he could improve in such a short period of time. "Those 3 pythons are going to die," Duan Lingtian said to Lu Wuyo at the right time. "The Mansion Master of your Heaven Spirit Mansion is really ruthless. He even schemed against his loyal subordinates." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. Hearing this, Lu Wuyo smiled bitterly and said, "To him, the greatest value of his subordinates is if they can help him kill these demon spirit pythons. As for whether they live or die, he doesn't care. This is how the world is. Even if it was me, if I didn't leave with you, even if I only had the cultivation of a lower divine lord, he would still let me take action. He wouldn't let me stand by and watch. After all, he was worried that I would take the opportunity to steal the heavenly Tao fruit. Even though he could have retreated in time just like how he dealt with that person earlier, the moment all the other middle-level god emperors made a move, and they did not take the opportunity to deal with those 3 pythons, but instead thought of ways to kill me, the other middle-level god emperors would definitely be buried with me. Those pythons would not miss any chance to kill them. When that time comes, their plan of having these god emperors sacrifice their lives to attract the python's attention so that they can wait for an opportunity to severely injure the python will fail. Even if they know that I'm useless, for the sake of their plan to severely injure the python, they wouldn't let me stand by and watch. Lu Wuyo's analysis was clear and organized. Now, only they think that we have most likely died. Otherwise, they would definitely only attack the 3 pythons after killing us. Now, the 3 pythons are severely injured and are about to be killed by them. The 2 of them will ultimately become the biggest winners of this trip to the Divine Emperor Mystery Dimension. Lu Wuyo said, "The biggest winners?" Hearing this, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps, at this moment, after 2 of the 3 demon spirit pythons of the upper-level God Emperor realm were severely injured, even if they joined forces, their strength was much weaker. Under the joint attack of Mo1 and Zhong Bainan, they were forced to retreat. Bang! There was an earth-shattering loud noise. It was Zhong Bainan who raised his hand casually. In his hand, a 4-foot-long saber whizzed out. The saber slashed out sideways, like a kitchen knife slashing garlic. It carried an extremely strong and terrifying power, and directly smashed the head of one of the demon spirit pythons into powder. Seeing that the demon spirit python's body was still moving, he took the opportunity to strike with his spear and shatter its body. Roar! Roar! After the first python was killed, the other 2 pythons went completely crazy. They let out beast-like roars from their mouths. The sound shook the void and waves of sound waves spread out. The sound waves wreaked havoc. Even Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo, who were far away, were affected to some extent. However, although they were affected by the shockwaves, they were unable to cause any harm to them. No matter what, the two of them were still lower-level God Emperors. Could it be that they could be killed by a breath of breath from a higher-level God Emperor? Attack with all your strength and kill them. Zhong Bainan let out an explosive roar. His originally thin and frail body suddenly swelled up, as if he had become vigorous and powerful in an instant. Kill, Mo Wen said. The aura on his body also suddenly surged. The divine weapon in his hand also released an even more dazzling light. Then, he attacked one of the pythons. After a few breaths of stalemate, the two of them finally successfully killed their respective targets at the cost of further injuries. They killed the last two demon spirit pythons. Elder Zhong, this time it's all thanks to you. After killing the three pythons, the two of them were not in a hurry to pick the heavenly Dao fruits. Mo Wen looked at Elder Zhong. While panting heavily, he said with lingering fear, "If it was just me alone, I'm afraid I could only run for my life after provoking those three demon spirits." At this moment, the aura on Zhong Bainan's body was extremely weak, like a balloon that had been deflated. He glanced at Mo Wen indifferently and said, "Like we agreed before, I will take 2 heavenly Dao fruits and you will take 1. Let's pick them together." Okay. Mo Wen nodded. Then, like Zhong Bainan, the two of them dragged their heavy bodies toward the heavenly Dao fruit tree, preparing to pick the 3 heavenly Dao fruits on it. The process was calm and peaceful. As for the battle just now, it had completely ended. My lord. Although Zhong Bainan's saber was constantly shaking and destroying the power in his hand, the power in his hand was constantly regenerating. Whoosh! And in the instant that the two of them were in a deadlock, Mo Wen suddenly opened his mouth. A sharp plant like a vine instantly broke through the air and swept towards the space between Zhong Bainan's eyebrows. Seeing this, Zhong Bainan's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to lower his body but found that he was blocked. In the end, this vine pierced into Zhong Bainan, who had chosen to raise his body helplessly, pierced right into the side of his heart. Then, with a sudden shake, a huge hole appeared in Zhong Bainan's chest, a hideous and terrifying hole. "You're courting death," Zhong Bainan roared and exerted force with the saber in his hand again. Chapter 41-63. The 2 upper-level God Emperors had agreed to share 3 heavenly path fruits amicably at first. However, halfway through their journey, the two of them regretted their decision. Moreover, they attacked at the same time and fought each other. Moreover, they attacked with all their might and did not hold back. They wanted to injure the other party. The ability that Mo Wen, the Lord of Heaven's spiritual mansion, displayed now was far more powerful than before. He even felt that he was not weaker than Zhong Bainan. Perhaps this was also the reason why he did not want just 1 heavenly path fruit. Perhaps even he did not expect that Zhong Bainan would attack him when he only wanted 1 heavenly path fruit. One should know that he only wanted 1 heavenly path fruit to make Zhong Bainan lower his guard. He did not even attack with all his strength just now. He wanted to ambush Zhong Bainan halfway, injure him severely, and then kill him. However, he did not expect that Zhong Bainan would attack at the same time as he attacked. This caused his plan to fail and let Zhong Bainan know his true ability. Mo Wen, do you really think this is my full strength? The two of them fought for a while. Zhong Bainan growled and the power aura on his body changed again. It shook the void. At the same time, a huge illusory image appeared on his body. It was an illusory image that looked exactly like him. Divine, venerable, illusionary body. Seeing this, Mo Wen's expression changed drastically. Then, he shouted in shock, "Elder Zhong, I was just joking with you. These 3 heavenly path fruits are all yours." "I don't want them." Divine, venerable, illusionary body. A upper-level God Emperor who had mastered such a technique was only a step away from the divine, venerable realm. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, he could break through at any time. Humph! Zhong Bainan snorted coldly and was unmoved. He attacked with his sword. The divine venerable illusionary body also moved and attacked Mo1. Facing Zhong Bainan's killing intent, the fear in Mo1's eyes was replaced by madness. Zhong Bainan, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. The next moment, Mo1 attacked Zhong Bainan without a care. He seemed to be fearless. He was going all out. If he did not go all out, he would die. If he went all out, he would die. Why not go all out? Even if he could not kill his opponent, if he could severely injure him and make him suffer, he would die in peace. A moment later, the two of them met. The two terrifying forces collided with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms that shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble! Surging energies converged from the two directions. After a stalemate, the energy released by the saber light completely crushed the other energy. Of course, during this process, many of the saber lights were also shattered. However, in the end, the other side was finally worn down. Explode! Before Mo1's body turned into dust, he suddenly roared. In the next instant, his divine artifact suddenly exploded. Then, an illusory figure also dissipated. It was the artifact soul of the high-quality divine artifact in his hand. The divine weapon exploded with power, directly shattering the divine blade in Zhong Bainan's hand. Then, a phantom flashed out and quickly flew into Zhong Bainan's body. However, it was still too late. Before the high-grade divine saber's blade soul could escape, it was annihilated by the power of the divine artifact's self-destruction. Furthermore, even Zhong Bainan was seriously injured and sent flying. Wah! At the same time that Mo1 was blown into a bloody mist by the violent power, the power of the explosion of his divine artifact also destroyed Zhong Bainan's divine artifact and seriously injured Zhong Bainan, causing him to spit out blood. Zhong Bainan flew for a distance before he stopped. His face was as pale as paper and his aura was slightly weak. Lunatic! As Zhong Bainan spat out another mouthful of blood, he could not help but curse in the direction where Mo1 had fallen. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, Zhong Bainan disappeared from his original spot. He, who had not had time to consume the healing divine pill, was immediately injured again. He spat out blood continuously from his mouth as though it was free. And at the place where Zhong Bainan had been standing, a figure flashed and appeared. It was Duan Lingtian, dressed in purple. So powerful! Duan Lingtian sighed. As expected of a half-step divine venerable. Even after being seriously injured to such an extent, you still have so much energy left. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Zhong Bainan to speak, Duan Lingtian attacked again. On the other hand, Zhong Bainan had a look of disdain. A lower-rank divine emperor also wanted to come out at this time to take advantage of the situation? Ridiculous. Even if I, Zhong Bainan, was seriously injured, I was not someone a mere lower-rank divine emperor could deal with. However, the look of disdain on Zhong Bainan's face completely disappeared in the next moment. It was replaced by an expression of disbelief and disbelief. This is sword doctrine. And this is the way of control. Previously, Duan Lingtian had attacked casually, which was why Zhong Bainan had avoided it. Now, while Zhong Bainan had avoided it, he had been injured again. Duan Lingtian did not hold back and directly activated the sword doctrine and space doctrine. At the same time, the seven orifices exquisite sword in his hand also released a seven-colored radiance. Whoosh! The seven-colored sword light whistled out. Its speed was so fast that Zhong Bainan could not avoid it. No. In the end, although Zhong Bainan resisted with all his might, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian's sword because he was too severely injured. When he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he had died with a grievance. Perhaps, even until his death, he had never thought that a lower-rank divine emperor could have such strength. With such strength, there was hardly anyone below the upper-rank divine emperor who could match him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and kept Zhong Bainan's storage ring. At the same time, He did not forget to keep the storage ring of the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Master Mo1. After keeping the 2 storage rings, Duan Lingtian began to collect the storage rings of the others. During this process, a beautiful figure stood there in the distance, looking at the scene in front of her in a daze. That was it? This person had become the final winner? The 2 upper-rank divine emperors had actually fought to the death at the critical moment. Both of them had concealed their strength earlier. Although they had fought to the death in the end, the one who survived was half crippled. Then someone else had taken advantage of him. If Mansion Master had known that Zhong Bainan had such strength, or if Zhong Bainan had shown his full strength earlier, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lu Wuyo sighed in her heart. Lu Wuyo's gaze became complicated when she saw the purple figure approaching the heavenly Dao fruit tree and plucking the 3 heavenly Dao fruits from it. This person's luck was really heaven-defying. However, when she thought about how only she and the person in front of her had survived this time, and how 5 upper-rank divine emperors had died in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm this time, her eyes lit up again. Maybe, this time, I have a chance to enter the middle-rank Divine Emperor Realm with the help of the power of the rules. How could Lu Wuyo not be excited when she thought of this? As for other things, including the heavenly Dao fruit, she did not dare to think about it at all. She knew that she was not qualified to think about it, and she did not have the strength to think about it. If the other party did not kill her and shared the rewards of the rules with her, it would be a great thing. I won't use the heavenly Dao fruit for now. I'll eat it when I enter the upper-rank Divine Emperor Realm. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Let's take a look around. After obtaining the 3 heavenly Dao fruits, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised for a while before he turned his attention back to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. This was because one could not leave the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm on their own accord. They had to wait until the time was up before they could be sent out. Now, there was still some time before the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm would send the people out. Therefore, Duan Lingtian planned to use the remaining time to search around and see if he could obtain any other good things. My lord. When Lu Wuyo saw Duan Lingtian making a move, she did not stay on the spot and immediately followed him. Actually, she really wanted to tell the purple-clad young man that it would be better for him to stay on the spot and wait for them to leave. It would also be more comforting. However, it was obvious that the purple-clad young man did not intend to do so. Perhaps, he had become a little complacent after killing a severely injured upper-rank divine emperor who had lost his soul-grade divine weapon. However, regardless of whether the purple-clad young man was complacent or not, she remembered one thing: if she did not follow the purple-clad young man, she might die in the next round. Even if following the purple-clad young man was risky, she still chose to follow the purple-clad young man. Do you think I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as an upper-rank divine emperor after I leave this time? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Wuyo. As for Lu Wuyo following him, he did not say much. As long as the purple-clad young man did not harbor any ill intentions, he would allow him to follow him. However, if the purple-clad young man harbored ill intentions, he would not mind killing him mercilessly and sending him on his way. Definitely. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Wuyo nodded decisively. 5 upper-rank divine emperors and a few middle-rank divine emperors. Even if it's only half of the rewards, it's enough for you to completely consolidate your cultivation as a lower-rank divine emperor. Perhaps you can even go one step further, Lu Wuyo said. At the same time, she felt a little uneasy. This lord would not go back on his word at this time and kill her so that he could take all the rewards from the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm for himself, right? That's not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfyingly. At the same time, he asked, this time, with your cultivation, you should be able to enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, right? Lu Wuyo hesitated for a moment before she finally decided to tell the truth. I should be able to. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly added, don't worry, Lord. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, I won't have any thoughts about your rewards this time. Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, in the next moment he could not help but laugh. What you mean is, after you enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, you'll be stronger than me? Otherwise, where would the thoughts come from? This woman seemed to be a little complacent. When Lu Wuyo heard this, her heart trembled. Then, she smiled bitterly. I said the wrong thing. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-rank divine emperor, I'm definitely not a match for you, Lord. Chapter 4164. Since there were no more competitors in the God the Archmystic realm and he could stay for a while longer, Duan Lingtian would not waste this last chance to take advantage of others. He continued to walk around the God the Archmystic realm and found some things. He passed some of the tests and successfully obtained those things. Of course, those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Tao fruit. Because of that, the tests to obtain them were not difficult. However, although those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Tao fruit, some of them were what Duan Lingtian needed to improve his cultivation base. Of course, the improvement would be minimal. After all, Duan Lingtian was now a person who had seen the world. In the divine trials, if he wanted to improve his cultivation base, he just needed to get more rewards. Ordinary people would need to consider if they could not keep up with the profundity of the laws and if their foundation was not stable. However, he did not need to worry about that. The space law that he had mastered was not inferior to an ordinary lower ultimate god. Moreover, he had mastered the sword principle and control principle. In addition to the 99 heaven veins in his body, he could withstand the rapid improvement of his cultivation base. He did not need to worry about losing control of his divine power. Some people who did not have a strong foundation would lose control of their divine power due to the rapid improvement of their cultivation base. Sometimes they would suffer a backlash or even suffer from Qigong deviation. However, Duan Lingtian did not need to worry about this problem at all. Not to mention the mysterious gangland, even in all the realms of gods, and even in the entire heaven and earth, there were not many people who could compare to his foundation. He's too strong. Among those who came in this time, other than the 3 upper god emperors, I'm afraid no one is his match. Lu Wuyo had been following Duan Lingtian the whole time. She had seen Duan Lingtian fight many times. Because of that, her face was filled with shock. Was this really a lower god emperor who had not consolidated his cultivation base? Before entering the God the Archmystic realm, she had only seen Duan Lingtian's strength when he had not stepped into the God Emperor realm. However, she felt that the two were completely different when compared to each other. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, his strength had become even more heaven-defying. And I've killed so many middle God Emperor demon spirits. After I leave this place, I might really be able to step into the realm of a middle God Emperor. Seeing that the time he could stay in the God the Archmystic realm was getting shorter and shorter, Lu Wuyo's eyes lit up. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain such great benefits from this trip to the God the Archmystic realm. One had to know that when she had come over earlier, she had even had the thought of watching the show. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain any benefits under the noses of a group of middle-level God Emperors and high-level God Emperors. However, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian would help her. In the blink of an eye, another period of time had passed. Sir, we're going to be teleported out today. Lu Wuyo reminded Duan Lingtian. Now, she was even more respectful towards Duan Lingtian, not only because of Duan Lingtian's strength, but also because of the benefits that Duan Lingtian had indirectly given her. Since some time ago, when they encountered some lower god emperor demon spirits, he did not make a move and allowed her to do it. As for the things that she obtained from killing the lower god emperor demon spirits, they all belonged to her. If there was something that Duan Lingtian needed, Duan Lingtian would also take out a corresponding or even better item to exchange with her. As for her, she would be more than happy to make the exchange without any reluctance. Duan Lingtian nodded as he continued to search forward. The God the Archmystic realm was too big. If one wanted to search the entire place, he would not have enough time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Half a day later, Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo felt their bodies lighten. Then, their vision turned black and they appeared outside the door of the god the Arch-Mystic Realm. This was also the place where they had been before entering. However, after the two of them came out, the door of the god the Arch-Mystic Realm behind them gradually faded and finally turned into nothingness. Lu Wuyo? Just as the dazzling light pillars of the rules rewards descended from the sky, a surprised voice sounded from not too far away. The tone of the voice sounded a little surprised. So many rules rewards. Another exclamation sounded at the right time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo were bathed in the seemingly endless light pillars of the rules rewards. There were also a few figures around them. These few people were all middle god emperors. They had rushed over after receiving the news. However, they were still too late. After they arrived, they realized that they were too late. Someone had entered the god the Arch-Mystic Realm before them and they could not enter again. Even so, they did not plan to turn around and leave directly. They wanted to see who had entered the god the Arch-Mystic Realm and whether they could kill them and plunder the items piled up in the god the Arch-Mystic Realm. Now, seeing the two of them come out and the god the Arch-Mystic Realm close, it was as if endless rules rewards were showering down. They were all dumbfounded. Weren't there too many rules rewards? And, this time only the two of them came out of the god the Arch-Mystic Realm? Long. They are all lower god emperors. Only lower god emperors? Are you kidding me? At the same time, someone extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation of Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo. Someone said directly, "I've seen this lady before. She is the city master of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo. I didn't expect Wuyo City to be so far away from here and she would rush over." 20 people entered the god the Arch-Mystic Realm, and now only the two of them came out? The remaining 18 people have all died? The remaining 18 people have died and the remaining two lower god emperors came out. What did those 18 people encounter? These two people are really lucky. In my opinion, they might not be lucky. Maybe they hid and waited until the god the Arch-Mystic Realm sent them out before they came out. Maybe they did not expect to split the rules rewards equally after they came out. There are so many rules rewards. The other 18 people must have paid a lot. But in the end, they still benefited from it. Those 18 people could get so many rules rewards, which means they got a lot of good stuff. Do you think they went to collect those people's storage rings? It's hard to say. Humph. Whether it's easy to say or not, can't we just kill them and take their storage rings to take a look? The few middle god emperors looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo even more fiercely. At the same time, they spread out and surrounded Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo. But why did they not attack now? That was because the two of them were bathing in the rules rewards. If they attacked now, they would definitely break the rules rewards, and such an action would anger the heavens and cause the heavens to punish them. Under the heavens' punishment, even if they did not die, they would be crippled. Rather than that, they might as well let the two people in front of them absorb the rules rewards completely before attacking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was bathing in the rules rewards, glanced at the people around him and said, "Seems like some of them know you." "My lord, I don't know them." Lu Wuyo said, "They should be hunters in the vicinity. This time, they must have gathered for the Emperor God Mystic Realm, but they did not expect us to enter it first. Now that they saw the Emperor God Mystic Realm disappear and we are bathing in the rules rewards, they are most likely guessing that we have taken advantage of them. They probably want to kill us and take our rewards in the Emperor God Mystic Realm this time." Duan Lingtian had already guessed what Lu Wuyo said. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, then ignored the people in front of him, because he knew that they would not attack now. Even if they did, they would wait until they had completely absorbed the rules rewards. Although Lu Wuyo knew that she was no match for the people around her, she did not feel the slightest pressure because Duan Lingtian was beside her. Then, Lu Wuyo calmed down and focused on absorbing the rules rewards. After a while, she started to break through to the Middle God Emperor realm. And Duan Lingtian, with the help of the rules rewards, quickly consolidated his cultivation of Lower God Emperor realm after a while. The aura on his body changed abruptly. Their cultivation is rising so fast. At this time, the few middle god emperors who surrounded them also realized this, and their faces turned solemn. In such a situation, either the 18 of them killed enough middle god emperor demonic spirits in the emperor god mystic realm, or they killed upper god emperor demonic spirits. This Lu Wuyo, I feel like he is about to enter the middle god emperor realm. This purple-robed young man just consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm. Could it be that the emperor god mystic realm that was opened previously was opened after he broke through? If that's the case, how long has it been and he consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm? The main thing is that there are too many rules rewards, so many that I envy them. At this moment, the few intermediate god emperors looked at Duanling Tian and Lu Wuyu with envy and jealousy in their eyes. As they waited patiently, Yi Zichen and the others waited patiently. Half a month later, Lu Wuyo was the first to finish absorbing the rules rewards, and there was a change in her divine power aura, and she stepped into the middle god emperor realm. Although there are many rules rewards left, it's still too far to go to consolidate my cultivation of middle god emperor realm. Lu Wuyo sighed inwardly. At the same time, Lu Wuyo felt the change in the aura of the few people around her, and she glanced at them indifferently. Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. If you still want to live, leave now. Otherwise, when Master finishes absorbing the rules rewards, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, the few of them were stunned, and then their gazes fell on the purple-robed young man at the side. Lu Wuyo, you called him Master? Lu Wuyo, you're a middle god emperor now, and you're the city master of Wuyo City. You called someone who just consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm master? Lu Wuyo, are you deliberately mystifying me? Do you think you can scare me away like this? Ridiculous. That's right. Even if you want to mystify me, you shouldn't push out a lower god emperor who just consolidated his cultivation. Do you really think they're idiots? As the few middle god emperors spoke in disdain, the rules rewards on Duan Lingtian's body disappeared completely, and at the same time, he opened his eyes at the right time. At the same time, he was a little worried. Although his fourth senior sister was very powerful and was considered the strongest among the people who entered this time, there was no lack of divine venerables in this world. With his fourth senior sister's personality, it would not be strange even if she provoked a divine venerables. I'm just a junior brother, but I have to worry about my senior sister's safety. Duan Lingtian felt helpless. On this day, Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's prefecture city and head to the capital of the Divine Kingdom. However, before he could leave the city, a few people flew over from the horizon. At the same time, a sonorous voice descended from the sky. I am the Lord's emissary. The Lord has decreed that since the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord Mo has died, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion will have a new Mansion Lord. The new Mansion Lord will enter the capital within 3 months and follow the Lord to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle and win glory for the Righteous Divine Kingdom. The Righteous Divine Kingdom was the name of the Divine Kingdom that Duan Lingtian was currently in. As the voice of the Lord's emissary from the Divine Fruit Kingdom's capital spread throughout the prefecture city, the entire prefecture city was shocked. The Lord Mansion Lord has fallen? Even someone as strong as the Lord Mansion Lord has fallen. As for the law profundity, he had the ultimate God's divinity to help him understand the law of space. As for the law of life, he had the sacred tree of life. As for the other laws, he could accumulate them over time. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the inn and left the city with a group of people. Duan Lingtian was traveling alone and seemed a little lonely. Of course, there were others who were traveling alone like him. "Brother, did you come alone?" As soon as Duan Lingtian left the Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture city, someone came up to him and asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian glanced at the person who came up to him. He was also a lower god emperor. He must have noticed that the divine power he emitted when he was flying was also a lower god emperor's divine power. That was why he came over. In this world where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong, in the eyes of most people, only those with similar cultivation levels belong to the same circle. In fact, the young man took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian because he could tell that Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor. If Duan Lingtian was a middle god emperor or a higher god emperor, he wouldn't greet Duan Lingtian. If it was the former, he would feel that he was unworthy. If it was the latter, he would feel that he wasn't worthy of him. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man beside him and nodded indifferently. This was a young man in a light green robe. He was tall and had a resolute face. He didn't look handsome, but he left a deep impression. End of chapter. Chapter 41-67. The young man did not mind Duan Lingtian's indifference. He sighed to himself and said, "I really didn't expect someone as powerful as the Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord to die so easily. As far as I know, in the entire Heaven Spirit Mansion, there are only 1 or 2 high-level Divine Emperor loose cultivators who have the ability to compete with the Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord." At this point, the young man paused for a moment before continuing. "Speaking of which, it's quite strange. It's said that Senior Zhong Bainan, a rogue cultivator whose strength isn't any weaker than the Heaven Spirit Mansion's mansion master, also died. If another loose cultivator senior, who is rumored to be as powerful as the Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord, Mo1, comes, there is no need to compete. He will definitely be the acting Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord." Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the young man when he said the first half of his sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard his last sentence, he could not help but ask in a calm tone, "That person is very strong, more powerful than Zhong Bainan?" The young man shook his head. "He should not be as powerful as Elder Zhong. However, it is said that he is as powerful as the former Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord, Mo1. Of course, most people say that he is not as powerful as Mo1. However, even if he is not as powerful as Mo1, he should not be too far off." The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's heart that was originally in his mouth finally relaxed. He was determined to win the Heaven Spirit Mansion's acting Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord's Spirit Mansion Lord. He did not want to lose the position of acting Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord to someone else. Not as powerful as Mo1? There was nothing to be afraid of. His current ability was enough to deal with him. Moreover, the other party might not even come. Duan Lingtian did not completely ignore the young man's conversation throughout the journey since he had heard the information that was useful to him. He would occasionally reply to him. "You're just here to watch the show? Don't you want to try?" Duan Lingtian asked. The young man was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled bitterly. "Are you kidding me? There is no life or death in this Heaven Spirit Mansion, Lord Spirit Mansion, Lord Spirit Mansion Lord. If I go, I will be killed before I can even admit defeat. I am only a lower divine lord. This time, I'm guessing that even if it's a god emperor, there won't be many who would dare to enter the arena. The acting palace master competition this time is mainly a stage for the upper god emperors. Although, there aren't many high-level god emperors in the Heavenly Spirit Palace." While chatting with the young man, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the place where the competition for the substitute mansion master would be held. It was a vast canyon some distance away from the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city. At this moment, many people had gathered in the sky above the canyon. Some came alone, some came in pairs, and some came in groups of 3 to 5. "The king's emissary is here." As soon as Duan Lingtian and the young man arrived, they heard someone exclaim. The next moment, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, saw a middle-aged man, escorted by two old men, flying over from afar. The middle-aged man in the lead was dressed in a light silver robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. He was the king's emissary from the righteous divine nation's capital city. 2 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had heard his voice in the sky above the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. That was why he hadn't left the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's capital city. As soon as the king's emissary arrived, he announced in an indifferent tone, "The acting palace master competition will begin today at noon and end tomorrow at noon. There will be no delay." By noon tomorrow, the strongest person standing at the end will be the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As soon as the nation lord's envoy finished speaking, no one entered the arena. More people's gazes fell on Hu Donglan and the Upper God Emperor who had arrived later. Only 2 Upper God Emperors have come. The acting mansion master will definitely be decided between them. Why aren't they entering the arena? Are they waiting until tomorrow to enter the arena? Seeing that the 2 Upper God Emperors had yet to enter the arena, some Middle God Emperors couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Since the Upper God Emperors aren't entering the arena, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade. Although I definitely don't have any hope of becoming the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, it's still a good thing to perform in front of the nation lord's envoy. Who knows, maybe he'll take a fancy to me and bring me back to the capital. Yes, I also heard that he left a long time ago. In the past few hundred years, there has been no news of him. This Chang Yen a few hundred years ago was already as famous as Hu Donglan. It's said that he fought Hu Donglan back then, but it ended in a draw. While many people recognized the identity of the newcomer, the fierce battle in the field had reached a climax. Hu Donglan was obviously not a pushover. Facing Chang Yan's attacks, she was not at a disadvantage at all. The 2 of them fought fiercely again and again. The aftermath of the terrifying power wreaked havoc on the field. Fortunately, there was a spirit array that isolated the area. Otherwise, many of the people present wouldn't have been able to withstand the shockwaves from their battle. Hu Donglan. Chang Yen laughed. "Your strength has not improved much compared to back then. If that's all you have, then I'll let you win today." As soon as Chang Yen finished speaking, the aura on his body changed abruptly and became stronger. When he attacked again, the flames that had already filled the void rose even higher. Buzz! A huge flaming saber appeared and shone in the void. It was as if at this moment, there was only this saber left in everyone's eyes. It was a brilliant saber. Then, the flaming saber fell, as if it could not be avoided, and it slashed toward Hu Donglan. Hu Donglan's face, which was already tense, instantly changed. He had never thought that the opponent who had been on par with him in the past would be completely ahead of him today. Previously, his opponent had still been holding back. However, Hu Donglan did not admit defeat immediately. She continued to attack with all her might. Bang! After a loud bang, Hu Donglan's attack was finally unable to withstand Chang Yan's flaming saber and was completely crushed. However, he used the remaining power of the flaming saber to retreat from the field. Although he looked calm, his face was still a little pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although it was evaporated by his divine power in time, many people still saw it. Defeated. Hu Donglan has lost. Right now, Hu Donglan had already left the stage. This also meant that she had lost. Immediately, many people sighed. They had never thought that Hu Donglan, who was also a high god emperor, would lose so quickly. Chang Yen. As for the other 2 upper god emperors who had not attacked yet, their expressions were grave. At the same time, they communicated with each other through voice transmission, clearly feeling the pressure. "Are you confident?" "I'm not. With my strength, even against Hu Donglan, I don't have much confidence. Me too. Since that's the case, why don't we make an agreement? You or me? One of us will attack first and use the opportunity to further exhaust Hu Donglan's strength. The other person will attack later and use the opportunity to defeat Hu Donglan who has not recovered in time. That's possible, but who will attack first? Who will reap the benefits? How about this? If you are willing to pay a price after this matter is over, I can take the lead and fight for this opportunity for you. Speak. The two upper god emperors had reached an agreement the moment Hu Donglan was defeated. Then one of them took the lead to fight Cheng Yen. In the end, he was defeated without any surprise. As for Cheng Yen, he had naturally used up a lot of his strength. At least, it was more than the battle with Hu Donglan. Looks like the two of you have reached an agreement. After Cheng Yen swallowed a few divine pills, his gaze was deep. It was obvious that he had seen through the other party's thoughts. Cheng Yen, as if to set off Cheng Yan's words, in the next instant, the last upper god emperor took the stage. At this time, the sun had already risen from the east. The morning sun shone down, as if covering everything in the world with a layer of faint silver light, gorgeous and colorful. Chapter 4169. A Tag Team Battle. Duan Lingtian could see it too. Perhaps Hu Donglan, who had attacked at the beginning, had no intention of exhausting Cheng Yen, because from his expression, it was obvious that he didn't know that Cheng Yen was hiding his strength. As for the upper god emperor who attacked at the end, it was obvious that he was exhausting Cheng Yan's divine power, and he had indeed used up a lot of Cheng Yan's divine power. Even if he took a divine pill, it would be difficult for him to fully recover in a short period of time. When the last upper god emperor entered the arena, even Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that he could guess who would win in the end. However, looking at Cheng's current state, he was obviously full of confidence. His chances of winning shouldn't be low. Cheng Yen, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. The last upper god emperor stared at Cheng Yen and said seriously. Even though there was someone helping him to exhaust Cheng Yan's strength, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Looking at Cheng's current state, on the surface, it didn't seem like he would exhaust too much. He didn't have any confidence. However, even if he didn't, he could only brace himself and fight. He actually didn't care about the position of substitute mansion master. What he cared about was being able to go to Destiny Canyon with the Divine Nation Monarch and participate in the Divine Nation battle. That was a great opportunity. He might even have the chance to become an ultimate god. He was very clear about his own situation. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to become an ultimate god. I'm afraid this is the last battle. After this battle, the winner will become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As long as no more upper god emperors appear, this will definitely be the last battle. The spectators all felt that way. Even Wang Chun, who was beside Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. In the arena, the upper god emperors who entered the arena quickly engaged in a fierce battle with Cheng Yen. The moment they attacked like a storm without any hesitation. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Cheng Yen hadn't fully recovered to defeat him in one go. However, as Cheng Yen attacked, everyone realized that Cheng Yen hadn't exhausted much of his strength. Even when facing the storm-like attacks of the upper god emperors, he was still able to handle it with ease. He's going to lose. Cheng Yen is going to become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. At that moment, it wasn't just the crowd that felt that way. Even the envoy presiding over the competition for the position of acting master of the Sky Spirit Mansion felt the same way. A moment later, Cheng Yen gained the upper hand. After 10 moves, he defeated his opponent. Cheng Yen had defeated 3 great high-level god emperors consecutively by himself and stood at the very end. Cheng Yen, congratulations. Congratulations, Cheng Yen. Although the 3 upper god lords had lost, they had accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. After a moment of unwillingness in their hearts, They appeared to be very free and easy as they all opened their mouths to congratulate Chang Yen. When Chang Yen heard this, he only smiled faintly. No one dares to say what the result will be until the end. I'm afraid it's a little early for you to congratulate me now. Of course, in the eyes of the crowd, Chang Yen was being modest. At the same time, they also felt that the final winner of this substitute mansion master battle would definitely be Chang Yen. There was basically no suspense. Chang Yen is going to become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. Beside Duan Ling Tian, Wang Chun sighed emotionally. Just when Wang Chun thought Duan Ling Tian had left and returned to the prefecture city, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. His expression froze when he heard the commotion. In the next moment, he followed the crowd's gaze and saw a familiar figure in the arena. The purple figure stood proudly and faced Chang Yen, who had defeated 3 upper-rank God Emperors in a row. Chang Yen, a powerful upper-rank God Emperor. You, a lower-rank God Emperor, want to compete with me for the position of acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion? Just when everyone's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian, Chang Yen spoke out, and the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian was filled with astonishment. He had not expected someone else to enter the arena in the last 15 minutes. What was even more unexpected was that the person who entered the arena was not a upper-rank God Emperor or a middle-rank God Emperor. It was a lower-rank God Emperor. Lower-rank God Emperor. He's just a lower-rank God Emperor and he wants to challenge Lord Chang Yen? Does he have a death wish? I think he teleported in. Did he teleport to the wrong place? Teleportation can teleport to the wrong place? This is the first time I've heard of this. Now, as Chang Yen spoke, many people who had not paid attention to Duan Ling Tian realized that Duan Ling Tian was just a lower-rank God Emperor and they were shocked. After that, more people thought that Duan Ling Tian had entered the arena by accident. A few people thought that Duan Ling Tian was courting death. At this moment, even the ambassador from the righteous divine nation could not help but frown. He felt that the lower-rank God Emperor who had entered the arena was overestimating himself. Could it be that Chang Yen allowed him to enter the arena? Just to waste the last 15 minutes and prevent the other upper-rank God Emperors from entering the arena at the crucial moment? This was also the ambassador's subconscious thought. Of course, he felt that the possibility of a upper-rank God Emperor arriving in the last 15 minutes was very small. This was because everyone knew the rules and would definitely guard against this. However, in the face of the situation before him, the ambassador's eyes were still cold. In his life, he despised people who played petty tricks. Following that, the ambassador's thunderous snort attracted everyone's attention. His tone was indifferent and cold as he said, "A lower-rank God Emperor has entered the arena to challenge a upper-rank God Emperor. In order to prevent malicious challenges, this battle will only end after the victor is determined. If you are not willing to fight to the death, the 2 of you will be disqualified from participating in this acting Palace Master battle. The acting Palace Master will be determined from the 3 upper-rank God Emperors who have lost earlier." When the ambassador said this, the surrounding people were first stunned. Then, many people immediately guessed why the ambassador had changed the rules of the acting Palace Master battle at the last minute. This purple-clothed youth, could it be that Lord Chang Yen really found him to waste the last 15 minutes? There's no need for that, right? Perhaps even Lord Chang Yen did not expect the ambassador to change the rules at the last minute. If that's the case, Lord Chang Yen will either have to kill him or give up the position of acting Palace Master. If this person was found by Lord Chang Yen, he should not kill him, right? That might not be the case. If they are not blood relatives, it is not impossible for him to kill him for the position of acting Palace Master. At this moment, the crowd looked at Duan Ling Tian and Chang Yen strangely again. Even the young man, Wang Chun, who'd always been standing by Duan Ling Tian's side, had a dumbstruck expression at this moment. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't really be brought here by Chang Yen to waste the last few minutes, right? If that's the case, then this time, Chang Yen has really shot himself in the foot. I hope Chang Yen will not kill him for the position of acting palace master. At the thought of this, Wang Chun sighed in his heart. At the same time, he looked at the purple-clothed figure worriedly. Did he think that I found him? In fact, as soon as the ambassador finished speaking, Chang Yen had already guessed his thoughts. He felt as though he had been wronged. At the same time, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he felt a little embarrassed. Why did you, a lower-rank God Emperor, enter the arena? You actually made people think that I found you to waste time. Do I, Chang Yen, need to do this? Brat. Chang Yen stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was fierce and icy cold. They all thought that you were someone I found to waste time. As for the truth, you know it better than anyone. No matter why you entered the arena, today, you are destined to die. Impossible! Chang Yen let out a cry of shock and disbelief. At this time, his attack had already been completely destroyed by the sharp seven-colored sword light. Moreover, the seven-colored sword light seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might. Before he could launch a second attack, it had already pierced through his body. If it was just an ordinary sword wound, it wouldn't be enough to kill him at all. But now, when the sword penetrated his body, countless sword radiances burst out and penetrated his entire body. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, seven-colored light spots appeared all over Chang Yan's body. Then, streaks of seven-colored sword radiances broke out from his body. From top to bottom, they were densely packed. In the blink of an eye, he was shredded into pieces, leaving behind a rain of blood and a lonely storage ring. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Absolute silence. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian casually put away Chang Yan's storage ring that the people present came back to their senses one after another. Suddenly, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. At this moment, even the king's emissary, who came from the kingdom and could be considered as experienced and knowledgeable, had a face full of shock and disbelief. The people behind him all changed their expressions at the same time. He killed Chang Yen. A lower God Emperor killed an upper God Emperor in one hit. Even if an upper God Emperor didn't use a divine weapon, he still has a full soul high-grade divine weapon. This is enough to shake the kingdom. Even the strongest lower God Emperor in the kingdom doesn't have this ability. What he used just now was the sword principle. The space law that he comprehended is also extremely terrifying. In the entire kingdom, forget about lower God Emperors, even middle God Emperors, or even upper God Emperors, it's hard to find someone who has such attainments. Oh my God! I actually witnessed a lower God Emperor kill an upper God Emperor with my own eyes. Who exactly is he? Why is he so strong? Forget about the kingdom. Even in the entire southern sky continent, I'm afraid it's hard to find a second lower God Emperor as strong as him, right? After the crowd came back to their senses, they all exclaimed in shock. Their words were filled with shock. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance with their eyes wide open, as if they were looking at a wild beast. Wang Chun stood in the distance, completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had thought that the youth who had come along with him was a lower God Emperor that Chang Yen had found to waste time. He was even worried that the other party would be killed by Chang Yen. However, in the blink of an eye, someone had indeed died. However, the one who had died was not him, but Chang Yen, Upper God Emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Upper God Emperor. There's still some time left. Is there anyone else who wants to enlighten me? Just the Destiny Canyon and the battle between the divine nations were things that he might be able to learn more about from the ruler's envoy. Brother Ling Tian, when we return to the capital in a month, the ruler will definitely appoint you as the mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion as long as you are willing. On the way back to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, the ruler's envoy walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. He did not underestimate the other party just because he was a lower God Emperor. Although the other party had killed Chang Yen earlier because Chang Yen had not used a divine weapon, he was still able to kill Duan Lingtian with such ease. Even if Chang Yan had used a divine weapon, he would only be able to buy some time at most. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the ruler's envoy's enthusiasm. Big brother Yunhe, I have no intention of becoming the mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. I want to compete for the position of acting mansion master in the Destiny Canyon. Chapter 4171. The messenger was called Yunhe. Ever since he announced that Duan Lingtian was the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, he had been very friendly to Duan Lingtian. This was a lower god emperor who could kill a upper god emperor. He was not someone an ordinary lower god emperor could compare to. Even 99% of middle god emperors could not compare to him. He could still maintain a friendly relationship with such an existence, but once he grew up, he would not be able to reach him. Of course, if it was only Duan Lingtian's strength, Yunhe might be polite, but it was not enough to make him so friendly. This was because Yunhe could faintly sense that the person in front of him was not very old. Such a young lower god emperor who could kill a upper god emperor. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely soar to the sky and maintain his invincibility among his peers. Brother Lingtian, I also guessed that was what you were thinking. Yunhe was not surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. If he were Duan Lingtian, with the cultivation of a lower god emperor and the ability to kill a upper god emperor, he would not be bound by a small heaven spirit mansion. Even if he were Duan Lingtian, he felt that the righteous divine kingdom would not be able to tolerate him. This was the main reason why Yunhe was so friendly to Duan Lingtian. In the righteous divine kingdom, he had the backing of the ultimate god realm monarch. Few people dared to provoke him. In the divine kingdom, he did not need to curry favor with anyone. However, as an outstanding upper god emperor and in the prime of his life, he was naturally not willing to be bound by the righteous divine kingdom. Under such circumstances, being on good terms with Duan Lingtian might help him when he left the righteous divine kingdom in the future. No matter what, brother Lingtian, with your monstrous talent, you will definitely amaze everyone in the capital. Even in the Destiny Canyon, you will definitely shock all the divine kingdoms. Now, Yunhe could not help but look forward to the expressions of those people when they found out that this was a lower god emperor who could easily kill a upper god emperor. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Brother Lingtian, in the following month, you can enter the prefecture city and receive the treatment of an official prefecture lord. During this month, you can enjoy everything in the treasury left behind by the past masters of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. In the city lord's mansion of an ordinary small city, there was a treasure trove. As the prefectural city of the Heavenly Spirit Mansion, there was no lack of treasures in the city lord's mansion. Not everything was carried by the mansion master. When Duan Lingtian heard Yunhe's words, his expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with excitement. He hoped that there was something he urgently needed in the treasury of the prefecture city governor's mansion. Just now, after he had killed that high god emperor Chang Yan, he had received an extremely generous reward. Although it was not as good as what he had obtained after he had exited the arch-mystic realm, it was still more than half of the rewards he had obtained from the regulations back then. This caused the divine power in his body to boil, and it was on the verge of bursting out. He had a feeling that as long as he digested the rewards of the regulations, he would be even closer to the Middle God Emperor realm. Middle God Emperor realm, before I leave, there shouldn't be any suspense. Even if it's the Upper God Emperor realm, I still have a chance. However, the ultimate God realm is very, very difficult. When he had first entered, Duan Lingtian felt that the Upper God Emperor realm was unreachable. However, now he saw hope again. There was still slightly more than 2 years left. If the monarch of the divine kingdom could help him become a middle god emperor before he headed to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms, it would definitely be a joyous occasion for him. In the next month, Duan Lingtian entered the treasury of the prefecture city governor's mansion a few days ago and found some medicinal herbs that would be of great help to him. Although these medicinal herbs could not be consumed directly, they could be refined into divine pills. With Duan Lingtian's attainments in alchemy, he could easily refine them into supreme divine pills that he needed. Moreover, they were supreme divine pills that would be of great help to his current cultivation level. In this heaven and earth, refining supreme divine pills would not attract heavenly tribulations, and there would be no heaven and earth vision. This was something Duan Lingtian had discovered earlier, so he did not have to worry about it. In fact, even if there were heavenly tribulations or heaven and earth vision in this heaven and earth, he would not be afraid. With his strength, he could protect himself in this divine kingdom, unless the monarch of the divine kingdom personally attacked him and killed him. However, that was almost impossible. If the monarch knew that he had such attainments in alchemy, he would definitely weigh the pros and cons and decide whether to offend him or befriend him. To be able to become a monarch and cultivate to the supreme god realm, he was definitely not a fool. A month's time passed in a hurry. As for Duan Lingtian, in this 1 month's time, he had refined many supreme divine pills that were suitable for his current cultivation level. At the same time, he had also digested the rewards of killing the upper god Emperor Changyan. His cultivation level increased by another level. He was even closer to becoming a middle god emperor. In fact, if one were to compare the distance between a lower god emperor and a middle god emperor to a distance of 100 meters, he would have already walked more than 10 meters. And the lower god emperors mentioned here were naturally the lower god emperors who had completely consolidated their cultivation. 1/10 of the journey was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount either. One should know that it had only been a few months since Duan Lingtian became a lower god emperor. Brother Lingtian, let's go. Yun He led Duan Lingtian to the capital of the divine kingdom. He took out an emperor-level divine artifact flying ship and moved forward at the speed of an upper god emperor. In the divine artifact flying ship, Yun He smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, "The Heaven Spiritual Mansion's capital is not far from the capital. We can reach it in half a month's time." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he, who was not in a hurry to cultivate, began to ask Yun He about various things that he was puzzled about. For example, the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Previously, as time was tight, Yun He only briefly told him about it and did not go into details. He also told him that he could answer his questions on the way back to the capital. At this time, Yun He also began to answer Duan Lingtian's questions in detail. The Destiny Canyon is a miraculous place in the Tiannan continent. According to legend, it was left behind by the creator god for the various divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent. It can only be opened by the monarch of each divine kingdom with a monarch token. The so-called Battle of the Divine Kingdoms is held in the Destiny Canyon. Following Yun He's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. The Destiny Canyon was a place that had stood tall in the Tiannan continent since ancient times. It had never been moved and could not be moved because, according to legend, it was a place created by the creator god. Although the monarchs of the divine kingdoms had unparalleled power within their divine kingdom with the monarch medallion, they were nothing outside of their divine kingdom. They were not even a deterrent to some powerful ultimate god forces. Under such circumstances, they naturally hoped that they could befriend experts from the outside world. It would only be beneficial for them and their divine kingdom. Some divine kingdoms had offended many ultimate god forces because their monarch medallion went out during the Destiny Canyon's opening and was too arrogant. Until now, there were still some ultimate god experts from ultimate god forces patrolling outside the borders of those divine kingdoms to kill emperor gods who came out of their divine kingdoms. Under such circumstances, the emperor gods of those divine kingdoms did not dare to go out at all. Therefore, even if there were some opportunities outside of their divine kingdoms, those divine kingdoms would not be able to obtain them. This was because the monarch of a divine kingdom was unable to bring the power of the monarch medallion outside. Without the power of the monarch medallion, they would most likely be killed by the ultimate god experts guarding the borders of their divine kingdoms if they went out. Because of the example of those few divine nations, the other divine nations learned from it. Even when Heaven's Canyon was open, they could bring the medallion's power out for a year, but they didn't dare to offend anyone and kept a low profile. Of course, the ultimate god forces outside did not dare to provoke the divine kingdoms when the divine kingdoms were low-key. If you did not provoke others, they would be unreasonable if they attacked you. On the other hand, if you provoked others, they would kill you openly without any hesitation. Thank you for your recommendation, Brother Yunhe. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. It was not difficult to guess that the person in front of him must have put in a lot of good words for him. Brother Lingtian. Yunhe used voice transmission when he spoke to Duan Lingtian again. Obviously, he did not want the two people behind him to hear him, even if they were his trusted subordinates. You don't have to be reserved in front of the monarch. You don't even have to express your attitude directly. Just indirectly show that you're not someone who forgets your roots. The monarch is invincible in his divine kingdom, but he's just an ordinary lower ultimate god when he goes out. Because of this, he can't go even if he knows there are great opportunities in the outside world. He can only watch from afar. Many monarchs in other divine kingdoms have good relationships with experts from the outside world. They even have close relationships with ultimate god forces. With the protection of the ultimate gods from the outside world, they are no longer rootless duckweeds after leaving their divine kingdoms. They can pursue their own opportunities. Many monarchs of divine kingdoms have the cultivation of a medium ultimate god because of opportunities outside their divine kingdoms. Otherwise, the only opportunity within their control is limited to the opportunity to become a venerate in Heaven's Canyon. Apart from that, unless they're lucky enough to have an ultimate god opportunity appear in their divine kingdom. Yunhe paused for a moment before he continued, Brother Lingtian, with your heaven-defying talent and comprehension ability, you'll definitely be able to open the divine venerable secret realm that contains great opportunities once you enter the divine venerable stage. In front of the monarch, as long as you declare that you'll definitely break through the ultimate god realm in the future in our righteous divine kingdom, it'll be more effective than anything else. It'll be more effective against the monarch of China. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Yunhe's words. There really is a ultimate god secret realm? Moreover, it was a secret realm that appeared after a breakthrough. It was obviously an upgraded version of the Divine Emperor secret realm. What a pity! Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even if I break through to the ultimate god realm, I won't do it in the divine trials. I'll definitely break through in the outside world. I wonder if a ultimate god secret realm will appear if I break through to the ultimate god realm in the otherworld battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt that he would most likely break through to the ultimate god realm in the otherworld battlefield. He just didn't know if a divine emperor secret realm would appear in the otherworld battlefield. I'll have to ask third senior brother about this when I get out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After that, Duan Lingtian and Yunhe chatted for a while before finding a corner of the divine artifact spaceship to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Yunhe saw this and sat cross-legged on the spot with his eyes closed. It was unknown if he was resting or cultivating. As for the two people behind Yunhe, they didn't follow Yunhe's example and closed their eyes to rest. Instead, they stared at the formation mirror image around the divine artifact spaceship's inner cabin, vigilant of the outside world. An Emperor God-level divine artifact spaceship might not be safe even if it was traveling at the speed of an upper-level great god. There were many upper-level great god realm hunters in the wild. Chapter 4173. Tiannan Continent. Feiyang Divine Nation. A lofty mountain collapsed with a loud bang. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. It shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying sound spread for thousands of kilometers, and it alarmed all the living beings in the vicinity. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the void above in a sorry state. It was a young lady, but she had a solemn look on her face. Divine power was fluctuating in her body, fusing with the law of destruction and exuding an aura of destruction. It was as though she could destroy everything wherever she went. A lower-rank emperor god with the fighting power of an ultimate god. A tall figure rose into the air from the remains of the collapsed mountain. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and handsome, and his body exuded waves of fierce green aura chi. As it whistled, it turned into wind blades that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Additionally, there was a token suspended above his head. This token appeared ordinary at first glance. However, from its aura, it seemed to be connected to this vast land. Energy continuously flowed into it and entered the middle-aged man's body, causing the wind energy on the surface of the middle-aged man's body to become increasingly fierce and berserk. As for him, he was none other than the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiaoyi Yuan. At that moment, Xiaoyi Yuan stared at the young lady not far away. His face was solemn and his eyes were full of surprise. If I don't have the monarch token, I might not be your match. Xiaoyi Yuan had never thought that there would be a upper-rank emperor god who could defeat him, a lower-rank ultimate god. If he was not the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation and had the power of the monarch token, he would not be a match for the young lady in front of him. Most importantly, the young lady was only a upper-rank emperor god. What are you doing? It has increased your strength so much. I feel like you're almost catching up with my senior sister. The young girl stared at Xiaoyi Yuan. At this moment, a grave expression appeared on her face. She had never expected that a person who was originally at a disadvantage in front of her would suddenly erupt with such terrifying power after taking out a token. She felt like he was almost catching up with her upper-rank ultimate god macro world. As for Xiaoyi Yuan, after hearing the young girl's words, he quietly looked at the young girl for a moment. He, who could faintly see that the young girl's words had a certain degree of credibility, also felt a chill in his heart. In the eyes of this young girl, he, who had used the monarch token, was actually inferior to her eldest senior sister? What kind of person was her eldest senior sister? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Previously, he had been thinking that such a frightening young girl, a young girl who possessed the battle prowess of a god venerable when she was just a high-level god emperor, could definitely not have an ordinary background. But now, the young girl's words had further verified his guess. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyi Yuan looked at the girl and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you are not my match." Hearing this, the girl nodded. "You have that token. I'm not your match. However, even so, you still won't be able to kill me." When the young girl's voice fell, a bead had already appeared in her hand. The bead was completely black like a black pearl, but there seemed to be energy flowing within it. Although it was sealed within the bead, when it appeared in her hand, it still caused the surrounding void to tremble. Sometimes the void even paused as though time had stopped. At this moment, even Xiaoyi Yuan could feel that the bead in the young girl's hand was extraordinary, but he couldn't recognize what it was. However, based on what the young girl had said earlier, it was obvious that it was a life-saving item. At this moment, a spatial tear appeared in another divine nation next to the Feiyang Divine Nation. The young girl who was in the Feiyang Divine Nation's ruler Xiaoyi Yuan walked out of the spatial tear. "If senior sister finds out that I used the life-saving talisman she gave me in the trial grounds, I'm afraid she'll punish me again." The young girl frowned slightly. She was clearly worried. "Why don't I tell her that I gave the life-saving talisman to little junior brother? Little junior brother is the one who used it. Let's do that. I'm so smart. Little junior brother is so obedient. I'm sure he'll help me." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that he would become someone's scapegoat in the near future. He followed Yun He all the way until they finally arrived at the capital of the righteous divine nation. As the capital of the righteous divine nation, it was naturally huge. Looking at the city from the outside, one would feel as though one's soul had been elevated. Not only was the city domineering, but it was also ancient. It was as though it had been there for countless years, but it still stood tall. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. You can rest for a few days before I bring you to see the king." "I'll bring you to Duan Ling Tian first," Yun He said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Yun He." Duan Ling Tian thanked Yun He. After that, Yun He arranged for Duan Ling Tian to stay in a courtyard in the east of the capital. This courtyard is usually used by the capital to entertain guests. This time, all the mansion masters of the various mansions will be staying here. Right now, there are already quite a few manor lords here. When everyone is here, the king will host a banquet for all of you. At that time, all of you can meet each other so you can look out for each other in the heavens will canyon. Yun He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Of course, you can't completely trust anyone in the divine nation after you enter the heavens will canyon. In other words, you can't completely trust me even if I go in with you. Even blood brothers can turn against each other in the face of benefits." Although Duan Ling Tian felt Yun He's warning was no different from nonsense, he still listened attentively because he knew Yun He was sincerely trying to give him advice. The residence that Yun He arranged for Duan Ling Tian was an independent residence in the vast courtyard. There were servants and maids in the residence, so he could order them about anything. After Duan Ling Tian moved in, a plaque appeared at the entrance of the standalone mansion. 6 words were written on the plaque in a flamboyant style. "Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion." Clearly, this was an announcement that the residence already had an owner, and that the person living inside was the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll take my leave first. Have a good rest. I'll come back in a few days." Yun He bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. When Yun He left, he attracted the attention of some people. "That's the Vice Commander Yun He who serves the monarch?" Most of the people living in the courtyard were the mansion masters of the various manors. They all recognized Yun He, the Vice Commander of the Imperial Guards in the Imperial Palace. Furthermore, with Yun He's strength, it was likely that he was not the slightest bit inferior to them. "Yun He personally sent someone here? Who's so important?" "That's right. Even if you and I came here, no Vice Commander of the Imperial Guards personally sent someone here." The 2 mansion masters sat together and drank tea. Their voices were filled with dissatisfaction as they spoke. However, although they were dissatisfied, they did not intend to ask for an explanation. Chapter 4174. A lower god emperor killing a higher god emperor. Not only had such a thing never happened in the history of the righteous divine nation, but no lower god emperor in the entire southern heaven continent had ever accomplished such a feat. However, Duan Ling Tian had done it. Moreover, someone had recorded it using a floating image pearl and sent it to the capital of the righteous divine nation. Amazing! Inside a spacious courtyard in the righteous divine nation's capital, many of the manor lords sighed with emotion after watching the complete floating image recorded in the floating image pearl. It was actually true that a lower god emperor had killed a higher god emperor. One had to know that when they saw the floating image pearl in front of them, they still had some reservations in their hearts. They felt that the rumors might not be true. The difference between a lower god emperor and a higher god emperor was too great. How could a lower god emperor kill a higher god emperor in an instant? Even if the lower god emperor had a high-grade full-soul divine weapon and the higher god emperor did not. It was only when they saw the floating image pearl that they realized that the rumors were true. There was no exaggeration. He's too strong. A lower god emperor has such battle strength. Based on the battle strength he displayed, even if Cheng Yen used a high-grade full-soul divine weapon, he might not be a match for him, right? After all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. Therefore, many people had reservations in their words. Of course, there were also some people who felt that if Duan Lingtian's opponent had used a high-grade full-soul divine weapon, Duan Lingtian might not have been a match for him. This lower god emperor was probably just lucky. I think so too. Otherwise, why would he wait until the end to attack? He was probably worried that the other higher god emperors would use a high-grade full-soul divine weapon to attack him, right? However, no matter what the people outside thought or felt, it did not affect Duan Lingtian too much. Not to mention that he did not hear what they said. Even if he did, he would not take it seriously. After arriving at the capital of the righteous divine nation, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the courtyard for long. The next morning, he left the courtyard and went to the bustling streets of the capital to enjoy the liveliness of the capital. As the capital of the righteous divine nation, the streets of the capital were very clean, and the management was very strict. Not every street allowed for stalls. Street stalls could only be set up in certain areas. Duan Lingtian walked alone on the streets of the capital, walking aimlessly. Occasionally, he would see 1 or 2 shops selling medicinal ingredients, so he would go in to take a look. If there were any supplementary medicines that he needed, he would also buy some. As for the main ingredient, there was no need to think about it. The main ingredient of any divine pill that could help the current Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary item. It was basically impossible for it to appear in a pharmacy. Duan Lingtian walked around the streets of the capital until the veil of night descended before he finally returned. After returning, he did not go out again. Knowing that Yun He was looking for him, he said, "Brother Lingtian, the monarch is free today and would like to meet you." Yun He's words were very skillful. The monarch wants to see you, not the monarch himself. The former was treated equally. The latter was the attitude of a superior to a subordinate. Duan Lingtian heard some clues, but he did not know if it was Yun He's own intention or the monarch's. Under Yun He's lead, Duan Lingtian left his own residence in the courtyard. Then, he left the courtyard and followed him all the way to the palace in the capital of the righteous divine nation. Lord Deputy Commander. Lord Deputy Commander. Along the way, all those who saw Yun He bowed respectfully to him. It was at this time that Duan Lingtian learned from Yun He that he was the deputy commander of the imperial guards in the palace of the righteous divine nation. Your Majesty, I've brought him. Yun He brought Duan Lingtian to the entrance of a magnificent main hall. There was a stone statue on each side of the main hall's entrance. They were stone statues of 2 different creatures. Duan Lingtian could not recognize what kind of creatures they were. However, they were definitely not humans. Haha! Almost as soon as Yun He finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was waiting for the person inside to summon him. However, he heard a hearty laugh coming from inside. Then, a figure actually walked out from inside. This was a young man wearing a light golden robe. His entire person was incomparably luxurious, and his temperament was also oppressive. His handsome face revealed a bit of majesty. Your Majesty. Yun He bowed respectfully. Duan Lingtian also cupped his hands and bowed to the young man. Duan Lingtian greets the monarch. Obviously, this person was the monarch of the righteous divine nation. However, he did not expect him to be so young. Brother Lingtian, there's no need to be so courteous. The monarch of the righteous divine nation cupped his hands and returned the greeting to Duan Lingtian. Then, he said with a smile, "Although I'm the monarch of the righteous divine nation, I only have what I have today because of my father. I can't compare to you, Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, if you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Zhu." Duan Lingtian knew that the members of the imperial family of the righteous divine nation had always had the surname Zhu since ancient times. Faced with the courtesy of the person in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not continue with the pleasantries. A smile appeared on his face. Brother Zhu. Haha, good. When the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, heard Duan Lingtian calling him Brother Zhu again, a brighter smile appeared on his face. Then, he personally led Duan Lingtian into the hall behind him. There was no one in the hall. After the 2 of them entered, Yun He stood guard at the door. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the monarch would be courteous to Brother Lingtian, he did not expect the monarch to be so courteous as to let Brother Lingtian call him Brother Zhu. After all, he had followed the monarch for many years, but it was the first time he saw the monarch being so courteous. It seems, Brother Lingtian has extraordinary value in the monarch's eyes. It was the first time the two of them met. As the monarch of a divine nation, Chu Youngjun was being so courteous. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be impressed by Duan Lingtian. Could only be that he felt Duan Lingtian was valuable. Duan Lingtian knew that very well. The scene in front of him was just a show to him. In the future, if he really broke through to the ultimate god realm in the righteous divine nation, he would enter the place and encounter a treasure. If the monarch was confident, he would most likely want to kill him. This world was much crueler than the outside world. Duan Lingtian naturally would not be careless. He did not dare to be careless. Brother Lingtian, this is the first time in my life that I, Chu Youngjun, know that a lower great god is able to kill a higher great god. Chu Youngjun sighed. After hearing Chu Youngjun's words, Duan Lingtian finally knew the monarch's full name. For a moment he was subconsciously stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Chu Youngjun? Isn't this name a little narcissistic? Although Duan Lingtian's appearance was not bad, there was still a gap between him and Duan Lingtian. Father and mother, compared to this monarch father and queen mother, are still more concerned about their reputation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was just a fluke. In the face of Chu Youngjun's sigh, Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. It was also because he did not use his full soul high-rank divine artifact. Otherwise, I might not have been his match. Brother Lingtian is too humble. Chu Youngjun shook his head and smiled. Although I only saw the image recorded by the floating image pearl, Vice Commander Yun he was present at the scene. According to him, even if the monarch used his full soul high-rank divine artifact, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have lost to you. Chu Youngjun trusted Yun he very much. Yun he had been with him for a long time. In fact, Yun he had been his bodyguard when he was young. Could be said that Yun he had grown up with him. Although their relationship was that of a superior and subordinate, in private they were no different from brothers. Duan Lingtian heard this and shook his head. Brother Yun he is too kind. As soon as his voice fell, Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Youngjun and went straight to the point. My lord. Before he could continue, he was interrupted by Chu Youngjun with a slight frown. Brother Lingtian, I already said that you don't need to call me that. Brother Zhu. Duan Lingtian changed his words, but his expression was still a little serious. I became the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. For the opportunity inside, I have no intention of becoming the mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. After the Divine Kingdom battle, I will go to the Heaven Spirit Mansion to take up the position of acting mansion master. After that, I may leave the righteous Divine Kingdom. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before continuing. In the future, as long as I'm still alive in this world, before I break through to the ultimate God realm, I will definitely return to the righteous Divine Kingdom and inform you at the same time. Then, I will break through in the righteous Divine Kingdom. Not only did Duan Lingtian reveal his thoughts, but he even made a promise. As for whether this promise would be fulfilled, as long as he was still alive in this world when he was about to break through to the ultimate God realm, it was not a big deal for him to return to the righteous Divine Kingdom to break through. However, this was something that was almost impossible, because he would be leaving this world in 2 years, leaving the divine trial grounds. After leaving, naturally, he would not be considered to still be alive in this world. Duan Lingtian's words were very skillful. However, the righteous Divine Kingdom's monarch, Chu Youngjun, would never dream that Duan Lingtian was not from this world and would leave in 2 years. Otherwise, he would not be in a good mood right now. Ha. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Chu Youngjun laughed again. If he could kill one, he would be able to obtain a lot of rewards and his cultivation would improve. Big brother Zhu, don't worry. I'll definitely come. Duan Lingtian replied repeatedly. After that, Duan Tian declined Yun. He's offered to personally send him off and teleported out of the imperial palace. With just one teleportation, he left the imperial palace. With another teleportation, he returned to the courtyard where the various mansion masters were staying. After Duan Tian left, Yun he walked into the main hall where Duan Tian and Chu Youngjun had conversed. "Your Majesty, how was your chat with him?" Yun he asked Chu Youngjun respectfully. Chu Youngjun smiled slightly. "He's a straightforward person. He has promised that before he breaks through to the ultimate god realm in the future, he will come to the righteous divine nation and break through in our divine nation. Moreover, he will inform me before he breaks through." To Chu Youngjun, being on good terms with Duan Tian was the most practical thing. If he asked Duan Tian to take care of the righteous divine nation in the future, he might not have the time to take care of it even if his strength increased. However, the ultimate god's secret realm was a real benefit. "That's good." Yun he smiled. In his opinion, since Duan Tian had made a promise, he would definitely not go back on his words. Geniuses all had their pride. Once such a promise was made, there was a high chance that it would give birth to inner demons if it was broken in the future. It would cause them to suffer losses or even die when the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation arrived. Feiyang Divine Nation, the capital. As the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, Shaoi Yuan only found out after he returned that all the high god emperors under him who were in the capital had been killed some time ago. Moreover, he did not receive any communication jades on his side. Obviously, they were all intercepted by the culprit. "Who is it?" Shaoi Yuan was furious. How dare someone be so presumptuous in his Feiyang Divine Nation? Did they think that he, the monarch, was just a decoration? Although he was only a lower ultimate god, with the monarch token in his hand, he could be said to be invincible in this divine nation. Even higher ultimate gods rarely dared to provoke him in his territory. "Your Majesty, it's a young lady." Someone spoke as he took out a floating image pearl and projected a floating image mirror image. In the floating image mirror image, a young lady was slaughtering. Although she was also a higher god emperor, killing other higher god emperors was as easy as slaughtering dogs. At this moment, Shaoi Yuan's expression changed again. "It's her. Your Majesty knows her." This time, it was the people beside him who were shocked. "Did that person really go to look for your Majesty? I thought she was joking when she said she was going to look for your Majesty. Everyone knows that your Majesty has the monarch token and is invincible in our Feiyang Divine Nation. Does she have a death wish?" With such a powerful higher god emperor representing the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation to enter the Heavens Will Canyon and participate in the Divine Nation battle, there were only benefits to the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. It was impossible for him to refuse, nor could he refuse, because this was an extremely good thing for the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Even in his dreams, he wanted to find a few more powerful higher god emperors to represent the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Heavens Will Canyon and participate in the Divine Nation battle. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Tian was awakened from his cultivation. "Brother Tian, you are the only mansion master who is not here to participate in the banquet today." After receiving the communication jade, Duan Tian smiled and left the room. He left the residence. Rising into the air, Duan Tian saw that many people had gathered in the sky above the courtyard. Yun He, who he was familiar with, was standing at the front. Chapter 4176. Brother Yun He. Duan Tian greeted Yun He. At the same time, it was not difficult to notice that the others were sizing him up. Among these people there were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. All of them had extraordinary temperaments. Regardless of whether it was the seemingly amiable old people or the handsome young people, they all had the aura of a superior. Duan Tian was not surprised by this. This was because he knew that these people were the prefecture masters of the various prefectures in the righteous divine nation. Without exception, they were all upper god emperors. Moreover, it was normal for them to have some aura after being in a high position for a long time. Let's go. Yun He nodded at Duan Lingtian. Then he called everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to leave the courtyard and head to the imperial palace. The monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, held a banquet and invited the prefecture masters of the various prefectures. The banquet was held in the imperial palace. However, there were still some prefecture masters who took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. This must be the prefecture master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, right? I'm just the acting prefecture master. Duan Lingtian was humble. Prefecture Master Duan, you're too humble. With your strength and talent, as long as you're willing to stay in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, it won't be difficult for you to become the real prefecture master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Prefecture Master Duan, I've seen the scryer recording of you defeating an upper god emperor with your cultivation as a lower god emperor. Amazing. Before this, I couldn't imagine how a lower god emperor could defeat an upper god emperor. Prefecture Master Duan, you don't look very old, but your attainments in the sword principle are so powerful. I wonder if you comprehended it on your own or if you have a master. Some of the prefecture masters who acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength began to speak to Duan Lingtian. As for those palace masters who didn't really acknowledge Duan Lingtian's strength, and even felt that the high-level god emperor Cheng Yen, whom Duan Lingtian had killed, would definitely have been able to kill Duan Lingtian if he had used his high-grade soul artifact. At this moment, they were pretending to be aloof, and no one spoke. However, they still listened attentively to the conversation between the Duan Lingtian and the other manor heads. They did not miss a single word. Duan Lingtian only responded modestly to the praises of many manor heads. As for the way of the sword, it was said that he had inherited it from the supreme god. This caused the patriarchs to be astounded. Even the palace masters who looked down on Duan Lingtian were shocked beyond words. What kind of person could teach such a disciple? Among them, there might be some who looked down on Duan Lingtian and felt that Duan Lingtian had killed the high-level god emperor through trickery. He had killed the high-level god emperor when his opponent was completely unprepared and did not even use his high-grade soul artifact. However, when they asked themselves, they were sincerely convinced by the person who could produce a disciple like Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian has a master? Yun He, who was leading the way, was also shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had long guessed that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background and that the reason he had appeared in the righteous divine nation was only to train, however, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had a master, and that his way of the sword originated from his master, he could not help but be shocked. Before the banquet began, Yun He also transmitted this matter to the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun. When Chu Youngjun heard this, he was naturally shocked. Duan Lingtian's master, what kind of heaven-defying existence was that? However, Chu Youngjun did not ask Duan Lingtian because he knew that Duan Lingtian might not tell him the details even if he asked. Moreover, if he asked, it would seem too deliberate. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the mansion masters of the various manors saw Chu Youngjun, they all bowed respectfully. Only Duan Lingtian only greeted him with a smile. Big Brother Zhu. In the beginning, the mansion masters of the various manors thought that Duan Lingtian was a little arrogant. The monarch was the ruler of a nation. How could he simply call him Big Brother? It was only when Chu Youngjun responded to Duan Lingtian with a smile that they realized that Duan Lingtian dared to call the monarch of the righteous divine nation that way because he had obtained permission. For a moment, many people were envious and some were jealous. After everyone had arrived, Chu Youngjun allowed Duan Lingtian and the others to take their seats. Everyone had their own seat, and after they were seated, the dishes and wine were immediately served. Whether it was the wine or the dishes, none of them were ordinary. Just smelling the aroma was enough to stir the divine power in one's body, and at the same time, make one feel refreshed. One had to know that everyone present was a god emperor. Other than Duan Lingtian, all of them were higher god emperors. To be able to make them feel this way, the wine and dishes must be even more extraordinary. It was obvious that the righteous divine nation's imperial family had put in a lot of effort for this show. Such sumptuous wine and dishes, the monarch is very considerate. Many mansion masters expressed their gratitude to Chu Young-jun. Some of the manor heads were already staring at the dishes on the table in front of them, exclaiming in surprise, Dilong soup, Yuanyang soup, creation divine wine. As for Duan Lingtian, he could not name any of them, but this did not stop him from recognizing the value of these dishes. Mansion masters, there's no need to be so courteous. Let's begin. Chu Young-jun laughed and then began to enjoy the dishes in front of him. The group of mansion masters also began to eat after him. Even Duan Lingtian began to eat. At first, Duan Lingtian thought that these dishes were meant to nourish the body and that the taste should be ordinary. It was only when the food entered his mouth that he realized that he was wrong. Not only did these dishes smooth out the heavenly veins in his body, but his divine power also began to boil. After each circulation, it actually increased slightly. In addition, some dishes made his skin begin to glow. In the end, he shed a layer of skin, and a new layer of skin as delicate as a baby's appeared. This wine, after the so-called fortune divine wine went down his throat and into his body, Duan Lingtian felt a roar in his head. Then, he felt as though his soul was being cleansed, as though it had been sublimated. However, one of them sat back down and said with a bitter smile, I admit defeat. I'm no match for Mansion Master Fong. One of the Mansion Masters immediately admitted defeat. As for the other Mansion Master, he won without a fight and obtained the right to kill the upper-level God Emperor. Let him go, Chu Young-jun said as he looked at the old man who had brought the captives over. Hearing this, the old man formed a set of hand seals and pressed them on the middle-aged man in front of him, who was the upper-level God Emperor captive in the next instant. The middle-aged man who originally had lifeless eyes suddenly woke up. His originally lifeless eyes shone brightly. At the same time, his expression changed and he tried to flee. Whoosh! His body moved and he was about to escape at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Chu Young-jun also spoke up and said calmly, Mansion Master Fong, whether you can kill him and obtain the rewards of the rules will depend on your skills. From his words, it was obvious that he had no intention of interfering. The blue had surpassed the blue, and was even stronger than the law of gold and law of fire of the 5 elements, which focused on killing. Bang! When Fang Xionglei's third hammer strike, which was also the third strike, landed, the upper divine emperor was directly killed with the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Not only was he killed, even the spear sole on the 7-foot-long spear was also shattered. Crash! A light pillar of the law of reward fell from the sky and enveloped Fang Xionglie. In addition, Fang Xionglie had not completely retracted the power of thunder around him, making him look like an unparalleled thunder god. Many thanks, Your Majesty. After Fang Xionglie accepted the law of reward, he looked at the monarch, Chu Young-jun, who was sitting at the head of the table, and thanked him repeatedly. Then he returned to his seat. Chu Young-jun laughed. Mansion Master Fang's strength has become stronger. It seems that it won't be long before Mansion Master Fang enters the ultimate god realm. As he spoke, although Chu Young-jun was still smiling, there was a hint of helplessness in the depths of his eyes. This was because he knew that once Fang Xionglie entered the ultimate god realm, he would definitely leave the righteous divine nation. This was because the righteous divine nation could not give him a better future. Only by leaving the righteous divine nation and breaking free from the shackles of the divine nation would he be able to progress further. Mansion Master Fang, you're amazing. Mansion Master Fang, you've hidden your strength well. I didn't expect you to have come this far. Now, Fang Xionglie had become the absolute focus of the Mansion Master's banquet. Duan Lingtian, who was previously the center of attention, was now left out in the cold. Duan Lingtian's attention was also on Fang Xionglie. He knew that if he were to meet Fang Xiongli, even if he were to go all out and not hold back, he would not have a chance of winning. In fact, it was impossible for them to even draw. There was no doubt that he would lose. One should know that his current strength was much stronger than before. He was even confident that he could fight Zhong Bainan to a draw. However, he did not have the slightest confidence in facing Fang Xiongli. Unless I enter the realm of a middle-level emperor god or my spatial law, sword principle or control principle has improved further. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to defeat him. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At the same time, the sense of superiority brought about by his rapid improvement in strength had also disappeared at this moment. He originally thought that his strength was not bad and that he would be able to perform well in the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. However, after seeing Mansion Master Fang Xionglei's strength, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. In the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon, there are probably more than 1 or 2 half-step ultimate gods like Fang Xiongli. There should be such people in every Divine Kingdom. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt the pressure increase. It would be great if I could enter the realm of a middle-level emperor god before entering the Destiny Canyon. What? You still want to give me something? Duan Lingtian also smiled. If Mansion Master Sun can beat me, the wager will naturally belong to Mansion Master Sunday. What do you want to bet? Sun Yu asked. At the same time, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. How about a High God Emperor? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. A High God Emperor. The wager was naturally the reward that would fall from the heavens after a High God Emperor was killed. Do you have it? Sun Yu smiled coldly. You and I have an agreement. No matter who wins or loses, before we enter the Destiny Canyon, we have to fulfill the wager. Even if we have to borrow a High God Emperor from the king, we still have to fulfill the wager. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. If that's the case, you won't have to worry that I can't take out the wager, right? When Duan Lingtian said this, Sun Yu immediately looked at Chu Youngjun. Chu Youngjun's eyes flashed a few times before he said with a faint smile, if you really want to bet, after the battle is over, I can directly lend a High God Emperor to the loser. Chapter 4178. High-level God Emperors were actually considered powerful individuals in the entire righteous divine nation. However, within the royal family of the righteous divine kingdom, there were still many upper divine emperor realm hunters imprisoned. Some were personally captured by the monarch, while others were captured by the monarch's subordinates. To the king, Chu Youngjun, a high-level God Emperor was nothing. However, among the 2 people who were about to spar, one of them was a senior palace master under his command, so it was fine to lend him a high-level God Emperor. As for the other person, although he was the new palace master, his potential was shocking. He had already promised to break through to the ultimate God realm in the righteous divine nation, so it was fine to give him a high-level God Emperor. The king has already expressed his stance. Palace Master Sun, are you willing to bet? Duan Lingtian stared at Sun Yu and smiled faintly. At this time, Sun Yu's brows were tightly knitted together. He did not immediately respond to Duan Lingtian. He was not a reckless person. Since the person in front of him had made such a request, it meant that he had a certain level of confidence in himself. Although, he did not know where the other party's confidence came from. He was just a low-level God Emperor. However, he still felt that there was something fishy going on. Even if he lost, he did not need to give up a high-level God Emperor. However, the king, Chu Youngjun, would at most lend him a high-level God Emperor, and he would have to return it in the future. Even if he could not return the high-level God Emperor, he would need to use other things to repay this debt. As for not repaying the debt, he had never thought about it and did not dare to think about it. What? When Duan Lingtian saw that Sun Yu was a little hesitant, he seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Mansion Master Sun, are you afraid? Palace Master Sun, You just said that I am a person with an undeserved reputation, and that I was able to kill a high-level god emperor purely by luck. Now, Palace Master Sun, could it be that you feel that you are not my match? Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian was trying to provoke him, Sun Yu still angrily agreed to Duan Lingtian's bet. At this moment, he was prepared for the worst. Even if he had to bear a debt, he could not be suppressed by the other party at this time. Who says I don't dare? Sun Yu sneered. I'm just thinking that as a substitute manor head, once you're defeated, it'll be difficult for you to repay this debt to His Majesty, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. There's no need for manor head Sun to worry about that. Rather than worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourself, manor head Sun? The moment he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian disappeared from where he was. He teleported away, and when Sun Yu approached him like lightning, he teleported again and disappeared in front of Sun Yu. He didn't even reveal his true body before he teleported a second time. Second teleportation. A lower god emperor who has grasped the second instant teleportation. His talent in the laws of space is heaven-defying. The surrounding mansion lords were all shocked. Although he had long known that the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion was not weak and had even killed a high-level god emperor before, he had only seen him in action through the scryer image mirror. Furthermore, he had directly struck out with his sword without any unnecessary movements. Now that he had teleported a second time, Sun Yu couldn't catch up to him at all. This made everyone sigh. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that he was only a lower-level god emperor. Humph! Sun Yu didn't catch up to Duan Lingtian, but he wasn't discouraged. Chapter 4179. No one would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be one of the two people who received the Move Jade token. Mansion Master Duan, aren't you a little too lucky? Many of the mansion masters looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in their eyes. It was as though the air was filled with the smell of lemons. As for Duan Lingtian, he had never thought that he would receive another Move Jade token. At this moment, the other mansion master who had obtained the Move token said with a bitter smile on his face, "My strength is only on par with Mansion Master Sun's. If even Mansion Master Sun is not a match for Mansion Master Duan, I'm definitely not a match for you. I admit defeat for this battle." The other party's admission of defeat also meant that Duan Lingtian had won without a fight. At this time, Monarch Chu Youngjun was also speechless. He could swear to the heavens that he definitely did not cheat. However, Duan Lingtian still received the Move Jade token twice in a row. This luck was simply heaven-defying. That's true. A person like this can't have reached where he is today with just talent and comprehension. He definitely has some heaven-defying luck. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's achievement in the lower god emperor realm, Chu Youngjun understood. This kind of monstrous talent could not be measured using common sense. In the next moment, Chu Youngjun waved his hand and asked the people to release the restrained upper god emperor. This upper god emperor was also killed by Duan Lingtian with a single stroke of his sword without any surprise. The principal reward once again enveloped him. At this time, it was not only the mansion masters who were present. Even Yoon, he was looking at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of envy. In one day, he had killed 3 upper god emperors and received 3 principal rewards. To a lower god emperor, this was undoubtedly a shocking gain. Should we continue? After receiving another principal reward, Duan Lingtian sat back down, and his gaze fell on Monarch Chu Youngjun. All the mansion masters followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked over. At this moment, Monarch Chu Youngjun, who had always appeared calm and collected, shook his head and sighed. Initially, only 3 battles were scheduled. Who would have thought that Mansion Master Duan would win 2 of them? Let's add another round. For this round, Manor Head Duan and Manor Head Fong, who had previously obtained a token, will no longer participate in the competition. The remaining manor heads will compete. Chu Youngjun looked at the Yunting Prefecture Master Fang Xiongli and smiled apologetically. The latter just smiled and nodded, as if he didn't care at all. As for Duan Lingtian, Chu Youngjun did not comfort him. What a joke! She had already received 3 higher God Emperor level rules as a reward, so why would she still need his consolation? At this moment, although Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity and that he had been treated unfairly, he did not say anything. Because even if he spoke up, the other prefecture masters would not agree with him. Everyone wished that he would not participate. Otherwise, if he received another higher God Emperor level rule, they would definitely vomit blood. Therefore, Duan Lingtian watched the entire battle. Of course, he did not stay idle. The divine power in his body surged as he began to absorb the higher God Emperor level rules. He could feel his divine power growing rapidly with every passing moment. At the same time, 2 prefecture heads received jade tokens with the word move, and began to compete for the higher God Emperor level rules. One of them barely defeated his opponent after 1,000 moves and received the higher God Emperor level rules. After this battle, Monarch Chu Youngjun did not intend to continue the game. Instead, he allowed the prefecture heads present to get to know each other better. It would be best if they could befriend each other. When they reached the Heavenswell Canyon and participated in the Battle of the Divine Nations, if the conditions permitted, they could cooperate. Of course, even Duan Lingtian himself knew that cooperation was only based on the needs of each party. If one party was confident that he could take all the rewards alone, he would not cooperate with others. Moreover, even if he cooperated with others, if he was not as strong as the other party, he had to be careful of the other party kicking him to the curb after he had outlived his usefulness. All in all, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the so-called cooperation was just that. As time passed, the prefecture head banquet was gradually coming to an end. Prefecture head Duan, I wonder if it's convenient for you to explain your background? Sunny Yu, the great eagle prefecture head who had been defeated by Duan Lingtian, asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. Following his question, everyone's eyes also fell on Duan Lingtian. They were also very curious about this. Where did this person come from? How could he possess such shocking combat power when he was only a lower God Emperor? When he became a middle God Emperor, would anyone below the ultimate God realm be his match? The crowd found it hard to imagine. Perhaps, when this person became a higher God Emperor, he could even cross a realm and kill an ordinary lower God Emperor. I'm from the righteous divine nation. Duan Lingtian glanced at Sun Yu indifferently and said, It's just that I didn't enter the world in the past. Are you satisfied with my answer, Prefecture head Sun? Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of coldness in them. He could naturally see that the great eagle prefecture head was angry that he had lost to him and wanted to create trouble for him. Prefecture head Duan, I have no intention of targeting you. Sun Yu smiled faintly, as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. He said in a clear voice, I only asked this because I wanted to confirm your background, Prefecture head Duan. Since Prefecture head Duan said that you're from the righteous divine nation, I have no further questions. I believe Prefecture head Duan's words. Prefecture head Duan, please forgive me. I only asked this because I was worried that the other divine nations would send spies to spy on our righteous divine nation and cause trouble for us during the battle of the divine nations in the Destiny Canyon. This is not a rare occurrence in the history of the battle of the divine nations in the Destiny Canyon. Although Sun Yu seemed to be explaining things to Duan Lingtian, anyone could tell that he suspected Duan Lingtian was the same type of person. Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. He smiled faintly and said, Prefecture head Sun, since you're so worried, let's just not work together even if we meet in the Destiny Canyon. I don't want you to be sold out by me, Prefecture head Sun. Duan Lingtian's smile grew wider as he spoke. That's enough. Chu Youngjun could no longer stand it. Let's stop here. Prefecture head Sun, don't speak carelessly without evidence. Moreover, even if the other divine nations wanted to send spies to cause trouble, They wouldn't send someone as dazzling as Prefecture Head Duan. Aren't they worried that such a talented person would die in our righteous divine nation? Although there have been similar cases in the past, those who were sent out were all higher god emperors who hid their strength. Who would keep such a low profile like Prefecture Head Duan? Chu Youngjun's words put an end to the topic. At Chu Youngjun's request, Sun Yu apologized to Duan Lingtian. Although he seemed to be sincerely apologizing, it wasn't hard to see from his eyes that he wasn't sincere at all. In fact, he even seemed to be taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. This Sun Yu. Duan Lingtian still had a smile on his face, but a murderous glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. It would be fine if he didn't meet Sun Yu in the Destiny Canyon. But if he did, he wouldn't hold back. He would turn Sun Yu into a reward that would help him increase his strength. The Prefecture Head Banquet has come to an end. Everyone, please make your preparations for the next few days. If you can increase your strength, do so. If you need help, you can ask Vice Commander Yun. The Imperial family can lend you some resources for the time being. Chu Youngjun's words signaled the end of the Prefecture Head Banquet. However, according to him, if the Prefecture Heads wanted some resources, they would have to borrow them from the Imperial family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the end, he owed the monarch a favor. In the future, when he arrived at the Destiny Canyon and participated in the Divine Kingdom battle, as long as the Prefecture Heads of the Righteous Divine Kingdom didn't go against him, he wouldn't go against them. Even if they were weaker than him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was arrogant. It was just that although there were Prefecture Heads of the Righteous Divine Kingdom who were stronger than him, there were still many who were weaker than him. Most of them were weaker than him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a situation where one of them was defeated and the other admitted defeat in the previous two battles for the rewards. After the Prefecture Head Banquet ended, Duan Lingtian and the other mansion masters were once again escorted back to the courtyard by Yun He, the vice commander of the Imperial Guards. After the other mansion masters returned, Yun He followed Duan Lingtian into his mansion. "Brother Duan, you were too high-profile today." Yun He followed him in and said with a bitter smile, although most of the prefecture heads were kind, they might not be so at the critical moment. Everyone has their own selfish motives and jealousy. This time, you've single-handedly taken the rewards of the rules of 3 higher god emperors. There will definitely be quite a few people who have such thoughts. In the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon, unless you're not afraid of others kicking you to the curb after you've outlived your usefulness, try not to be with them. Yun He reminded him. Duan Lingtian naturally thanked Yun He for his reminder. After all, Yun He had good intentions. "Thank you for your reminder, big brother Yun He. I'll be careful." After Yun He left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and began to digest the 3 rewards he had received today. With the rewards I received today, I should be able to walk more than half of the path to becoming a middle god emperor by consolidating my cultivation base as a lower god emperor. Before Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to cultivate, the excitement in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. At the same time, in many divine kingdoms in the heavenly South Continent, many people sighed. "I'm still too weak. There's no way I can get a spot to enter the Destiny Canyon and participate in the Divine Kingdom battle. Almost a year has passed, but I haven't gained much in this year. There are only 2 more years before I'll be sent out." Even though this divine trial ground has a competitive environment that is blessed by the heavens, and the rules and rewards are directly given. However, there is also a great deal of danger. Last time I was almost killed. In this place, others are prey in my eyes, and I'm prey in others' eyes. I hope the next 2 years will pass quickly. Otherwise, I'm really worried I'll stay here forever. How boring. Even if you didn't intervene, I didn't intend to kill them. Lang Chunwon frowned slightly and said unhappily, You don't believe what I said to you earlier? I didn't mean that. The monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation seemed to realize he was in the wrong and smiled awkwardly. I intervened because I was afraid they would be seriously injured and affect their performance in the kingdom battle. I hope you can forgive me. The monarch's politeness naturally shocked the mansion masters present. However, when they thought of the young lady's strength, they understood. The young lady had the ability to do so. Humph! The young lady snorted and glanced disdainfully at the mansion masters she had suppressed earlier. Just a few pieces of trash. Even if they enter the Heaven's Fate Canyon, what can they do? Although the young lady's words angered them, no one dared to refute her. They only dared to be angry in their hearts and did not dare to show it on their faces. Today, the young lady did not kill them because the monarch was present. But what about after that? After the kingdom battle ended, they would have to return to their respective mansions. At that time, the monarch would not be able to protect them even if he wanted to. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chu Youngjun, the monarch of the Soaring Cloud Divine Nation glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others behind Chu Youngjun. Handsome nephew, I've heard that a low-rank god emperor from your righteous divine nation is preparing to enter the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Destiny Canyon battle. Moreover, he has the battle prowess to kill a high-rank god emperor. When Yu Gufan said this, Zhu Yingjuan's eyes immediately narrowed. Uncle Yu, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. May I know, who is it? Yu Gufan asked curiously. Manor Head Duan. Chu Youngjun greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also stepped forward and nodded at Yu Gufan. Righteous Divine Nation's Heaven's Spirit Manners acting Manor Head Duan Lingtian greets the monarch. Although Yu Gufan had asked who the low-rank god emperor was, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that Yu Gufan was constantly looking at him. He guessed that Yu Gufan had most likely seen the floating image pearls recording of his battle. Amazing. Yu Gufan looked at Duan Lingtian and praised. This is the first time I've heard of a low-rank god emperor being able to kill a high-rank god emperor. You've received all the rules and rewards. You must have improved a lot, right? As he spoke, Yu Gufan's eyes seemed to be filled with envy. As far as I know, if you kill an opponent of a higher rank by yourself, you'll receive additional rewards. In this world, killing an opponent of a higher rank by yourself would receive additional rules and rewards. However, if you didn't kill an opponent of a higher rank by yourself, and relied on others to heavily injure your opponent, you wouldn't receive any additional rewards. Moreover, the rewards were very few. It was impossible to take all of them. Faced with Yu Gufan's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything. However, even if he didn't say anything, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice that many of the high-rank god emperors from the Soaring Cloud Divine Nation behind Yu Gufan were staring at him with envy. It was obvious that he had invisibly angered everyone. He originally thought that one or two people would jump out and provoke him, and then arrange a life and death battle to give him the rules and rewards. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking things. These people seemed to know that his strength was extraordinary, and none of them jumped out. Even the ruler of the Soaring Cloud Divine Nation, Yu Gufan, stopped staring at him. At the same time, the people from the Third Divine Nation also arrived. However, the people from this divine nation stunned Duan Lingtian. This was because the people who came were only slightly more than half of the people from the Righteous Divine Nation and the Soaring Cloud Divine Nation. It was about the number of prefecture masters from the Righteous Divine Nation. This time, not all of the people from the Righteous Divine Nation were prefecture masters. Many of them were high-rank god emperors from the capital, and there was no lack of experts from prominent families in the capital. There were also a few people who were said to be wandering experts who had been specially invited by the Righteous Divine Nation. In short, Duan Lingtian felt that the people from the Righteous Divine Nation this time other than the group of prefecture masters, were unfamiliar. Moreover, from the first meeting until now, the ruler of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, had no intention of introducing them to each other. However, many people still looked at him from time to time. Obviously, he was now quite famous in the righteous divine nation. Even these foreign reinforcements knew of his existence. It's the people from the Feiyang divine nation. Duan Lingtian heard the voice of a prefecture master from the righteous divine nation. Why did they send so few people? You don't know about this, right? Another prefecture master shook his head and said, "It's said that some time ago, a demoness suddenly came to the capital of the Feiyang divine nation and slaughtered all the high-rank god emperors in the capital. As for those who were below the level of a high-rank god emperor, other than those who were blind enough to take the initiative to attack her, the rest survived. It's said that although the demoness was also a high-rank god emperor, her strength was extremely terrifying. She killed ordinary high-rank god emperors like killing dogs. Some of the prefecture masters who knew about it were still fine, but those who were not were shocked when they heard the news. They had never thought that the Feiyang divine nation would encounter such an unexpected disaster before the divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. In this way, it was understandable that they sent so few people. The monarch of the Feiyang divine nation is called Xiao Yiyuan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also found out the name of the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation through Chu Youngjun. At the same time, it was not difficult to see that the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation did not look too good. From the very beginning, the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation did not look too good. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, someone had slaughtered all the high-rank god emperors in the capital before the divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. However, when he greeted the monarch of the righteous divine nation and the soaring cloud divine nation, Xiao Yiyuan, the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, looked much better. "Everyone is here so early?" Soon, the people from the other divine nations arrived. However, other than the people from the Feiyang divine nation, there were many people from the other divine nations. Among those who were present, many of them took the initiative to comfort the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, Xiao Yiyuan. Obviously, they had also heard about the massacre of all the high-rank god emperors in the capital of the Feiyang divine nation. The people from the Jade Rainbow divine nation are here too. Soon, people from another divine nation arrived. Initially, Duan Lingtian only glanced at it for a moment. He did not intend to look at it for too long. However, something caught his attention when he glanced at it. At this moment, behind the leader of the people from the Jade Rainbow divine nation was a young girl. There was a sparkling and translucent jade gourd hanging at her waist. This kind of jade gourd could be seen everywhere. However, it was rare to see a gourd with a missing corner at the side. Fourth senior sister? Duan Lingtian looked at the unfamiliar young girl and could not help but widen his eyes. He had never imagined that he would meet his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, in this kind of situation. At this moment, Lang Chunwan also felt Duan Lingtian's gaze and subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. She even wanted to kill the monarch of Feiyang divine nation. Moreover, when she found out that the monarch of Feiyang divine nation was not in the capital and was in seclusion somewhere in the outside world, she even went to look for him. If Duan Lingtian knew about this, he would definitely be frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. "Xiao Yiyuan, that's enough," Guan Baoyu said faintly. "Miss Wolf is our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's VIP. This time, she is representing our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of Divine Nations. Not to mention that the Battle of Divine Nations has yet to begin. Even if it is, I will not betray her. As for what you said, whether it's false or true, it can only be said that you did not avoid those people properly. If you had protected her properly, not to mention a high god emperor, even if an ultimate god made a move, how many people could he kill?" As he finished speaking, Guan Baoyu revealed a disdainful expression. Some things, in the end, are your own fault. What does it have to do with others? Guan Baoyu was very domineering. He did not give Xiao Yuan any face. As for Xiao Yuan, his expression was very ugly. At the same time, he looked at the group of monarchs who had already arrived. Everyone, don't think that you can just stand by and watch this matter. In the past, this woman could enter my Feiyang divine nation's capital to kill. In the future, she can also enter your divine nation's capital to kill. Could it be that you can guarantee that you will be able to react at the first moment? From Xiao Yuan's words, it was obvious that he wanted the monarchs of the other divine nations to uphold justice for him. He was not as good as the Jade Rainbow divine nation's Guan Baoyu. If Guan Baoyu wanted to protect the other party, he had no choice. However, if a group of monarchs were to denounce the other party, even Guan Baoyu would have to consider the thoughts of all the monarchs. However, what Xiao Yuan did not expect was that although there were a few monarchs who supported him, there were also many monarchs who supported Guan Baoyu, feeling that Xiao Yuan was being unreasonable. In the heavenly South Continent, there were also differences between the various divine nations, each with their own network. There were also some divine nations that remained neutral, not forming circles and not forming networks. In the end, Xiao Yuan, the monarch of Feiyang divine nation, did not get what he wanted. However, he still looked at Lang Chunwan as if he could eat her up. Xiao Yuan's actions caused the group of high god emperors and manor masters from Feiyang divine nation to secretly complain. Didn't their monarch care about them at all? Now, their monarch was feeling good and had vented his emotions. But what about them? They realized that the young girl that their monarch had his eyes on was mainly looking at them, as if she wanted to remember each and every one of them. They could imagine that if they met in Heavenswell Canyon, the other party would definitely not let them off easily. She actually thought that after entering the Heavenswell Canyon, not only would she have a chance to enter the ultimate god realm, but she would also be able to consolidate her cultivation as a lower divine emperor. Was she crazy? Even the 3 demon scorpion elders looked at Lang Chunwan as though they were looking at an idiot. If Duan Lingtian had said that he could enter the middle divine emperor realm in the Heavenswell Canyon and completely consolidate his cultivation, there would still be a small chance that it could be realized. However, Lang Chunwan's words were no different from a fantasy story. There was no chance of it being realized. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian knew that his 4th senior sister had a certain degree of confidence. After all, according to what he found out from his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, his 4th senior sister had once obtained a shocking fortuitous encounter. Once she broke through to a new realm of cultivation, she would directly and completely consolidate her cultivation, and she utterly didn't have to exert any effort to consolidate it. His heart was in turmoil. I really didn't expect that this trip to the trial grounds would give me a chance to enter the medium-level Venerable Master Realm. If I enter the medium-level Venerable Master Realm, it won't be so easy for 3rd senior brother to bully me after we go out. Humph. In the distance, Duan Lingtian stood there dumbstruck. He knew that his 4th senior sister was tricking people, but he didn't expect that someone would really fall into the trap. This master of the heavenly lake seemed wise and farsighted, but he probably never expected that his 4th senior sister was blessed by the heavens and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if it's a famous venerable level faction in the Tianan continent, with a deep foundation, after helping 4th senior sister enter the medium-level Venerable Master Realm, I'm afraid they'll still be hurt, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, His fourth senior sister couldn't stay in the heavenly lake forever. She would leave in 2 years. More accurately, she would be teleported out. At that time, who would the people of the heavenly lake cry to? Why am I thinking so much? This world might have been prepared for us by those ultimate masters. Their memories might have been given to them by those ultimate masters. Maybe after we leave, this world will be gone. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At this time, Lang Chunwan continued to make requests to Nangong Sui. I'll only go with you to the heavenly lake after I receive the greeting gift. And Nangong Sui also agreed to this. But even so, except for Duan Lingtian himself and Lang Chunwan, no one present thought that Lang Chunwan and Duan Lingtian could completely consolidate their newly broken cultivation after breaking through to the lower-level Venerable God realm and middle-level God Emperor realm. The experts of the heavenly lake of Hanshan and Inyuan Tianzong came quickly and left quickly. However, the group of monarchs present knew that they definitely didn't go far. Instead, they walked out of this area in order to avoid. After the divine kingdom battle of the various divine kingdoms ended, the 4 of them would definitely come again. At that time, they would also take away Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Brother Lingtian, congratulations. The monarch of the righteous divine kingdom, Chu Youngjun, congratulated Duan Lingtian. Even if he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to completely consolidate his cultivation after breaking through to the middle-level God Emperor realm at the Heavens Will Canyon, he still felt that it was a good thing for Duan Lingtian to enter the Inyuan Tianzong. Once he entered the Inyuan Tianzong, Duan Lingtian, who had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm, would be able to consolidate his cultivation directly. Thank you, Big Brother Zhu. When they were communicating through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian and Chu Youngjun addressed each other as brothers. Normally, in front of a group of righteous divine kingdom palace masters, they would address each other as Palace Master Duan or Monarch. In the following period of waiting, more and more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Chapter 4185. The Destiny Canyon was suspended in the void in the distance like a pavilion in the air. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. After the group of people got close to it, their figures began to gradually fade away. Then, they disappeared without a trace. However, the surrounding life forms inside and outside Destiny Canyon seemed to not have seen them. Many of the righteous divine nations mansion masters sighed. The creation god's methods are unimaginable. No wonder it's said that no matter how powerful a higher ultimate god is, he's nothing in front of a creator god. A creation god can kill a upper ultimate god with just a thought. I used to be curious if a creation god really exists. Now I don't think so anymore. The Destiny Canyon is enough to prove it. The group of righteous divine nations mansion masters sighed curiously. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked calm as though everything in front of him was nothing out of the ordinary. His indifference was also noticed by some people who were paying attention to him. Brother Lingtian is really mysterious. He thought to himself. He was not surprised. He wasn't surprised because he had already entered Heaven's Will Canyon 10,000 years ago. He had also seen this scene 10,000 years ago. However, when he saw the Destiny Canyon for the first time 10,000 years ago, he was as surprised and shocked as the other mansion masters who were here for the first time. All of you should go as well. The righteous divine nation's mansion master, Chu Youngjun, said slowly when he saw that most of the people from the various divine nations had left. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they made their moves as well. Duan Lingtian flew out with a calm expression. He was able to maintain his composure because he knew everything in front of him was left behind by the ultimate powerhouses. It was not just the Destiny Canyon. Even the world that Destiny Canyon was in, the world that he and the people around him were in, and even the people around him were all created by a few supreme experts. They could even create such a vast world with so many lives, let alone a small Destiny Canyon. It disappeared when we got close to the Destiny Canyon, It's right in front of us. Duan Lingtian stared at the place where the previous batch of people had disappeared. Clearly, there was some kind of transmission array there that transported people into Heaven's Canyon. Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down his pace. Soon, he saw that the group of righteous divine nations manor masters who had walked out before him had all turned into shadows in front of him before vanishing. Brother Lingtian, you'll be fine. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Yun, he was the last person from the righteous divine nation to enter Destiny Canyon. Before entering, he noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed a little hesitant, so he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. When Yun He's figure disappeared from sight, Duan Lingtian finally took a step forward. In the next instant, a mysterious energy shrouded Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken and brighten. When he regained his vision, he discovered that he had appeared on a barren hill. Standing on the hill, Duan Lingtian could see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was only one path leading into the distance. The surroundings were filled with thistles and thorns. There was no way to go. Of course, since he was flying, there was definitely a way to go. Huh? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as though he had sensed something. This was because he had sensed movement behind him at this moment. When he turned his head and looked over, he saw a small village that looked like a paradise standing in the distance. Smoke rose in spirals, giving people a feeling of peace and tranquility. A village? Is this really the Destiny Canyon? The Celestial Emperor is looking for a place of opportunity to become a venerable? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He stood up and subconsciously wanted to fly into the sky and fly to the village in front of him. However, he soon discovered that he could mobilize the divine power in his body normally. He could sense the law of space and even use the sword principle and control principle normally. However, he could not fly. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in this area that prevented him from flying in the sky. He could only leap and not fly continuously, so there was no pressure. It must be the work of an ultimate expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it and flew down the hill. He then followed the only path and slowly walked toward the paradise village in front of him. Now, he needed to know where he was. In addition, he needed to think of a way to earn points. Of course, it would be best if he could get some opportunities in the process of earning points. Kingdom struggle. Recalling what Chu Youngjun, the monarch of the righteous divine nation, had said before, Duan Lingtian suddenly had this idea. Kingdom struggle. He repeated it 3 times in his heart. In the next moment, in his mind, 2 white scrolls that fell from the sky appeared. On the top of the white scroll on the left, there were 5 big words written in a flamboyant style. Individual rankings. On the top of the white scroll on the right, there were 5 other big words. Kingdom of God rankings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could see names being added to the scoreboard one after another. Moreover, the divine kingdoms they belonged to were indicated behind these names. 4th senior sister. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw the name of his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwon. She was at the bottom of the list. Lang Chunwon, Yuhong Divine Nation, no points at the moment. At this moment, the names on the white scroll on the left were still increasing. However, even after the name of the person at the top of the list, it was still no points at the moment. Obviously, no one had obtained any points yet. Do I also need to fill in my name? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the white paper scroll on his left. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice that didn't contain the slightest emotion sounded out in his mind. Add your name. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. With a thought, he thought about the gesture of his name. After he finished writing his name, he stopped. To be more precise, his thought stopped. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that his name appeared on the last line. Duan Lingtian, Righteous Divine Nation, no points at the moment. However, a moment after his name appeared, another line appeared behind it. Another name, a person from another divine nation, also no points at the moment. It seems that everyone has just entered and has not obtained any points yet. Chapter 4186. Immortal. It's an immortal. An old man in his 70s stepped out of the crowd and knelt before Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the young men changed drastically when Duan Lingtian stopped them. The village chief of Yuanya village greets you, immortal. The village chief. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he saw the old man rushing toward him. Realization dawned on him when he saw the old man kneeling on the ground and addressing him as immortal. The old man must have thought of him as an immortal. What are all of you standing there for? Why aren't you greeting the immortal? Immortal, you're merciful. With a push of your hand, you can rid Yuanya village of the bandits. After the old man knelt on the ground and greeted Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly turned to look at the villagers behind him. The villagers immediately knelt as well. Please have mercy, immortal. Get rid of the bandits for us. Please have mercy, immortal. Immortal. If you're willing to get rid of the bandits for Yuanya village, I'm willing to be your slave. The large group of people who were originally standing kneeled on the ground one after another. Even the group of children were no exception. All of them kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and called him celestial. Rise all of you. Duan Lingtian frowned. Then he waved his hand, and the people kneeling on the ground were lifted up by an invisible force. They could no longer kneel. Apart from the village chief, who was relatively calm, everyone else was shocked and in disbelief when they saw this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered that the strongest person in the village was only an ordinary cultivator. They were similar to the people in the mundane realm where he came from. Moreover, their strength was only average. There's such a place in the heavens, Will Canyon? Duan Lingtian was speechless. He was also puzzled. Why was he so lucky to be sent to such a place? Although he was a little speechless, Duan Lingtian did not gather them. Instead, he patiently asked the village chief how to get to the outside. He also asked about the location of the village's natural enemy, the mounted bandits. My lord, the base camp of the horse bandits is on the main road out of here. They blocked the way and didn't allow us to move the village away. They saw us as long-term workers and robbed us of our harvest and all kinds of handicrafts. After hearing the village chief's words, Duan Lingtian understood. Since that's the case, I'll deal with them when I leave. After getting the answers he wanted, Duan Lingtian didn't stay in the village for long. He turned around and walked back the way he came. This place is a little strange. Not only can I not fly in the air, I can't even extend my divine sense too far. Duan Lingtian came and went like the wind. Everyone in the village was stunned. Village chief, will this immortal really help us deal with the bandits? Someone asked the village chief. He will, the village chief said with certainty. The village head said with certainty. The legendary immortals are all true to their words. This one is definitely no exception. Of course, although he said so, the village chief was still uncertain. After all, no one could be sure if this immortal was reliable. Village chief, that immortal is really strong. Can he help us deal with the bandits? Didn't you see the immortal's skills? How can mere mounted bandits be a match for an immortal? Naturally, Duan Lingtian didn't know that after he left, the entire village became lively. Their conversations never left him. After Duan Lingtian left the vicinity of the village, he began to fly and hurry on his way. Although he couldn't fly in the air, he didn't feel any pressure walking on the ground. In just a few leaps, he had already covered a large distance. If he walked normally, it would take at least 1 to 2 hours. The base camp of the mounted bandits? Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a large building in front of him. It was situated on both sides of the road. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and even from a distance, he could hear shouting coming from inside. Some people were drinking and playing rock, paper, scissors. Some people were learning from each other. Some people were bragging. When Duan Lingtian came close and was about to cross the road, he was stopped by someone. No one is allowed to leave. Go back to your village obediently, or die. The two mounted bandits who stopped Duan Lingtian stared at Duan Lingtian as if he was a prey. Duan Lingtian didn't waste time talking to them. He raised his hand and killed one of them. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to kill the other person. However, after the other party came to his senses, he still let out a scream. Enemy attack! A scream spread in all directions. Instantly, the noisy environment quieted down. Then, figures appeared in various buildings. They quickly rushed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian. There were more than 100 of them. This time, before the group of bandits had the time to make a move, Duan Lingtian casually slapped out with his palm towards the horizon. Instantly, a terrifying force charged into the sky before transforming into a gray and hazy rain of swords in the horizon. Whoosh! 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 The rain of swords whistled as they fell. Other than the mounted bandit who shouted enemy attack earlier, the other mounted bandits were all killed in a panic. The remaining mounted bandit was so frightened that he sat on the ground. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a devil. He didn't expect this young man who looked kind would be so ruthless. Moreover, based on the strength of this young man's attack, it was beyond his imagination. This was almost the same as the legendary immortals. Are there any mounted bandits left? If there are, bring me there, and I'll spare your life. If there aren't, you'll die. Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the remaining mounted bandit in front of him. Yes, yes. After the mounted bandit regained his senses, he quickly replied, "The second leader brought a group of brothers to a village to collect debts." Then, with the mounted bandit personally leading the way, Duan Lingtian walked forward for a distance and met the second leader and the others at a fork in the road. From then on, the entire mounted bandit group was killed. In the end, the mounted bandit who led the way did not survive Duan Lingtian's attack. When the last mounted bandit was killed, Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed a faint light falling from the sky and landing on his body. Rule reward. It was very faint and had no effect. However, when Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at the scoreboard, it was not difficult to discover that his points were no longer temporarily 0. He had obtained 1 point. Chapter 4188. In the battle of the divine kingdoms in the heavens Canyon, whether it was points or being removed from the list, it wasn't necessarily immediate. This also made it impossible to determine who killed who. For example, when Duan Lingtian killed the 2 Red Origin Divine Kingdom's upper god emperors, he only gained 200 points directly from killing them. As for the 2's original points, after being intercepted by Duan Lingtian, they were slowly added to Duan Lingtian's name. As for the 2's names, they were still on the list and hadn't been removed. Moreover, although the 2 of them died almost at the same time, when they were removed from the list after a period of time, they weren't removed at the same time. They were separated by at least a few days. Therefore, at that time, no one would suspect that Duan Lingtian had killed them. No one would know that the 2 of them had gathered together and were killed by Duan Lingtian at almost the same time. Now, Duan Lingtian had obtained more than 200 points in one go. In addition to the fact that no one was famous on the list, no one suspected that he had obtained the points by killing other participants in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. They only thought that he had obtained the points by killing the upper god emperors in the Heavens Canyon. When killing the living beings in the Heavens Canyon, the points were directly presented. That Duan Lingtian from the righteous divine kingdom actually killed 2 upper god emperors in one go? Everywhere in the Heavens Canyon, many people who saw the changes on the list sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were also shocked to a certain extent. Among them, there were some who thought that their strength was not bad. But when they encountered pairs of upper god emperors, they found that they couldn't kill them. In the end, after a stalemate, they were at a disadvantage and could only escape. Could it be that the upper god emperors Duan Lingtian encountered were weaker? It must be. My strength is not inferior to his. Many people who had encountered upper god emperors in the heavens will canyon thought so. Only a few people felt that Duan Lingtian's strength should be stronger than theirs. You've killed another 2 high-level god emperors. Even if they're just living creatures in the heavens will canyon, without the double reward, Brother Lingtian shouldn't be too far away from becoming a middle-level god emperor, right? Somewhere in heavens will canyon, Yun he sighed after killing a middle god emperor living being in heavens will canyon. Based on what he knew about the rules and rewards of the upper god emperor realm, that Brother Lingtian had already absorbed quite a lot of them. Back then, he was the one who presided over the Sky Spirit Mansion. At that time, this Brother Lingtian had killed the upper-rank god emperor called Changyen and obtained a reward from the laws. Later on, when they arrived at the righteous divine nation's capital, at the banquet held by the imperial family's palace master, this Lingtian brother had received quite a few higher god emperor realm rewards. How long had it been since they entered? This Brother Lingtian had actually killed 2 more high-level god emperors and received 2 rewards from the regulations. Little junior brother? On the other side of heavens will canyon. Lang Chunwon subconsciously wanted to check on her little junior brother's current situation through the individual rankings. When she didn't see her little junior brother's name at the bottom of the rankings, she continued to look forward. After looking for a while, she finally saw her little junior brother's name at the 2nd place. Amazing! Lang Chunwon grinned. As expected of my little junior brother. He's almost catching up to me. No, I have to continue working hard too. If little junior brother overtakes me, it'll be very embarrassing. In the following period of time, Lang Chunwon's speed increased. Every upper god emperor living being that she encountered was killed by her. None of the people from the other divine nations managed to escape when she ran into them. In various parts of heavens will canyon, many upper god emperors from various divine nations who were confident in their own strength were stimulated by the fact that Duan Lingtian, a lower god emperor, was ranked 2nd on the individual rankings. They were no longer as cautious as before. What a joke! If they continued to be cautious, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. As for those upper god emperors who felt that their strength was average, they continued to keep a low profile. Even if they were jealous of Duan Lingtian's points, they didn't act rashly. They had long passed the age of recklessness. Naturally, they wouldn't joke around with their lives because of this. Even those upper god emperors who had become more aggressive didn't want to throw their lives away. Although they weren't as cautious as before, they were more vigilant. Points were important. However, the most important thing was still their own lives. I wonder which direction leads to the inner regions of heavens will canyon. At the same time, many upper god emperors became anxious as they watched the days pass. This was because they all knew that after heavens will canyon opened for a period of time, there would be riots in the surrounding areas. When that time came, a large number of upper god emperors would appear and start a massacre. As for those upper god emperors, if you killed a few of them, a lower ultimate god would appear. If a lower ultimate god was killed, a middle ultimate god would appear immediately. Therefore, even if many upper god emperors who were participating in the battle for the divine kingdoms gathered together, very few of them would take the initiative to kill the upper god emperors who started the riots. Killing 1 or 2 upper god emperors would be fine. However, if they killed a few more and a lower ultimate god was born, it would be a disaster for them. No matter how many people they had, they wouldn't dare to kill a lower ultimate god. Once they killed one and a middle ultimate god appeared, they would be finished no matter how many people they had. Moreover, they were able to kill a lower ultimate god because they didn't have a full soul high-grade divine weapon. They relied entirely on their profound laws, divine power, and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. That was right. The upper gods who were born in heavens will canyon all understood the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Even those upper god emperors who didn't have a full soul high-grade divine weapon had grasped the four Taoists of heaven and earth. Moreover, they were in heaven's will canyon and had an endless supply of divine power. If they couldn't kill them quickly, they would be the ones to die. As long as you're strong enough, you don't have to be afraid of the riots in heaven's will canyon because they're moving towards the center. As long as we're faster than them, they won't be able to catch up. Moreover, they won't go any further after advancing towards the center of heaven's will canyon. At that time, unless you want to go around them, they won't have any interaction with you. In heaven's will canyon, any upper god emperor who was confident in their strength wouldn't be afraid of the riots in heaven's will canyon. The riots in heaven's will canyon will happen after we enter. There's no exact time. However, after the riots, we'll be driven to the center of heaven's will canyon. Not only is the central region of the heaven's will canyon even more dangerous, but there are also groups of higher god emperors in the area. You'll also have to face the higher god emperors of the various divine nations. The battle for the center of heaven's will canyon is also the end of the battle for the divine kingdoms. At that time, those who survive will be sent out of heaven's will canyon. Those who die will remain in heaven's will canyon forever. It's said that they won't truly die, but their consciousness will fade away and they'll become living beings in heaven's will canyon. For example, some of the living beings we've met in heaven's will canyon might have died in the past. These people are easy to recognize because they're different from ordinary living beings. Ordinary living beings don't have full-soul high-grade divine weapons, but they do. These people didn't master the four Taoists of heaven and earth when they were alive, but they can passively master them after they die. They're very terrifying. Today, if someone who's slightly weaker than you becomes a living being in heaven's will canyon and masters the four Taoists of heaven and earth, you might not be their match. As the days passed, many people had a premonition that the creatures in heaven's will canyon were about to riot. Who knew when they would suddenly erupt? Of course, those who were calm were still doing their own things. They were either looking for living beings to kill or looking for opportunities. Duan Lingtian, for example, had received double the rewards from killing the two upper god emperors from Red Plains Divine Kingdom a few days ago. This was equivalent to killing 4 upper god emperors under normal circumstances. Duan Lingtian had entered seclusion to absorb the rewards and strengthen himself. His attainments in the law of space were profound, and he'd mastered the Tao of control and sword Tao. His control of power had reached a certain level. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed the rewards was fast and didn't put any burden on him. With his current attainments in various aspects, he wasn't inferior to ordinary ultimate gods. In fact, he was even stronger than ordinary ultimate gods. His cultivation level could be said to be a hindrance to his overall strength. If he became a lower ultimate god now, he'd be one of the best even among lower ultimate gods with his current abilities. Perhaps he'd be able to contend with ordinary intermediate ultimate gods. I'm still a little short. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and sighed with a regretful expression on his face when all the rewards from the laws had been converted into a part of his divine energy and improved the strength of his other 2 laws. This was the worst-case scenario. He didn't expect that he'd still run into it. Even if I kill another upper god emperor, even if there's no additional rewards, I'll definitely be able to become a middle ultimate god. It's time to go out and work. Now, a few days have passed. The Canyon of Heavens will erupt soon, right? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow at this thought. He'd heard about the Canyon of Heavens will erupting and didn't dare to take it lightly. He wasn't afraid of ordinary upper god emperors if there weren't that many of them. However, there were so many upper god emperors that he couldn't kill. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to be afraid. It's only been a few days. I wonder if 4th senior sister is still first in the individual rankings. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the rankings. Chapter 4189. When Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the scoreboard, The first thing he saw was fourth senior sister Lang Chun-won's name. She was still firmly in first place. However, her points were completely different from before. Lang Chun-won, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 1356 points. Duan Lingtian checked twice before confirming. Fourth senior sister's points have increased to this level in just a few days? Duan Lingtian then continued to look. He was no longer in second place. His name was no longer in the top 10. Governor Fong? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the person in second place on the individual scoreboard. Like him, the person represented the Righteous Divine Nation and was the Righteous Divine Nation's Yunting Prefecture governor. He was an expert in the law of lightning and was very powerful. He was half a step away from the ultimate god realm and was a half-step ultimate god expert. In the past, Jian Wushuang had seen him in action at the banquet hosted by the Righteous Divine Nation's monarch. He was so powerful that even Jian Wushuang knew he could not match him. Jian Wushuang had to at least break through to the middle-level Emperor God realm if he wanted to catch up with him. However, he had to completely consolidate his middle-level Emperor God cultivation base if he wanted to win against him. However, although I'm in second place, my points are much worse than fourth senior sisters. Duan Lingtian glanced at the points of Fang Xiongli, the Righteous Divine Nation's Yunting Prefecture governor, who was in second place, and shook his head. Fang Xiongli, Righteous Divine Nation, 632 points. He was much worse than his fourth senior sister Lang Chun-won, who was in first place. As for the people ranked 3rd to 10th, they were not from the Righteous Divine Nation or Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Duan Lingtian did not know any of them. As he continued to look, before Duan Lingtian saw his own name, he saw a familiar name. It was temporarily in 17th place on the individual scoreboard. Yun He, Righteous Divine Nation, 357 points. As for his name, not only was he pushed out of the top 10, but he was also pushed out of the top 30. He was temporarily in 39th place. The moment he saw his name, Duan Lingtian felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then he saw his name move to the next row. He had dropped 1 place. I'm actually pushed to 40th place? Duan Lingtian shook his head. This ranking is a little low. If the monarch knows this, he will probably be disappointed. Although Duan Lingtian knew there were many higher divine emperors from the Righteous Divine Nation who were stronger than him, the king of the Righteous Divine Nation still had high hopes for him. In his eyes, he was a person with great luck. As for the struggle between divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon, it had never been dominated by the strong. They only had advantages, but the most important thing was still karmic luck. For example, in the history of the Heavenswell Canyon, the person who set the record for the highest number of points was only a middle god emperor when he entered the Heavenswell Canyon. His strength was comparable to an ordinary high god emperor, and he didn't even have a full soul high-grade god artifact. As for him, he had created an astonishing record of over 8,000 points. Although his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-won, was ranked first and had more than 1,000 points, they had been in the Destiny Canyon for a long time. According to this trend, his fourth senior sister should be able to get 5,000 points without any pressure. However, it would be extremely difficult for her to get 6,000 points, let alone more. It had to be known that the closer one got to the end of the Divine Kingdom contest, the harder it was to earn points. That was because the life forms in the canyon were rioting and would drive all the foreign survivors to the center of the canyon. Everyone would compete in that area. The strong would always be strong, but they would also be easily targeted by a group of people. As for the weak, it was fine if they could cooperate with others, but if others disdained to cooperate with them, they could only survive in the cracks. If they were lucky, they would be able to leave the Destiny Canyon alive. In short, Heavenswell Canyon was both dangerous and not dangerous at the same time. Once everyone was chased to the center of the valley, more people would choose to cooperate and survive. There were also some who would hide in independent spaces and wait for Destiny Canyon to automatically teleport them out of the valley. Of course, even if it was an independent space, it wasn't easy to find. It all depended on luck. Even if you found an independent space, it depended on whether you dared to enter. That was because there were often tests set up inside. If you couldn't pass, you would die inside. I wonder where I am right now. Has the life forms in the Destiny Canyon started yet? Duan Ling Tian put away the formation disc and removed the formation that enveloped his cultivation. After that, he flew up into the sky and left a secluded cave at the foot of a mountain that was neither too big nor too small. Whoosh! As he flew into the air, Duan Ling Tian could feel the boiling divine power in his body. Compared to before, it had improved greatly. He even felt that it had reached the end of the quantitative change. Next, it's time to break through to the Middle God Emperor realm and let my divine power undergo a qualitative change. As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian, who was flying into the air, seemed to have discovered something. He raised his eyebrows slightly. That direction. In the distance, thunderous sounds came one after another. It seemed like there were people fighting, and it was a very intense battle. Moreover, it wasn't a one-on-one kind. It was a group battle. Isn't that direction the mountain range that I walked out from earlier? Curious, Duan Lingtian walked over. The whole process was very low-key. Although he was only half a step away from becoming a middle god emperor, he had not broken through yet. It was better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, even an upper god emperor like Fang Xiongli could kill him. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to escape if he really wanted to. But now, he was going to investigate the situation. If he killed his way over, he might not be able to find out anything. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 2 teleportations, Duan Lingtian arrived near the battlefield. At the same time, he hid his body. The group of upper god emperors who were fighting fiercely didn't check their surroundings. They also didn't expect that someone would dare to come near. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's cultivation, it would be difficult for him to hide his body in front of them. These 2 groups of people, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the 2 groups of people who were fighting fiercely. He felt that both parties were very unfamiliar. They weren't the few people from the divine nations that he had observed before entering. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. These 2 groups of people were outsiders like him. They weren't living beings in the heavens will canyon. Why are they fighting a group battle? From Duan Lingtian's point of view, if the scene before him continued, both sides would suffer great losses. It would affect the performance of both divine nations in this battle of the divine nations. However, when he heard the shout from one of the groups, his eyes lit up. We discovered the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus first. You people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation are too much. These were the words of one of the upper god emperors, whose strength was considered decent, from one of the parties. At this moment, the 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely. There were 6 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation on one side, and there were 7 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation on the other side. However, the 6 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation were evenly matched with the 7 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation. Humph! On the other hand, the person who was fighting the supporting Fall Divine Nation snorted and said disdainfully, "Don't tell me that the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus isn't yours yet. Even if it is, we can still fight for it in the heavens will canyon. Don't forget that we're participating in the battle of the divine nations in the heavens will canyon." What's the battle of the divine nations? Isn't it a battle between 2 divine nations like you and me? As soon as the person from the supporting Fall Divine Nation spoke, the battle between the 2 groups of people intensified. Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, overheard the conversation between the 2 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation. His eyes shone brightly, and his heartbeat quickened. At the same time, his gaze landed on the lofty mountains in front of him. He saw the projection of a flaming lotus shooting up into the sky. It was burning fiercely. There was also a lotus reflected on the vast land. This was the characteristic of the legendary divine herb, the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus. The Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus was a divine herb exclusive to divine emperors. Even if a divine emperor did not have the innate talent to become a venerable, it would still be able to awaken the venerable talent. It was only a matter of time. Although this divine herb could not raise a divine emperor's cultivation base, It could increase a divine emperor's potential. Even upper god emperors who had no hope of becoming a divine emperor could use this divine herb to improve their innate talent and become a divine emperor. Why was the Battle of the Divine Nations so attractive? The Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus was the main reason. According to Brother Yun He, at most, 6 Earth and Fire Buddhist lotuses will appear every time the heavens will canyon opens. One of them is right in front of me, right in the lofty mountains. No wonder there's a restriction on flying in this area. I thought it was a formation left behind by a supreme expert, but now it seems like that's not the case. There will always be some abnormalities in the places where the Earth and Fire Buddhist lotus grows. The restriction on flying in this area should be one of the abnormalities that may occur when the Earth and Fire Buddhist lotus grows. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the towering mountain range again. I can't believe I'm so lucky. There are many people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. We have to be careful of them. Everyone, let's join forces. Although the people from the 2 divine nations were still at odds with each other, they might join forces to deal with us now. All of us combined are not any weaker than the people from the 2 divine nations combined. If they force us into a corner, we'll just fight to the death. In any case, I won't give up on the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus. We should join forces and wait for the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus to mature. Then, we'll fight for it with our own strength. Initially, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation thought the people from the other divine nations were a sheet of loose sand. They did not expect them to join forces. However, even if these people joined forces, the 2 divine nations were not afraid. After all, they had more people. When the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus matured, the advantage of having more people was still huge. For this reason, they knew their biggest enemy was the divine nations that had more people. Currently, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation were more afraid of the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. It was the same for the people from the High God Emperor of the supporting Fall Divine Nation. As for the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark, how could they not know this? Naturally, they knew this. However, in their opinion, although the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation had more people, they would definitely be at odds with each other. At that time, they would be able to fish in troubled waters. When the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation stopped fighting. They did not want to suffer losses and let others take advantage of the situation. Although they would still fight for the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus when it matured, they would still be able to pluck the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus at that time. Now, even if they won, they would not be able to take the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus away. After Duan Ling Tian made his move, the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves and stopped fighting. Everyone stared in the direction of the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus. No one made a move, but at the same time they were also on guard against the people around them. Do you guys think that Duan Ling Tian from the Righteous Divine Nation has really left? Someone who had some free time brought up Duan Ling Tian who had made his move earlier. For a time, the quiet crowd broke out into chatter. Duan Ling Tian definitely won't leave so easily. He must have his eyes on the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus as well. After all, who doesn't want the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus? I think so too. He'll show himself when the Earthly Fire Buddha Lotus matures. However, he's really strong. Although he used a trick to kill the 2 High God Emperors, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Even if he hasn't reached the level of a half-step ultimate god, he shouldn't be far from it. It's hard to imagine that a lower God Emperor could be so strong. If he's not strong enough, Why would the righteous divine nation allow a lower god emperor to enter the Heavens Will Canyon and participate in the divine nation's battle? Although the crowd was talking about Duan Lingtian, they were not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Although he was strong, the threat he posed to them was nothing compared to the people from the Shangyi divine nation and the supporting Fall divine nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that he had become the topic of conversation for a group of people. After traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles, he found a place to sit down with his legs crossed and began to digest the 2 rewards he had absorbed earlier. Since he had killed people from other divine nations, the 2 rewards were doubled. It was equivalent to killing 4 high god emperors in the outside world. These rewards are more than enough to help me break through to the intermediate god emperor stage. I'll digest a small part of them first. Once I break through to the intermediate god emperor stage, I'll stop cultivating and return to the place where the earthly fire Buddha lotus is born. Now that the earthly fire Buddha lotus has appeared, it won't be long before the living beings in the Heavens Will Canyon erupts. Duan Lingtian had heard people say that when the earthly fire Buddha lotuses appeared in the Heavens Will Canyon, it was also the time when the living beings would start to riot. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. While he was cultivating in other places in the Heavens Will Canyon, there were earthly fire Buddha lotuses that had completely matured and were taken away by others. There were also earthly fire Buddha lotuses that were in the final stages of maturing. I wonder if that earthly fire Buddhist lotus has fully matured. If it's fully matured, I'll have missed it this time. I hope it's not fully matured yet. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately returned to the place where he had seen the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly. When he saw that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly was still there, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally made it. However, the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly is a little different from before. Duan Lingtian saw that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly was beginning to form a golden Buddha shadow. It would form and disperse at times. The appearance of the Buddha shadow means that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly is fully matured. Why would someone go crazy and rush towards the lotus alone? Wasn't that seeking death? Even a half-step ultimate god would not dare to do that. He's finished. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. The middle-aged man was directly torn into pieces. It only took a dozen people to kill him in the blink of an eye. Even a half-step ultimate god was not needed. After the middle-aged man's death, the scene once again fell into a dead silence. The earth and fire Buddhist lotus was suspended in the void, but no one dared to approach it. It was as if it was not a treasure, but a monster. They're really patient. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the supporting Fall divine nation and the Shangyi divine nation. Among the people from the various divine nations present, these 2 divine nations had the most people. Now, more people were on guard against them. They'll make the first move. Duan Lingtian firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. After a dozen breaths of time, Duan Lingtian's guess came true. The half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation took the lead and stepped forward to grab the Earth and Fire Buddhist lotus. At the same time, the other people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation made their moves as well. They surrounded the half-step ultimate god to protect him as they glared at the people around them. Stop! All of you from the supporting Fall Divine Nation must die. As soon as the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation made their moves, not only the people from the Shangyi Divine Nation, but even the people from the other divine nations were taken aback. In an instant, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation became the target of everyone. However, the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god was able to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist lotus in the end due to the help of a helper. Next, as long as he could escape from the people around him, the Earth and Fire Buddhist lotus would be his. He's trying to teleport away. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation gradually fading away. However, they heaved a sigh of relief in the next moment. This was because the void only rippled a few times before the half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation regained his form. It was obvious someone had stopped him from teleporting away. In fact, before the Earth and Fire Buddhist lotus had fully matured, many people who were skilled in the law of space had already disrupted the space around them. It was impossible to teleport away. Even Duan Lingtian was not idle. He had been secretly disrupting the space around them. Just like the others, he was worried someone would teleport away after taking the Earth and Fire Buddhist lotus. As for why he made his move, it was purely to join in the fun. He knew even if he did not make a move, the space around them would not be stable enough for them to teleport away. The chaotic battle has begun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to utilize my speed advantage. Of course, it also has to do with the fact that I've been hiding my strength all this time. If they knew my strength, the half-step ultimate gods nearby would have stopped fighting the moment I appeared and targeted me. It's because they underestimated me that they gave me a buffer and allowed me to succeed. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao was in a very good mood because he knew how lucky he was to have succeeded this time. It was all due to luck. First of all, there was no one among the group of half-step ultimate gods who was good at speed. Secondly, there was no half-step ultimate god among the group of people who had blocked his path earlier. In addition, he was not in the mood to fight, so they could not stop him. He should be safe now, right? After continuing to flee for some distance and even changing directions a few times, Feng Xiaoxiao gradually slowed down and a smile bloomed on his face unknowingly. Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao finally had the chance to seriously examine the Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use it for the time being, I would have taken it immediately. Good stuff. Unfortunately, I have to wait. Then I'll wait a little longer. Feng Xiaoxiao grinned, but was not in a hurry to keep the Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus in his spatial ring. Once he kept it in his spatial ring and took it out again, he would have to wait for a full day and night before he could consume it. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoxiao's ears twitched. He who was good at using the law of wind might not be able to sense the minute changes in the distance, but he could still clearly sense the minute changes in the void around him. At this moment, he could clearly sense the changes in the void around him. The moment he sensed the minute changes, his expression changed drastically. He then unleashed his divine power and the law of wind swept out in an attempt to restart his escape. Bang! However, this time around, just as Feng Xiaoxiao was about to move, she was blocked by an invisible barrier that suddenly appeared in the sky. Even though she tried to change direction immediately, she was still blocked by the barrier. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao did not try to escape. The power of wind raged around him and swept out everywhere. Finally, a square-shaped barrier appeared around him and blocked all his attacks. An expert who is good at using the law of space. He's trapped me. No, this divine power. Middle God Emperor. When Feng Xiaoxiao realized that the power that was trapping him contained the divine power of a middle God Emperor, his eyes narrowed. Then a figure appeared in his mind. He was good at using the law of space. A middle God Emperor. It seemed like it could only be him. Duan Lingtian? Feng Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. At the same time, his consciousness began to scan his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire spatial imprisonment, causing the spatial imprisonment to shake and distort as if it could collapse at any time. Idiot! At this moment, Duan Lingtian calmly spat out 2 words. Then, he shook the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. A rainbow sword ray appeared in the sky and swept down. Then, not only did the sword principle appear, but he also began to control the surrounding spatial energy. This was the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Once the Tao of control was unleashed, not only did the rainbow sword ray change, but even the spatial imprisonment, which was shaking continuously and showing signs of collapsing, solidified once again. What is this? Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed. Then, as if she had thought of something, her pupils shrank rapidly. You've mastered the Tao of control as well. The Tao of control. The other 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Let's go back and take a look. There were so many upper-level God Emperors gathered just now and they haven't completely dispersed yet. I'll kill some weaker upper-level God Emperors to accumulate some points and consolidate my cultivation base. After killing Feng Xiaoxiao, Duan Lingtian did not plan to escape. Instead, he headed toward the place where the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was born. Before he arrived at the scene, Duan Lingtian encountered a few upper-level God Emperors. Most of them were alone. Among these upper-level God Emperors, there were no half-step ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian killed them easily. Reward after reward fell from the sky as though they were free, enveloping Duan Lingtian. By the time Duan Lingtian returned to the place where the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was born, he had already killed close to 10 upper-level God Emperors. When he arrived at the scene, he realized that there were still a few upper-level God Emperors. There were even a few upper-level God Emperors who were fighting with each other. Some of them were fighting 2 against 1, while others were fighting 3 against 1. Obviously, they all wanted to kill each other to obtain the reward points for the Battle of the Divine Nations. So many points. I'll take advantage of the fact that the Living Riot has not started to get more points. Even if I can't catch up to 4th Senior Sister, I can't fall too far behind her. Otherwise, it would make me look useless as a junior brother. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian shuttled past the upper-level God Emperors and killed them one by one. The few half-step ultimate gods had already left long ago. None of the remaining upper-level God Emperors were a match for Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of those who were targeted by Duan Lingtian was a half-step ultimate God Emperor. He was so powerful that it was frightening. None of them were a match for him. Duan Lingtian has entered the realm of a middle-level God Emperor. Some of the upper-level God Emperors wanted to escape after witnessing Duan Lingtian's power. However, as Duan Lingtian was already prepared, they could not escape at all. As a result, those who saw Duan Lingtian in action all died. Since I've obtained so many rewards, I'll go into seclusion nearby and try to stabilize my cultivation level as a middle-level God Emperor. I'll head to the central area of the Heavens Will Canyon after the Living Riot. Of course, the area I'm in might be the central area of the Heavens Will Canyon. If that's the case, I won't have to worry about the Living Riot affecting this area. The Living Riot in the Heavens Will Canyon would affect the outer area but not the central area of the Heavens Will Canyon. This was because the Living Riot would stop at the outer area of the Heavens Will Canyon. It was said that this was the law left behind by the Creator God in the heavens Canyon. With so many rewards, as long as I have enough time, it won't be difficult for me to stabilize my cultivation level as a middle-level God Emperor. While Duan Lingtian was going into seclusion to digest the rewards, the outer area of the heavens Canyon started to become restless. Many giant beings were either walking on the ground or breaking through the air. Their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. Among these giant beings, there were a few humanoid beings that were emitting a powerful aura. They were following these giant beings as they moved towards the inner area. The earthly fire Buddha lotus has been taken away. Kill those intruders. The living creatures in the heavens Canyon didn't have complete intelligence. They only had the instinct to protect the earthly fire Buddha lotus. After all the earthly fire Buddha lotus had matured and been taken away, they released their shackles and joined hands to kill their way into the heavens Canyon. The weakest of these living creatures were lower-level God Emperors, middle-level God Emperors, and even upper-level God Emperors. In fact, there were even some overlord-level existences among some upper God Emperors. Although these living creatures weren't as strong as half-step ultimate gods, they were very close. In the entire heavens Canyon, only half-step ultimate gods from the outside had the ability to kill them. However, in the heavens Canyon, no one dared to recklessly kill these chaotic creatures. It was still fine if they killed lower celestial emperors and mid-celestial emperors, but if they killed too many high celestial emperors, there would be lower celestial emperors and mid-celestial emperors. If a lower-level ultimate god were to fall, a medium-level ultimate god would appear. Once a living riot occurred in the heavens Canyon, there was only one way for outsiders to survive. That was to escape into the inner area of the heavens Canyon. A living riot? Interesting. In the sky above a vast mountain range, a young girl opened her eyes. At the same time, she who was originally sitting cross-legged in the sky looked into the distance. If I kill a few upper-level God Emperors, lower-level God Emperors will appear. Now, the rewards from killing upper-level God Emperors are no longer useful to me. However, the rewards from killing upper-level God Emperors are not bad. Thinking of this, the young girl flew into the sky. Soon, she saw a large group of black figures in the distance in front of the vast mountain range. Among them, there were huge demonic beasts and some other living creatures. There were also many humanoid living creatures. When they moved in groups, their auras were domineering as if they could destroy everything. Let's play with them. The young girl's figure flashed, and she charged towards the crowd of rioting creatures. Then, as expected, she was attacked. The group of creatures attacked her one after another. However, against the attacks of these creatures, the young girl easily dispelled them. Moreover, when she attacked, the divine energy that extended from her body was obviously different from the living creatures that attacked her. One should know that there was no lack of upper-level God Emperors among the living creatures that attacked her. At this moment, if there was someone with good eyesight present, they would be able to tell that the young girl had already entered the lower-level God realm. In the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon, once a lower-level God realm expert entered the lower-level God realm, they could no longer kill people from other divine kingdoms. However, there was no limit to killing living creatures in Destiny Canyon. Once they killed living creatures from other divine kingdoms, they would be immediately sent out of Destiny Canyon. Of course, once a lower-level God realm expert entered the lower-level God realm, they could directly leave Destiny Canyon if they felt bored staying in there. Bang! The young girl casually punched and killed an upper-level God Emperor. Then, with a sweep of her other hand, she took away another upper-level God Emperor. The two rewards fell on her at the right time, but they were not useful to her. Because she was already a lower-level God realm expert, the rewards for killing upper-level God Emperors were useless to her. After killing a few more high-level ultimate gods, a black shadow solidified in the void and turned into a knight in black armor riding on a steel horse. The black-armored knight held a completely black, 7-foot-long spear in his hand. His entire body was covered in by armor, and even his head was no exception. One could vaguely see that within the black-armored knight's pair of indistinct eyes, there were flames of blood burning. His divine energy fluctuated and a destructive aura spread in all directions, causing the living creatures in Destiny Canyon to retreat as if they respected the knight in black armor. He had an impression of the person who had appeared. It was one of the mansion masters of the Flying Yang Divine Kingdom. Moreover, he was a half-step ultimate god. The reason why he knew him was because Yun He had told him about him when the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation and Feiyang Divine Nation met. At that time, Yun He had introduced him to the 3 half-step ultimate gods from Feiyang Divine Nation. This person was one of them.